Pleasant morning and welcome to the Georgetown Cricket Club here at Bourda, downtown Georgetown in beautiful Guyana, venue for the final match of the GCB Senior Male Super 50 Tournament. We're speaking about the Intercounty 2024 Championship. Man on your picture, Kevin Bourda taking strike. After Demerara won the toss, they decided they'll have a bowl first against Essequibo. This is the final. Kevin Bourda, right-handed batter from Tushen on the east bank of Essequibo. Has been a stalwart at this level. Conditions pretty good for cricket once again. Look at that pitch that Bourda is tapping. No grass on it, no live grass at least. Brown. And the way he's walking, spikes not sticking either, so it goes to show little or no moisture there. Umpire Ryan Banwari says we are ready. At the non-strikers end, that's umpire Banwari. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will begin with the ball from the northern end here at Bourda. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed with 4 wickets this season, the leading seamer for Demerara. He's behind Davon Lord in terms of wickets for Demerara. Umpire Banwari say, let's play the first ball of the final. Already runs on the board for for Essequibo. Alongside Kevin Bourda, there's Kimo Paul on the non-strikers end. New opening pair for Essequibo. Do you remember in the last preliminary game, these same two teams 2 days ago right here at Bourda. Ricardo Peters got injured while batting. Did not complete the innings. He was retired hurt. Did not bat. And now not playing. So Thaddeus Lovell is in for him, but Kimo Paul is at the top of the order. So the umpires today, Ryan Banwari, standing at the northern end, regional umpire, but standing with him today, Nigel Duguid. First one off the bat for Bourda, first one off the bat for Essequibo as well. Some umpires, Nigel Duguid and Ryan Banwari, so you can see they're bringing out their best today. That's Nigel Duguid, international accredited umpire. Guyana's most experienced umpire over the years. Alongside me, Dexter George. Dexter, pleasant morning. Beautiful conditions again for cricket. And we expect a fascinating final with Essequibo for the second time in recent years in the final of the Intercounty Championship. Demerara, the defending champions, looking to hold on to their crown. Good morning.
Hey, pleasant good morning to you, John. Pleasant good morning to all our viewers around the world. Yeah, it looks absolute beautiful condition here for cricket. It's going to be a fascinating contest between these two teams.
Ordinary start from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. But look at this. Kimo Paul at the top of the order for Essequibo. What are your thoughts?
A bit surprising, but it's an interesting move. I think they want to capitalize in the first 10 overs in the power play with having just 2 fielders outside.
Third time he's straight down the leg side this over. So Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's a 9 o'clock start. Previously the preliminary stages we started at 9:30, so it's a 30 minutes earlier. So Ali Mohammed looking to reclaim his place in that Super 50 squad, which will be named pretty soon. And then the team that will represent the Harpy Eagles will go into camp before traveling to Trinidad and Tobago. Extra bounce with this new ball. Slightly uncomfortable for Kimo, but gets it down to that gully area where there's no gully. And he's off the mark, but not in convincing fashion.
Always good to get your first run on the board convincingly, but he'll be happy as he look to get into his work. But I like this move by Essequibo. Kimo Paul has not been in the best of touches of late. Taking it upon himself to open the batting.
With that pace or lack of pace on that occasion. You can see playing way too early, Kevin Bourda. But good bounce again. One thing I've noticed about the Bourda track this season has consistent bounce. Basila and his guys who have been working on this track, they're really putting in some good works with that heavy roller. That's why you're getting that extra bounce, consistent bounce. Soft dismissal. Cotton bowl. This one just popped on him. And he offered a simple return catch to Ronaldo Ali Mohammed in the opening over. Goes for one. Essequibo 5 for 1.
Pretty soft dismissal there. Balloon in the air. Easy catch to Ali Mohammed. So he's continued his impressive form he's shown throughout this tournament. Picking up another wicket yet in its very first over. So perfect start for Demerara, just what the doctor would have ordered.
Has to make that long walk back to the pavilion just for a single. 3 deliveries. The previous delivery to him was a short one. Not a lot of pace on it, but you can see that made him slightly uncomfortable, Bourda. Next one, pace off again, just rolling his fingers across the seam, Ali Mohammed. And then Bourda just offered, just popped it back to him. As we see now, Kanaya Ramkaran making his way into the middle. Had a good knock in the last game. And there's quite an interesting piece of stat as well. Essequibo batting first here, but did not bat their full quota of 50 overs no time this season. So it's an opportunity for them to not only bat out their 50 overs, but also get a very decent total on the board.
As we see, Kandai Ramkaran comes to the crease. It's going to be pretty interesting to see just how Essequibo approach this innings, particularly against the new bar 4 stop. You want to capitalize on the fielding restriction early on. Demerara spin base attack, and they've done well throughout this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see the tactics from Essequibo against the spinners of the home side.
Right-handed Ramkaran about to receive from Ali Mohammed. Still in the opening over. There's a slip. There's a gully now. Pace on. And his shoulders armed. End of the opening over. Essequibo sent in 5 for 1. Look at the teams for today. Demerara making one change. Sachin Singh coming in for the right time off break bowler Balgobin. Whereas Essequibo one change as well. And then forced one with Thaddeus Lovell getting an opportunity because Ricardo Peters did not recover from that injury sustained in the last game. Your thoughts on these teams?
Two pretty good sides. Demerara making just the one change. I just felt the batting has not been as best, so they opting for some more batting in the middle order. Like you mentioned, Essequibo being forced to make that change with one of the better batters in Ricardo Peters picking up an injury in the last game. I love the option they've chosen to replace him, Thaddeus Lovell. Someone who hits the ball, and I guess with the spin attack of the home side. It gives them another option of trying to be a little more positive and aggressive against the spinner. So that will be pretty interesting.
Good to see young Lovell getting an opportunity. Would love to make the most of it, obviously. When you look at Essequibo scores in the tournament, 203. In fact, 204 when they were chasing 2 or 3 made by Berbice in the first game. 169 against the Select 11 in a losing cause. 190 in the last round against Demerara. Batting first today. Seam from the other end. Again, here is Bernard Bailey. Playing down the wrong line, Chemo. Intention is clear, stretching forward. Slight away movement from Bailey, however.
Lovely start by Bailey. And this is what Bailey does. He's not express pace. He keeps it on a good line, and he gets that ball to seam. So he'll be looking to make full use of this new ball to his advantage. He's looked good the couple of games he's played.
Down the track, where's Chemo going? But the ball is taken the outside edge, taken by the keeper, Captain Tevin Imlak, diving away to his right and taking a wonderful catch to get rid of Chemo Paul. In over number 2, Essequibo in more trouble, 5 for 2. Chemo caught behind for a single.
Chemo, what have you done? Needless shot. Second over of the game. We mentioned just how impressive Bailey has been with the new ball. And he picks up another wicket inside the power play yet again.
The previous delivery was moving away after pitching, and this time it was much shorter. Chemo again down the track, advancing to the medium fast bowler. Shorter delivery, and he had to fend at it. And a healthy edge goes by at a good height to the wicket keeper and captain Tevin Imlak. So Bailey gets just his 3rd wicket this season. His first against Essequibo in the last game. 5 overs, none for 24. His 2 wickets came against Berbice, 2 for 25. Now exposing the middle order already in just the 2nd over with Kemal Savory making his way into the middle now. 5 for 2.
Right hand over 4 remaining.
Deep trouble for the guys from the Cinderella County.
Kemal Savory makes his way into the middle for Essequibo. Arguably their better batter in this side. He has his work cut out for him.
Center.
He's gotten a bit of starts in the tournament. Scored a 50-yard. And they badly need him here today in this final. Has first-class experience, but he'll be up against it. This new ball pair of Bailey and Ali Mohammed.
115 runs in the season. That 51 is best. Came against the Select 11 at Lusignan. 34 against Berbice in the opening round. And 2 days ago, 30 against Demerara right here. Average of just over 38 runs per innings. 115 runs, like I said. Here he is, about to receive from Bailey. And immediately showed him the maker's name on that bat.
Pretty impressive start by Bailey. Immediately with the left-hander on strike. See the captain making the change in the field. And Bailey so far has bowled to his field, bowled to his plan. And he's been pretty good. Savory lets that one go. Bailey and Savory, they're familiar with each other. They're on the 17 level for a game together. So familiar foes. That is the case with most of these players that are playing here today. Demerara on the front foot very early.
So Bailey is bowling within himself. Nice conditions for cricket. You had a look at the 22 yards, Dexter. What are your thoughts?
Seems a good wicket. Just a bit of moisture early on, but that's okay if you can spend some time roughly the first half an hour to hour. You should get pretty good for batting. Bailey's training line on that occasion.
So if you look at those footholds there from the northern end, those are holes that came off the boot of Ali Muhammad. So just a little bit of moisture at the top there, nothing much. And that is going to crumble, that's going to become dust in a short while.
Yeah, I agree with you. Generally, just is a bit tacky for the first few overs early on, but when that dries out, becomes pretty good for batting.
Yes, no, in the end. Turns back, Savory. So just a wide. And the big wicket of Kimo Paul in that over for Bailey. 2 overs gone, 6 for 2, Essequibo sent in. Losing the openers pretty early, but look what's to come. Hubbard, Adams, Lovell, the debutant. Captain Adams as well. Quinton Sampson. Keanu Henry, we've seen him with the ball. And Runsford beaten. So they have some amount of batting there, Dexter.
No, they have pretty good batting. But I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue here, right now, is to build a partnership, lay a platform for the other batters to come.
There's an appeal for a cotton ball. Everybody's going up except umpire Ryan Banwari. Demerara team in a huddle. 2 umpires going to consult Ryan Banwari and Nigel Duguid. What are your thoughts?
Not out if you ask me. We'll get to see it on the replay in a short while.
Yeah, look, umpire Ryan Banwari saying not out. Clearly a bomb ball.
Bang ball, as we can see there. It's a pretty good catch by Ali Mohammed. Karan. A bit of a nervous start, but he survives. Essequibo should just look to bat as long as possible. They want to be able to bat out the 50 overs.
Let's have a look again, much closer and slower. Actually came off the ground indeed, pretty hard. So that's why it went up in the air for Ali Mohammed to take a catch, but it's not off the bat. This one is off the bat, down towards mid-on, wide. Ramkaran gets off the mark. Scoring not easy so far. Lots of wides being served up by both Ali Mohammed and Bailey. So that has been helping Essequibo to 7. 3 batters and 1 each. 2 dismissed and now Ramkaran. Kemal Savory. Savory actually grew up in Rob Street, pretty close to where we are, just about 5 buildings from here. Started his youth days at the Demerara Cricket Club. Always been a live wire. Quite chatty as a wicket keeper. No. All the investment was made by his brothers, Ryan, who played in the 90s, and then Gavin, who continued, but his mom has been there as well with him. And later on in life, you see his wife and child coming out. So he's always had that family support, Kemal Savory.
Absolutely. Just want to touch a little bit on Ali Mohammed. You know, he's been pretty impressive throughout this tournament. You know, he's not the quickest by any means, but he's bowled with control, he's bowled with aggression, and he's been able to pick up wicket for the home side. So he's having a pretty good tournament, and he'll definitely want to look to continue to pick up a few more wickets as this game progresses. For Essequibo, it's just about spending time in the middle, you know, building a partnership, and laying a foundation for later on in the innings. Here we see a change in the field.
Yeah, 2 slips. And a man a bit wide. You can call it 3 slips, but the third slip is actually like a 4th slip position. Not quite at a border, at a gully. But there's a backward point as well. So lots of catching options outside the off stump for Kemal Savory, who's facing out to Ali Mohammed. So good pressure being placed on the new batter by Tevin Imlak, who's also a DCC man.
It's pretty good by Imlak. You know, in the previous games, our brother Naim Jan spoke about not being attacking enough as a captain. We've seen a different side of his captaincy here today. He's on the attacking side, looking to pick up wickets. Already gotten 2.
So that's the end of 3 overs. Ali Mohammed 1 for 6 from his 2. Essequibo sent in 7 for 2.
Pretty good start by Bailey and Ali Mohammed, picking up a wicket each. And we mentioned how impressive they have been throughout this tournament, and they've given the home side the perfect start here. So they want to continue to build on the start, you know.
That's
Put the ball in
center.
the right areas,
Ball is right hand over.
not make it easy for the batters to score, and build some pressure.
Essequibo won their opening game in convincing fashion at the Pomona ground in round number 1 when they took on Berbice. Lost their second game to the Select 11, then lost again to Demerara in their third game. But that win, that opening round win, was enough to get them into the final because Berbice lost 2, Select 11 lost 2, but the net run rate just was not enough for those teams. Bailey Sass, his second. So it's very important in a short tournament that you not only win matches, but also when you have the opportunity to close out early, to win convincingly, which is the case with Essequibo in that opening game. Demerara unbeaten and starting this final as favourites.
And the home side, they've played pretty good cricket. You mentioned they would have won all 3 of the previous games. You know, they've played like champions. And they started well here this morning.
That's typical Ramkaran style. Just playing the patience game. Not trying to be too attacking. Just allowing the ball to come to him. Steering it. Deflecting. You haven't seen him trying to blast the ball to all parts of the ground. Yourself, Dexter, plays a little bit of cricket on the east bank of Essequibo with Ramkaran. Tell us a little bit about him. We get some runs through the onside. The chase is on. So 2 more to Ramkaran. Your teammate, Dexter.
Yeah, he picks up 2 on that occasion. You know, he's been scoring a lot of runs in Essequibo cricket. It wasn't easy getting into this Essequibo side for him, I can tell you that. He has a pretty good temperament. It's not too flashy, keeps it simple.
Right ball.
It's a good timer off the ball. And it's really good to see him having an opportunity at this level. He's been around for some time. He would have played at the youth level for Essequibo. due to work, he will stop playing for some time, but he's back now, and we're happy to have him. He would have picked up a money match performance in a semi-final T20 game just recently.
Pace and bounce. He was advancing as well. Get the impression that pitch is playing too slow for some of these batters. Trying to work for some pace. Good ball from Bailey. Well bowled.
Well bowled. Uncharacteristic of Ramcharan, but it shows the pressure that the home side have been able to build. And the batters, they've already starting to feel it. Don't want to try anything too extravagant. Opportunities to score will present itself. So they just need to bat, find the middle of the bat, feel good, and get themselves in. Scoring does become a bit easy when you're set. You don't want to lose another wicket here and put your team forward into trouble.
Bailey will now switch his line of attack. He's going to go around the wicket to Savory. One slip in Akshay Prasad, still in play. Savory yet to get off the mark, so feeling some of the butterflies still in his stomach. It's a patience game. It's a numbers game as well. So Ramcharan, you mentioned his duties, his professional duties as a police officer in the immigration department based at the Cherijagan International Airport. Takes his job very serious. I guess that semi-final 100 that you're speaking of came in one of those police matches, isn't it? Consecutive dot balls to win over number 4. Essequibo sent in 11 for 2.
One thing about pitching outside. Hey, yes. Oh, huh?
Ali Mohammed will continue from the northern end. Ali Mohammed from Kitty in Georgetown. Nephew of Ricardo Ali Mohammed, who played for GCC a long time ago. Also represented Guyana in the 90s as an opening batsman alongside Nicholas de Groot. So those who remember those names, yeah, it's been that long. But his nephew now is in action. Start of over number 5. Wild swing and a miss from the police officer to start over number 5.
That's nerves for you, John. You would have faced 8 deliveries for just the 3 runs. His partner at the other end, Savory, not yet off the mark. So maybe he's starting to feel a bit of pressure. But the home side seamers have been pretty impressive.
Is that the commentator's curse? Just as you mentioned, they're impressive with this new ball. With these new balls, in fact, there he sprays one down the leg side, very wide as well.
Ali Mohammed played for the West Indies on the 19 a few years back, having the opportunity to play first class cricket early this year, having a pretty good tournament, so no doubt he's one of those players that the selectors have their eyes on. He'll pretty much fancy himself on the plane to Trinidad when that Super 50 team is selected. His performance demands a place, truth be told.
Extra bounce, good pace as well. In the opening game, he had 1 for 24, Ali Mohammed, against the Select 11. 2 for 35 against Berbice, and 2 days ago, 1 for 42. So 4 wickets before today, picking up his 5th today. So it's been among the wickets, not in a whole bunch, but he's doing a containing job with the new ball and then picking up wickets for his team as well.
Nicely played by Ramkaran. Just the 4 wickets for Ali Mohammed, but it's the manner in which he's gone about his business. He's been aggressive. He's been smart. And he has gotten a few scores with the bat as well.
Yeah, I love the term aggressive because we saw him over the season being a bit hostile, working up some pace right here at Bourda, because quite strange enough, Demerara played all of their preliminary games here, and today they are in the final again here at Bourda. And it's home venue as well for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. So we saw him doing lots of quick deliveries on the line of the body of the batters, making it uncomfortable on some occasions, like what he did in this opening over of this game to Kevon Bourda. Just a wide in the over so far. Cut away nicely, whip given, and Ramkaran takes it, but it's a fielder, third man, that is right back on the boundary. So Harry comes in and sends a good return. So just one. So wide on a single to end 5 overs. Essequibo sent in 13 for 2. $13 for 2. One of the new features here at the GCC ground. It's a scoreboard. It says 13 for 2. Overs bowled 5, overs left 45. That's as accurate as it gets, as we welcome 9 for the first time this morning.
Hi, John. Morning to all our viewers right across the globe, wherever you might be, picking up the broadcast. Nice, glorious weather conditions. Bourda is still holding out with some greenery. There are some brown patches around. Nice breeze coming across the ground.
Bailey starts his third. Naim, Essequibo sent in. Wicket in over number 1, wicket in over number 2, and now they're rebuilding. 13 for 2 in the 6th.
Well, who wants to bat? The opportunity is there. The overs are bountiful. So many overs remaining. Almost half of today you can bat if you like. And some batsmen are not taking and seizing on the opportunity, especially playing on quite a placid, even bouncing pitch.
Oh, that's pretty close. He left that on length. But what about line, officer?
Both bowlers are not bowling too badly. They're pretty average on line and length, but as you mentioned, going off track a little bit. Now, I'm glad to report to you that what I was asking for from Tevin Imlak, I'm at least seeing a measure of it, more aggression. In the game against Berbice, the Demerara side had Berbice 16 for 3, all the top order batsmen back, and there was a lack of aggression. There was no one in for the catching position. I'm seeing an improvement in the last game and today, and I wouldn't mind at having Essequibo down at 5 runs, 2 wickets, even more aggression, a psychological war.
Inside out from Ramkaran for a shot of real aggression, and will bring him a boundary. 17 for 2 now in over number 6.
I think the intention was very clear there. He wanted to go from inside out. He got it at least in the air and not exactly clearing the field by the maximum. It was but safe and to no hand, no chance. So good shot.
He got 6 runs, Ramkaran, against Berbice. Then 4 against the Select 11, but it persisted with him. Realizing that he's a much better batter than that. He got 39 in the last game against Demerara. We can see him now riding on that wave of confidence. 8 from just the boundary in the last over, 17 for 2. This is an opportunity now for someone like Kemal Savory to get some runs now. You mentioned those who want to bat has pretty much half of the day to do so. Savory coming in at the fall of the second wicket in over number 2 has that opportunity to put on a big one here as Ali Mohammed starts his 4th and begins with a wide. And we'll talk about the lack of control as well after your point on Savory.
Well, I saw Savory last year at the Intercounty making 100. I think that was at Everest. And I think he has the balance, the temperament to bat. He can bat. That day he batted for a very, very long period. Ended up with 100. So I want to wish him well. I want to wish every youngster well.
Pressure. Someone right in the eye line now. And that pretty short extra cover position. I mentioned about the lack of control with this new ball from Ali Mohammed. You see him having a lot of wides in this spell. So not that control that we want from an opening bowler. Off the mark this time, Savory. A firm push more than anything else. Get him just a single, but that's enough to get off the mark.
Well, talking about control, John, there's so many academies and studies being done, help with coaches, biomechanic, even welders. I think the West Indies have been providing over the past 2 decades for their bowlers. Malcolm Marshall going, I think it was to Australia as the coach, bowling coach, and he said it seems as though no matter what you tell the bowlers, they're not adhering to the advice. I'm wondering if it's an issue of comprehension or denial.
Leg cut again from Ali Mohammed. So not getting into the middle of the bat, Ramkaran. But he's fighting. Gutsy player, Ramkaran. Perdika Salem on the East Bank of Essequibo, that's his club. Plays for Police as well. And I'm very impressed, I'll tell you something. Oh, that one came back nicely. That's the other one. Exaggerated inward movement after pitching. This is good stuff from Ali Mohammed now.
Just coming back to the point, I don't think that the West Indies have been starved of technical help. They've had from psychologists. They've had, when I heard about biomechanic, I thought about motor cars being repaired in a mechanic shop. So we've had all of that since the 90s. People giving pep talk. bowling coach, fielding coach, batting coach, a whole aircraft full of officials and technical people have been flying around with us. But the youngsters need a lot of help, and I hope that the Guyana Cricket Board and the West Indies Cricket Board, and I guess they have their people who are looking for those players that need a lot of help.
Do you remember they had team psychologists as well, then physiotherapist, training, strength and conditioning, video analyst. 7 gone, 19 for 2.
Beautiful, John, to remind me of all of that. Video analyst, very important. And I'm so disappointed. There's so much of abounding talent in some of the youngsters, especially, and I'll single out Chemo Paul as someone who has an amazing ability that we know what he can do. And he needs, maybe not chemotherapy, but some kind of therapy. Any batsman that pre-calculates, I'm hitting you the next ball you bowled. And that's what happened today. That's what even happened at the CPL. That happened last year's inter-county, because I was fortunate to have had the opportunity to describe him. And it's just incidentally, maybe, every time he got out were premeditated shots. He had 1 wicket already down today. Nice pitch to bat on. He just came down the wicket, charging, flashing.
Bailey continues. Got the wicket of Chemo Paul in his first over. 1 for 8 so far for the right arm seamer.
Bailey knows that he's not tear away fast. So, and no doubt about it, I'm looking at him maybe for the second time. And he works on his line and length.
This is peeling off the outside edge. It's in the air. Raymond Perez does not get hand to it. Chance being created. We just mentioned about the players having the opportunity to bat and bat long. Kemal Savory almost giving his hand away. Look at the take on Bailey. Wanted to hit him over extra cover. Got big on him. Spent a long time in the air, but Perez just could not hold on.
But I don't know. I can't fathom the thinking and the psychology of the players sometimes. I wonder if they ever stop to think that the last time we checked, the ICC still, they have 6 balls, legitimate balls in an over. Sometimes you get 7, sometimes 8. And so the amount of deliveries left that you have the opportunity to face, there is absolutely no need for injudicious shots at this stage of the game. Tej Narain, they should take a page out of his book.
Ashmed Ned will be relishing the opportunity to have a bowl here. Pretty economical this season. Yeah, calculated risks we've seen from Tej Narain Chandapal. But that one, where did that come from? Frustration, you may want to say, from Savory. This one is pulled, but not with a lot of conviction, and given another chance. Richie looked not there. That short mid-wicket position, that forward square position really, just could not hold on. Another chance going down. Savory living a charmed life now. Dropped on 2, now dropped on 3.
Well, I've seen so many times, John, when a great batsman at the international stage are given those kind of chances, you bet your dollar that you're going to pay for that.
So Bailey again looking for more success from Karan. Will not be tempted. So Bailey, like you said, bowling within himself, but that's a short ball previously. Savory looking to pull, and because of the lack of pace, he rolled his finger like an off spinner. Bailey, lack of pace, and Savory was into the pole pretty early, and the ball just lobbed over the head of Look Not. He got a hand to it. but just couldn't hold on. Three runs in over number 8, 22 for 2.
Nice wind. I don't think the last 2 games we had this amount of breeze. And it's coming from the direction northeast. Maybe just a little bit more towards the northern side. But it's a fair wind, absolutely blue skies. So I think we've been having gross and extreme sunshine over the past month or so, getting hotter and hotter. So we're delighted when there's a nice wind coming into your face in the commentary box. Want to say good morning to our technical boys, Andrew, Joshua, the whole clique in the com box. They've been doing a fantastic job. Andrew 1 and Andrew 2. And I remember a great former cricketer telling me on commentaries, you don't have to be good looking to do well. And I've seen it happen in the world.
Change of bowling from the northern end. Ahmed Ned for the first time today. So Ned coming in. Taking over from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who sent down 4 overs in his opening spell. Pick up the wicket of Kevon Bourda. 4 overs, 1 for 10. How was that?
I think it was good. There were spurts inside of that spell where he was losing it and spraying it down the leg side. So I think what Tevin Imlach is doing is ease and press. Do not over-exhaust his major fast bowler in the side. He's going to probably giving a stint, 3 separate stints.
Slight room outside his off stump. So now he's turning to the second most economical bowler of the tournament, Ahmed Ned. 2 wickets at 2.19 per over. Just 2 wickets, but his economy rate has been something to savor. He's just behind Richie Lucknow in terms of economy. Lucknow also picking up 2 wickets at 2.04. Bounce off the outside edge. Will it have enough to go into the boundary at third man? Yes, it does. So not a boundary. This time off the outside edge of Ramkaran. 4 more.
I don't think Ramkaran set out to achieve what he achieved. I don't think he wanted to slash at it. I did not see that he was angling the bat in any particular way to deliberately lift it over the slip cordon. It was pure outside edge, but safe.
He's now into double figures, Ramkaran. 2 boundaries. 1 inside out over extra cover, this time off the outside edge. Ned, in his first game, 10 overs, 6 maidens, 10 runs, no wicket. That was against Berbice. And 2 days ago, 9.4 overs, 2 for 33 against Essequibo. Did not play round number 1 against the Select 11. It's been very economical. 10 overs, 6 maidens. About to finish his opening over, 5 conceded already.
But there has been a steady improvement and progress in Ahmed Ned's. That's the end of the over, nevertheless. 9 overs gone, 27 for 2. He's won himself a contract at the CPL and 2024. So he has been progressing. He's full of more like guile. He's not a venomous spinner of the ball, but certainly has been marking his name in the Caribbean turf. So there you go, Essequibo sent into bat 27 for 2. And 2 wickets gone. Ali Mohammed 1, Bernard Bailey 1. And there you have the scorecard. Kanhaya Ramkaran 12, not out. Kemal Savory 5. Kevin Bourda and Kimo Paul, the batsmen, out. It's quite a quiet morning, and after the dismissal of the 2 batsmen, Kimo Paul and Kevin Bourda, there's been a lull, no more progress from Demerara. The batsmen have been consolidating, but they are still been playing bad shot selection.
Bailey now for his 5th. Continues round the wicket. I think he's given us extra over because of what happened in the last over he bowled, but he almost picked up the wicket of Kemal Savory. So it's Savory back on strike. Imlak telling Bailey, let's try again. This is an opportunity. You still have a chance to pick up Savory.
Well, it'd be good to see what's the thinking of Tevin Imlak, or is it that he wants one side, one end with spin, retain or maintain pace at the other end? Good delivery. That one came back from outside the line of the off stump. But Savory was equal to the task. His bat and pad were very, very close together. Nice compact shot. I've not seen Savory playing such erratic strokes in the last year or so. He was given 2 chances in the short innings today.
So Imlak has removed the slip, but there's a field at short third. The city mid wicket without the helmet. This time he goes full treatment through the onside. And it's going to go into the boundary for 4.
Nice shot, sweet spot. And don't forget he was coming into the left-handed body of Savory. So good shot. He's nice to take the tension, breaking the shackles, and as I said, easing the tension. They were being put under some pressure. And Tevin Imlak should not allow the batsmen to feel any form of relaxation. No respite. It should be just attacking them, even if it's a psychological warfare. You had them with 2 wickets down, 5 runs. Do not make them go in comfort zone.
Quick single now. Good response from Ramkaran. You expect the police officer to run quickly.
Well, towards a thief, but he's running away from us here. Have you seen the pastor? I was looking for him this morning. I miss him.
I understand he's given the day off, but will pop by a bit later on.
Around lunchtime, you guess? Good morning, Pastor. Just miss you in the commentary box. Let's look at Bailey here and what will be his next move. He's coming over the wicket now.
I love the temperament of Ramkaran. So much happening around him when he's on phase. Just like if he has the rest of the day and tomorrow to bat. Full face of the bat. Not looking to take any chances at all against Bernard Bailey, who perhaps is in his final over. So maybe he has realized that. I just want to see him out.
I'm watching to see whether Tevin Imlak would want to bring Ali Mohammed to replace Bailey at this end.
Nice away movement again. That's 10 overs gone. Essequibo sent in this championship match. 32 for 2.
Beautiful day, though. And really, absolutely blue skies up there. There are some dotted clouds, very low down. There's no threat of rain. Some people would welcome rain in Guyana because of the extended dry weather season. Indrajit, welcome. You live among farmers, you yourself do some stuff. But what about water supply? Is it running down for the farmers?
Not at all. We have a good reservoir in the MMA scheme, so that's providing much needed water for cash crop and fruit farmers. Rice farmers are now harvesting, so they need this kind of condition. So they are going to feel pretty happy. Until now, there is no negative effect whatsoever.
I understand there are new yields of rice coming out to maximize production. And I was also reading about more acreage. Guyana is going really big time in agriculture.
Yes, Dr. Mahendra Prasad, the chief scientist at the Rice Research Station in Bourda, recently launched a new variety called GRDB 18. It's a high yielding variety, a longer grain as well.
Good to hear about all these things. You pick up the newspapers. What I like is the diversification, utilizing oil money. I'm very pleased to read those things to back up the economy in other areas. Swept away down towards fine leg. This is going to go all the way. Nice calculated shot there from Savory. It's good to see him more. The sobriety he's displaying after being given 2 chances, Jeet. I like to see this, more control in his stroke play.
Yeah, that was outside the line of the leg stump and well played by Kemal Savory. Nobody down there, so he picked the right delivery to play the sweep shot. Got it fine too. Deliberate shot by Kemal Savory. And now you're talking about agriculture. Man must live, so therefore he must eat. And food is so essential.
I know, we're launched on a ambitious program to cut the entire Caribbean food supply bill by some 25% this year. Nice flowing little drive there from Savory. I'm glad to see that he's touching that kind of form. Picks up 2, but nice flowing drive.
Yes, and he got around the ball nicely in the meat of the bat. And Bourda is not that lightning fast that we are accustomed to. On the heavy side, the reason why is that the grass has not been clipped right down to the soil. On another day, that would have gone away for 4. But I agree with you, just looking so much a different player, Kemal Savory, after given those 2 chances.
Ashmead seems to always have something up his sleeve, and he likes using the faster ball. I like the kind of variety and his thinking.
Yes, he's a smart bowler and continues to make good stride in his youthful development.
Cramped for space. Good bowling, good delivery.
Yes, there are some festivities going on there at Shiv Chandrapal Drive. That's a bride. Yeah, I'm not too certain where the bridegroom is. Maybe she's just making her entrance to the church there. That's good to be. Good celebration. Tucked into the onside here by Savory, and they get the single. I understand an invitation has been made to the commentary team now.
We'd have to play it by ear because I'm not seeing the groom. Let's wait and see what happens. End of the over, 39 for 2.
And look here, Essequibo, they are rebuilding. Tough time. They're under serious pressure, losing 2 of their best batters, the likes of Kimo Paul and Kevon Bourda. I think Bourda was softened up by a short delivery that cannon into the back of the left shoulder, and the very next delivery he popped another short one back up the track for Ali Mohammed to take an easy catch. On the other hand, Kimo Paul, you know, he showed very early coming down the track, so the bowler adjusted, short delivery, looking to fend it off the body. He too went via a catch, and that places serious pressure on the skipper along with Ramkaran. I think Ramkaran Naim looks very, very solid. I would like to see him in an Essequibo 4-day team. I think he has all the ingredients, to blossom there. Technique looks to be a good one, and he has been solid, just 12 from 32. But I think at this stage of the game, that's a requirement. That's an FL Sports drone, no doubt taking out some pictures there.
I hope it's operating within the precincts of the law.
No illegality whatsoever.
And knowing John as well, he would not indulge. So another change. Richie Loknot had a long spell his last game here 2 days ago. Very economical, a bit flat in his bowling, not a lot of flight to induce mistakes from the batsmen.
But he's like you're right, Naeem. He's very, very economical. You can count on him to keep the runs down. Good-looking drive all the way down towards long off of the bat of Savory. A little misfielding there, looking and exploring for a second run. It's not on. And so far, these two looks good. 2 wickets in the first 2 over. That's serious pressure.
I'm looking at what Tevin Imlach is up to here. So he's bringing a short extra cover. So he's going to have a loaded offside field for Richie Loknot. Richie Loknot has a lot of control, but he's coming into the right-handed Ramkaran. So they're going to have that, I guess, a long on. There's a mid-wicket I'm seeing.
Yes, and they must have spotted something in the batting of Ramkaran. He's been clustered on the offside field, a string of fielders there. So they're asking him to either go over the top or play a dot delivery. And looking to go over the top this time, Ramkaran. Maybe a tick inside edge onto the pad, and it squirts away into the offside field. So that is exactly the plan. And Ramkaran almost fell for the trap, didn't connect it the way he wanted.
He was slightly deceived too in the air.
Good. Naim, this is good bowling by Richie Loknot. We were seeing him yesterday and the day before on the flat side. Now he's not afraid. He's tossing the ball up a little further. No doubt bowling to his field. These are good signs from the off spinner. Just like that. Drawing Ramkaran into the defensive shot. So he's making him think twice. But I think the radar is telling Ramkaran you can go over the top.
I recall the off spinners, Clyde Butson, end of the over, 40 for 2, and Roger Harper. They will never bowl without that forward short leg. I'm not, apparently Tevin Imlach is not inclined for that, nor a silly point, especially if you have the upper hand and you have the batting side under some pressure.
Good observation. One of the things, though, Naeem, is that the likes of Roger and Clydie, they were taller guys. They had longer fingers. So the height in which they come from, that is what makes the difference. More bounce off the pitch, especially when they flight it. So then your forward short leg and your silly point maybe comes into reckoning. Richie on the shorter side, he's not flighting it like those guys. A little bit flat, but was good to see him put a little bit more flight in that over. Was an excellent over.
Inside edge. Looking for a drive to go straight down towards long off. Took the inside edge and went out on the onside. Not in absolute command. Deceived there from Ashmead Ned.
Might have gotten a little bit of spin from it, not too much whatsoever. That's the reason why he dragged it away into the onside field. Speaking to the lads in the Essequibo team this morning, they were high on confidence. They feel they can take this one here. Demerara, they're the defending champions. And so far, I think Demerara is just winning the battle. They've picked up those 2 wickets. And as far as the economy rate is concerned, very stingy.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
All of a sudden, I seem to think of my body past the Kissoon. I wonder where he is, behind the pulpit perhaps. Good morning to you.
Nothing. Yes.
Short, but not lifting sufficiently for Ramcharan. So he even had to crouch a little bit as he tried to execute that through the onside. Kept a little bit low there on him.
Oh, lovely net here.
That was an excellent delivery and well played by Ramcharan too. Judged it, waited on it, did not look to, force the delivery. Oh, that should have been taken. Valiant effort though. Akshaya Prasad down at first slip there. Flew off the top of the bat in a hurry. Great effort. Not good enough. And he lives to survive, Naeem.
Yes, another chancy shot there. We have not seen a lot of chancy stroke play from Ramcharan, but definitely he was deceived there. And I'm not certain whether that touched the hands of Akshaya. It seemed to me at this level that that's a catch that should have been taken.
Yeah, and our commentary box is blessed with the presence of one of the executive member of the Berbice Cricket Board, Mr. Leslie Solomon. And I know Leslie and his team, their president there, Dr. Cecil Bihari, they have plans. They've been trying their best to develop Berbice cricket and following their team, and that's good to see, Naeem.
But Berbice have always been hard workers on their cricket. There's no doubt about that. It would be interesting to hear from him. I've seen some write-up on social media about the lack of first division or longer version of the game, what's happening, what's in the train. I guess all those are things they will be sorting out, because these players simply, they just want to play T20s.
Oh, lovely.
Not a good delivery there, Ashmead Ned. Good over. He's gone now 3 overs, 14 runs. Good spell there so far from Ashmead Ned.
Yes, Ned, 3 overs, none for 14. He continues to bowl pretty well. And, Naeem, sometimes you go to sponsors, and this is what I know, it's a fact. So I'm not drawing anything, from under the table. You ask them to sponsor a 50-over competition. They're more inclined in doing a T20. So when we talk about the longer version of the game, that, I think that must come to develop our players. It will take another effort by all. When I say all, we're talking about communities, different villages, the different boards. We're talking about clubs. And, all must put the weight together if these things are going to happen. And it has not only happened in Guyana, across the Caribbean as well. After many years, the Leeward Islands, they have restarted a 2-day cricket competition. So it has been absent in different parts of the region. And the major thing you hear, that's a good-looking shot, hit pretty hard indeed, down towards wide, long off. But he took up the challenge this time to one that is floated a little bit closer. I think Richie Loknath shall not mind that at all.
He's got a long off. I'm not certain under the commentary box if there's someone here. But he definitely is calculatingly, he's continuing to bowl to Ramcharan and Savory with calculating ideas and precision. And he's been succeeding. They have not been able to put the ball over the boundary. But I'll say to Essequibo, you've got well over 100 deliveries left, so you have a long time to bat and seize the opportunity.
Yes, the strategy that they are going to use in this difficult period, maintaining the partnership going, and the bowlers, I think, from Demerara, they have bowled pretty well. They have maintained nagging line and length, the short ball. Most of them would have been good. Some went down for wides, but you can understand they're looking for wickets. And in that extra effort, you can go for wides as well. But they have made inroads, and they have been bowling pretty well. Spinners along with the medium fast. Big swing, has he edges? It looks as though he has edged it, and Savory goes. Big swing at it, outside the line of the off stump. Move the shade from the left hander. The feint is of edges, and good catch by Akshaya Prasad for the trouble here for the Essequibo team. They have now lost their third wicket in over number 14 with the score on 43. Look at this one. The off spinner gets it to move away from him. Well bowled, Richie Loknath. And Savory fell for the dal puri and the duck curry there outside the line of the off stump, and he has to go.
Well, that brings on drinks as well. But it's the frustration. I think you mentioned the word earlier on that you could have seen the frustration in the batsmen. And I don't know, but they've got 37 overs, 36 plus overs left. Multiply that by 6 balls. You may have some no balls and wides in the middle. Check the amount of batting available to them. And that you should not, I didn't expect that from Savory, not from Kemo Paul, not from the frontline batsmen. Some of them got out, of course, to decent deliveries. But it's the whole concept of wanting to bat for a long time. It's absolutely missing. So, a break outside. Should we be taking a small break in the commentary box?
Him like a 3 overs down, right? That's leg. Bowler's right hand over. 3 remaining.
All right, we're back here at the Bourda cricket ground, and that's Anthony Adams. He has come out into the middle, and one can understand this because Ricardo Peters, one of their chief batters, he continued to struggle with a hamstring injury, and that happened in the previous match that was played right here. Ramkaran is on 14. We're in over number 14. It's 43 for the loss of 3. And the right arm off spin of Richie Loknath continues from this end. Adams looks quite competent there. Stretching forward, easy pace delivery. Not too big spin. Smothers it, plays it away into the offside.
That seemed to be going down the leg side. Anthony Adams is a very sensible batsman. I wonder if he calculated. They've got approximately 216, 17 balls to bat, and those are legitimate deliveries. You can easily get 200 runs from that. Nice flowing shot. He's going to pick up at least 2 runs here. Ned comes off the long off boundary to his left.
Thing, right?
And he looked very stylish as he played that shot. Lots of flamboyance. Didn't look to hit it too hard. 14 overs gone. It's 45 for the loss of 3.
I think Adams, as I said, is a very, very sensible cricketer, bowling as well as fielding, and when he's at the crease, he's having a little discussion there. We're having a little view of the old media center, and that's not so old. I think that's sometime in the 90s, and we were functioning before that building has been demolished. Have a look at the batting board there for you, the scorecard.
Yes, Kevin Bourda, I think he's going to feel disappointed with the way he out. Soft dismissal. So too Kimo Paul. Savory spent some time out in the middle. Not his fluent self. He himself suffered. Got 2 chances. Played some airy-fairy shots. Some good ones in between. And the last delivery he faced was a little off-spinner turning away from him. The edge found and the catch taken by Akshaya Prasad. Good catch. And now, Lord, he has been excellent in inter-county cricket, playing for clubs in Demerara as well. This youngster is on a high. He understands the game, he understands his limitation, and he teases his bowler just about outside the line of the off stump and on off stump. And they have brought him rich rewards. He has taken wickets.
We have a proliferation of spinners, especially from Guyana and other territories.
Oh, lovely.
I don't like the idea when the Ramkaran seems to be going onto the back foot. That ball kept a little bit low. There's no forward short leg. There's no silly point. Just stretch forward. Going onto the back foot can be dangerous.
And he's going to get a single this time down towards wide third man region. One of the things with Ram Karan here, Naeem, I think he's looking to read the ball off the pitch and not necessarily off the hands of the batter. If his judgment is good, that he can read the length of the delivery, well, then he becomes comfortable playing it on the back foot, judging the bounce as well.
That one is short. So Anthony, and it's almost down the leg side. So he had sufficient time to just turn the wrist on it. That brings up the 50. For the loss of 3, that might be a little ease in the minds of the 2 batters out there. And I hope that they, for the sake of good cricket, that they can keep batting on. Adams need to spearhead this.
Yes, 50 for the loss of 3. That is going to be welcome anytime. That 50 adds a different variety to the game.
Oh, lovely. Ball.
Yes, sir. Over 200 deliveries. You want me to shout it out so you can hear? You've got available time on your hand. Just bat.
That's a nice little tickle. He played it late, waited on the ball to bounce. Akshaya Prasad is after it there. And they will come back and complete 2. That's the reason why he stayed on the back foot. He judged the bounce nicely and the ball going down the leg side. He's in good form, Anthony Adams. I saw him bat against the ACS Fall Tour of Guyana. And then he made a 60 in the first match against Berbice at Pomona. So he's no rabbit with the bat. 15 years at inter-county cricket, under 15 cricket, under 19 and playing for his country. That's a long time to be playing cricket. He has learnt over the years, and that's the good thing.
Oh, lovely. Ball.
The previous shot that he tickled, that was deliberate. There's no fine leg, no short fine leg. And Akshaya had to run all the way from the solitary slip position. I would have liked to see them challenge that first run faster, and if possibly the doors would have been open for a third. That's the end of over number 15, 52 for 3. I'm going to leave you, G. Dexter will join you.
Yes, and what lovely sight here at Bourda. We're seeing some vehicular traffic down on that's North Road, Church Street area. Beyond that, Queenstown, lots of vegetation there as well. Savory gone for 21. And Kanaya Ramkaran continues to battle out in the middle. 45 deliveries for his 15 runs. And just joined by Anthony Adams. I too have been joined in the commentary box by Dexter George. Hello to you, Dexter. 52 for the loss of 3. You have great faith in Essequibo cricket, don't you?
Wonder why you said that. Well, I'm the home side with the upper hand at the moment. Scribble lost 2 early wicket. A nice little partnership between Savory and Ramkaran. Savory was dismissed a short while ago.
That was a good looking cut shot, but didn't get the purchase he wanted to. He wants to get it to the left of Tejnarine Chandapol at backward point. He did not there, Ramkaran. Another dot. I ask you that because I know you play cricket in Parika, don't you? That's a part of Essequibo.
Yeah, that's true. You know, LBW shout, not out. That one clearly going down the onside. But yeah, you know, I've been listed as standby as Essequibo team.
So you see the reason why I ask you, right?
Prior to that, I would have played all my cricket youth level for Demerara. And you know, making the transition to the Essequibo County has been a fruitful one so far for me.
Glad to hear that, and there are much more good news coming up because the Guyana Cricket Board will be launching not long from now. I think it's the KH1 Guyana T20 League. Tickle away into the onside, down towards backward square, and they're coming back for the second, and that's a bad return coming in there, but I guess had to do a lot of work there, Tevin Imlak, and had to whip the one gloves. There's some mittens there on the hand, and he just didn't get the control he wanted it. Gets 2 more. Good running between the wickets this time. They're going to be 6 franchise team. 2 weeks of competition with a lot of matches. You're looking forward for that?
Once I'm selected, absolutely.
Well, I think it's some 90 odd players that will be contracted. 16 overs gone, 54 for the loss of 3, and that's a lot of players. Talking 90 players being contracted. They're going to be paid for playing the game of cricket. You bring a professional aspect as far as earning is concerned. And I hope that cricketers in Guyana are looking for that. Lots of cricket to come. Then we have the Global T20 League that will be hosted in Guyana for the first time. All matches will be played at the National Stadium. Amazon Warriors is a part of that. That's the home of Cricketer GCC here. That's the main pavilion. There is where cricket talks happen. Devon Lord continues.
Nothing. One Peter done.
You made mention of the amount of cricket that will be played, and that's pretty good. You mentioned the Global T20 that will be launched and played in Guyana at the National Stadium. That's pretty exciting news for Guyana.
Yeah, lots of bounce off the pitch from Devon Lord. There was a shout of catch it, but it fell far away from the solitary slip in Akshaya Prasad. I think he controlled it reasonably well there, Anthony Adams. Oh, edging again to the right of Akshaya Prasad in the slip cord, and it goes away down towards fine third man for a single. Twice picking up the edge there. Wondering Akshaya might just be thinking, let me go a little bit wide.
Very well bowled there by Lard. Luckily, it did not go to hand for Adams. You know, he continues to bat. He's on to 6. Ramkaran continues to battle away.
Oh, lovely.
Not scoring at a healthy rate, but at least he's there still. And while he's there,
Keep going, man. Keep going here,
that
boys.
gives Essequibo the hope of batting out these 50 overs. They do have a lot of batting to come
Nothing. Bold, but
Yes, and while you want to see them bat out the 50 overs, sometimes it works against you when it's block and block and block.
last ball.
And then you get yourself out without any run on the board. So it's important you look for scoring opportunities as well. I just want to see Ram Karan use his feet a little bit more, get to the pitch of the delivery, not of every ball. He has to decide what he's going to do, whether he's going to play deep in the crease, where you can manipulate the ball for a single. So far, it isn't happening. 17 overs gone. Essequibo sent into bat. They're 55 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, with a projected score of just 162 at this rate, no doubt they'll be looking to pick up that scoring rate. But at the same time, you don't want to play with too much risk and give the opposition chance to pick up wicket. At this point, as
Yes.
it is, they just need to build a partnership and bat for a long period. You do have guys that can clear defense easily that are still in the hut, so no need to panic. Ramkaran recently, I was mentioned earlier, scored 100 in the T20 game, so he can definitely shift gears. But I think he's just batting the situation here, and he just needs to spend some time with his captain out in the middle at this point in time.
Yes, and he's been doing it. Maybe he's batting within the game plan. And he's very, very solid, Ram Karan. Has a good technique as well. And he's been adjudged LBW. Yesterday's umpire Nigel Dugid, the left arm orthodox bowler Garvin Ned has gotten a wicket here. And Ashmit Ned, rather. Why did I say Garvin? That's my Maikoni man, his dad who played cricket for Guyana. And Anthony Adams has to go. He's gone for 7 from 11. That's a big blow.
So you look at that one, seems to be going down. So good wicket for Demerara. Anthony Adams will call himself unlucky to be given out LBW there. But he has to go for 7. The home side continue to form in the grip on this game.
Yeah, I think that was a harsh decision there. But in the mind of umpire Nigel Dugid, he had a good look and he decided that the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. We are watching replay on the screen, the monitor, and it shows clearly it was definitely going down the leg side. But the umpire does not have that advantage. He has to make a decision. It wasn't a case where he just popped the dreaded finger, took some time, studied everything, and then decided, you know what, it was going on to hit the stumps. The unfortunate fellow there, Anthony Adams, has gone. This has brought Ricardo Adams there. He's a very, very good player.
He is. But he's
Yeah,
under
that's
some
center.
enormous pressure here to
Bowlers
get a
left
score
hand
for
round.
his side.
4 remaining.
Has batted well in the tournament, being a bit reckless at times. But his team needs one of those mature innings from him here today.
Well, he was in good spirits this morning, practicing out in the middle. Had a little chat with him. He's confident there. He looked refreshed after that last match. It is left to be seen now what plan he's going to work out against the left arm of spinner bowling into him. And no doubt he might very well go after him. You never know. But all it calls for, Dexter, is just sensible cricket.
Absolutely. Ricardo does like to hit boundaries. He's a smart cricketer as well, and we hope he apply one of those smart innings here for his side because they're in desperate need of such an innings from him. If there's anyone that can change the scoring rate and get Essequibo up to a respectable total, will be that guy.
Yeah, he's a strong fella. Squeezed away down past the first slip, bisecting the backward point. Raymond Perez gingers after it. They get the single. So he's off the mark with 1. Always good as a batter when you come off that dreaded, what they call duck.
I'll tell you what, he'll be more than happy to get off the mark with his second ball face. He's generally a nervous starter. It may not seem that way at times, but he is. nicely bowled. You know, I watched the previous game that these two teams would have played just 2 days ago, and the line of attack they use to control Rankaran. They've generally bowled a lot straighter to him, recognizing that he dominates scoring on the offside. You know, they've taken that scoring area away from him. They've packed the offside field, and they've said to him, if you're good enough, pierce the gap. He's been unable to do so thus far. As another over, 18th over comes to end. 56 for 4, Essequibo.
So wherever you are across the globe, especially our friends in Essequibo and Demerara who are competing in this Guyana Cricket Board Super 50 inter-county 50 overs competition, you know, keep watching, have faith in your boys. They're giving a good account of themselves so far. Fighting, they're struggling. 56 for 4, but you never know. 1 or 2 overs or 3 overs can change the whole complexion of this game. Beautiful county, Essequibo. I guess you would have had great moments there.
Yeah. Spice.
Have you ever gone to the mainstay lake in Essequibo?
Yeah, do it. Watch.
I did. Lovely place.
Actually, watch. Satch, come in here.
You know, I
Oh,
didn't
shit. No, stay,
get
Satch,
the
stay.
chance
Hey,
to take a swim, because, you know, we went after practice session and I did not walk with extra clothing.
Why you not swim naked in the water, Dexter? That's what a lot of people do in the countryside, man. Bare brief. And they have a good swim. There's a Itirishabi Lake in Essequibo. I think that's hot and cold. So many bright spots in Essequibo.
We're in Devon.
Hello to you guys. Our dear friend.
Catch it.
Wasida Bacchus. She's playing a major role in Region 2 Sports Committee. Lots of different kinds of sports they're organizing there, and that's good to hear. We wish their tape ball competition all the best. I think that starts today in Essequibo. They'll bring a number of communities together.
Nothing.
Another good delivery, right on target. And tomorrow we're heading up east at the Blairmont Community Center, the Muslim Youth Fest, Region 5. And I think teams from across the Muslim community in Guyana going out there. Short, a leaping effort down at square cover, out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. And they will complete to, well, that was so ever close, 100% effort.
It's a good effort by Sachin Singh. That one played in the air by Ramkaran. In the last few overs, we've seen a few area shots by Ramkaran not gone to hand.
And you see that bounce? Devon Lord is getting good bounce off this pitch. So that tells too that he's making use of the surface. And with his skills,
Oh, lovely, Lord.
another one just tossed it a little further. So good variety here by the left arm spin.
And it's pretty good cricket by Demerara. You know, they still have a catching slip. The short extra cover, you know, he's in catching. So too is the short mid wicket. So they're clearly on the attack here.
Now he has very, very good eyesight, the right-handed Ramkaran. Getting back and taking a ball off the body and punching it down towards cover. Can't score. 19 overs gone. It's 59 for the loss of 4.
Lovely conditions here at the Bourda Swad. You know, lovely outfield. Not as fast as it used to be, the Bourda ground,
Right hand round.
but it's still in pretty good condition.
Listen, look at the wonderful weather conditions. Those are nice cotton wool-like clouds. No threat of rain whatsoever. And that's a tower. I think one of the telephone companies in Guyana. One communication, I've been told. But a lot of people is on that one communication.
See the Essequibo scorecard thus far. Just one substantial partnership that was between Savory and Ramkaran. A score of 40. Risky shot by Ricardo Adams. Played that one off of the off stump. Got it through the slip on the keeper. Luckily.
Yeah, has to be careful here because there is a slip, and that's the reason why Richie Loknot is putting a little bit more pace on the ball and touching down just outside the line of the off stump with a little away movement from the spinner. Good delivery this time, right on target, right at the stumps. Adams more circumspect this time. Solid defensive shot. Essequibo needs Ricardo Adams to come to the party for them today.
Nicely played. Backward of square. Gets one. Turns for a second. Too hard to his total. So he's looking good. He's not being bogged down. Played a few good looking shots already.
Yeah, that was a fine shot. Nothing wrong with it. Kept it down too. Controlled it nicely. He got the width outside the line of the off stump, however, and he played well.
A bit too short from Loknot on that occasion. Adams unable to seize on the opportunity. But I tell you what, Adams does struggle a bit with the ball that goes away from him. So for Demerara, this is a matchup they'll be hoping to work in their favor. Well bowled by Richie. And these two players, Loknot and Adams, they're quite familiar with each other. Played a lot of cricket at the youth level. Also plays a lot of cricket up the Essequibo side too. So they're familiar with each other.
Over.
And that's another fine delivery to bring the over to an end. 20 overs gone. 63 from 4. Dexter, you continue to chat away and you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
Let go, boys. Let go. Quick here, boys. Let move, man.
As we see the batters, have the little mid-pitch conversation. No doubt they're talking about how do they approach the innings from here on. 20 overs completed, 63 for 4 on the board. And the match has been dominated by the home side thus far. Essequibo does have a lot of batting to come. And it will be Devon Lard to continue the attack from the northern end. He's been impressive thus far.
Oh, lovely, bud. Lovely, Lordy.
Quite dogged is Ramkaran. Scoring rate of just over 3 runs per over.
Keep going, Lordy.
Ramkaran just about the same. 19 from 62 deliveries in terms of his strike rate.
Nothing. Nice.
The coaches always say once you're in the middle, runs will come.
Keep going.
They've lost 4 crucial wickets.
Nicely played straight to the fielder at point. Can't get it away. It's Ramkaran. He's beginning to look a bit edgy. But his job is just to bat and to bat as long as possible. Not to worry. Oh, nicely played. Finds the gap on this occasion. 4 more. This is what you want when you're batting for some time, Been given a bad ball, been off with some width, and making full use of that opportunity. 4 runs.
Don't get away.
I just love to see him rotate the strike a bit more in these middle overs. Another dot ball. But he's beginning to look a lot more confident at the crease. He'll be the one man that they look to bat through this innings.
Diving over it, but not able to stop it. Ramkaran accelerating at the right time, you'd want to say. Giving some room outside his off stump, and he's taking it. 2 to end the over. 21 gone. 69 for 4.
There we take a look at the Essequibo camp. Not a lot of smiles in that dugout.
Also, we take a look at the aerial view here of Bourda. Quiet outside on Regent Road. But look at the Manhattan building up as well. 4 wickets there. Too early, then a consolidation. Essequibo dressing room. You mentioned worried look. Coach Rayon De Costa smiling away, however. Look, North starts his 4th over. So Ricardo Adams started the tournament with 60 against Berbice, 24 against the Select 11, got 26 2 days ago against Demerara.
Adams has played that shot a few times. Gotten a few runs, but he needs to be careful. Now the ball is spinning away from him. Can easily not be in control and take the outside edge. Now there is a slip in place.
Giving himself room to cut. Cutting hard. And a half stop from Perez. So looking to really up the ante now. Ricardo Adams realizing that need a score for his side to defend later. He has gotten stars this season. 1/2 century. Strike rate of just over 100. So he's among 4 batters in the 100 club. Chandapal, Akshaya, Kemal Savory, and now himself. Look at the timing. Good control from Ramkaran this time. Nudging it around. He's looking better now as he goes deep into his innings. Projected score 166. It's hovering around that 160 mark because they're not able to score a lot of runs. One thing the projected score in this software does not take it into consideration is the number of wickets the side has lost. They just look at the scoring rate. So Essequibo losing 4 of their top batters, 72 for 4.
Ever since Adam came to the crease, he's looked positive. He's played with intent. And clearly Ramkaran feeding off of his energy and has looked a bit more assured and positive in the last few overs. Starting to rotate the strike a lot more, and this is good to see.
Yeah, partnerships are important, and I guess Ricardo Adams just speaking to him, giving him the license to say, you know what, get your feet close to the ball, drive it some amount of conviction, look for the gaps, run the first one hard. You need someone to really encourage you sometimes, and I guess Ramkaran is getting a good partner now. Might have had it before, but just did not have the confidence. Confidence is there with him now. 72 for a loss of 4.
Game nicely poised out in the middle. Essequibo desperate for a big partnership, as we see Norman the Juice Man.
Norman Welch. He's in a Demerara top. No doubt supporting the home side. Always with some advice for one of the teams or some of the players. He's a big fan of Guyana. Guyana's cricket. Loves Leon Johnson.
No.
Top score so far. Ramkaran 27, Savory made 21. 72 for 4.
Hey.
Wicket apiece for Ali Mohammed, Bailey, Ned, and
Go, Machu.
Richie Look Not.
Last day, sir.
Akshay Prasad will have his first opportunity with ball now. Coming from the northern end, the former media center end, the North Road end. Starts with a wide full toss and duly dispatched. Well played, Ricardo Adams, helping himself to an easy boundary.
Not the start the skipper would have hoped for from Akshaya. But he has been good with ball in hand throughout this tournament. It's a pretty interesting move. He replaced Devon Lord, who bowled just the 4 over.
Come in.
4 overs done for 15. Wicket less in his opening spell, the leading wicket taker in the tournament with 10 scalps. But his left arm spin again. Prasad now goes over the wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. Appeal goes up. Umpire Ryan Banwari is unmoved.
There we see beating the bat on that occasion.
Pitching up, there's a feed at long on coming around. What a catch! That is Devon Lord for you. Not bowling this over. Sent down to long on. And Ricardo Adams looking to take him on. Could not do so. Sprawling catch, running and taking a diving catch, Devon Lord. And that is the end of Ricardo Adams. Essequibo now, 76 for 5.
Ricardo Adams goes for just 11 from 15. So he'll be disappointed. His team will be disappointed. As we see that catch again, that's an excellent catch. Easily one of the better fielders in this Demerara team. And in this competition, I would say, holding on to a beautiful catch to dismiss Ricardo Adams on that occasion. The Demerara team, they're happy. Exactly what skipper Imlak would have been hoping for when he brought on Akshay Prasad into the attack. And they've been rewarded.
One thing you can say worked against Ricardo Adams as well. Looking to take on Akshay Prasad, but hitting in the wind. And today it's Saturday. Quite different from 2 days ago when it was a little less breeze. So there's a wind here this morning, Dexter. And that one went high in the air. But take nothing away from Devon Lord. He kept his eyes on it. And that wind could have also given him a little bit of deceit. But he dived running. That's a running catch. A difficult catch to take. And he made it look so simple.
It's a pretty good catch in the end. But you mentioned the wind coming across the ground from the northern side, the northeast side. And those are the little things you want to see players paying attention to when they're out in the middle. Whether they're batting or with ball in the hand. You want to see they just being mindful of those little things. You know, that can help the way in which you plan and go about your innings. You probably would have favored the left arm spinner of Prasad, but you needed to be mindful that I'll be hitting into the breeze.
The new batsman, Keanu Henry. Harry, I beg your pardon.
He's off the mark straight away. Nicely played down the ground for 1. Brings Ramkaran back on strike. Who's been there
Watch you behind.
since the first over of the innings. He continues to battle. He's on 27. Not scoring at a pretty fast rate. But he's not phased
Oh, lovely, Pex, lovely.
by the wickets that would have fallen around, and he continues to bat. I just would love to see him start to rotate the strike a bit more in these middle overs.
Oh, lovely, Pex. Oh! Ball, Pex. He move.
Successful over for Akshay Prasad and Demerara. 23 gone. Essequibo, 77 for 5.
Yes.
Some of the visitors to the Lady Fatima Church across the road from the cricket ground are leaving. Maybe the ceremony is about to wrap up. It's a beautiful sight looking out on the far side of the ground.
Essequibo with a lot of work to do here. They're 5 wicket down and only 23 overs bowled.
White ball.
Harry, the new batter. His umpire signal a wide. Promoted up the order, Harry.
Harry from Bartica, region number 7. Played at a youth level on the 17 way back in 2014. Now has an opportunity at senior at the county level. Good delivery from Lucknott.
So 2 changes at both ends for the home side. Lucknott back into the attack and he started quite nicely here. Wide in the first ball, but his length and line have been good the next 3.
That's a confident stroke half stop from Sachin Singh. Back in the team today. So it's going to be an interesting partnership now because Harry seems to be prepared to not only play some big shots but to run hard. Ramkaran just dug it at the other end. 27 from 72.
One more, right, Ram. Go one more.
Ramkaran continues to be the glue that hold this Essequibo batting unit together.
Well played. Over.
A wide on a single in over number 24. 79 for 5.
So Essequibo, if they continue at this rate,
Right there.
you're going to get a projected score just about 165.
Yeah, Brandy, come, Brandy.
They love more than that for sure. Still a bit of batting to come.
Yeah, you can stay a little. Right
We
there.
haven't seen Quinton Sampson as
Hey,
yet.
drive, you catch it.
Malcolm Hubbard, who was pretty good for them last season, and struggled with bat in this year's competition. But they've kept the faith in him. And once he
Well,
gets
Bex.
going, he too can be a match winner.
Akshay starts a new over. This one goes down towards fine leg, but the batters, after crossing for one, just remain in their creases. Could have put a little bit more pressure on the fielder who had to run all the way from slip in Lucknott. So just one more to start over number 25. Bad running.
Indeed, there's no urgency in the
Right,
running
Bex.
between the wicket. You know, we mentioned Ramkaran has batted for quite some time.
That's a vociferous appeal. Akshay Prasad was convinced, umpire Manwari was not.
Just outside the line of the off stump.
Keep going, man. Keep going there, boys.
So we see Ramkaran trying something different. And this is because of the pressure that's been built up by the home side bowlers. They've been pretty good. And it's going to continue to be a challenge for them.
Nothing, Peter. Done, Peter, done.
Off the back foot. We saw him sticking his right leg outside the lines of the leg stump before Prasad bowled that ball. That struck him on the pad. So looking to move around his crease, looking to upset the rhythm of the bowler. But still not able to get ball away.
Nothing. Bowl pecks. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Don't go chasing.
Allowing
Keep
the bowler
bowling
to
them.
settle in
Keep bowling and be patient.
when bowling to him. So hello to everyone outside of Guyana. Bobby Parse, North and Company.
One.
Slightly uppish, but there's a gap there at cover. He gets his 28th run now.
The home side bowlers have been quite good. They have bowled a few extras,
On bus,
but otherwise they've been pretty
Walk a
good
bit.
with the lengths and the line,
Go, go. Run quick, run quick.
bowling to the field predominantly,
Keep going, Pex.
and they've picked up wickets as well. Kept this Essequibo side in check.
Oh, lovely. Ball.
Dot ball to win over number 25, 81 for the loss of 5. We continue with some drone shots here from the Georgetown Cricket Club ground. Still to come, Sampson, Hubbard, Lovell and Beaton. So there is batting. When you look at the remaining batters, but those that are in will need to spend some time, get some runs. That's Keanu Henry especially. Lovely conditions. Look at the greenery. I can see some work being done at a nearby Georgetown Football Club. Spectators in the Ron Kanai stand. Look, now it starts his 6th over. This is over number 26 of the innings as well. The police officers holding firm. Down the track he goes. A little bit more positive intent of late. Last over 2. So Naim, that projected score has been hovering in the 160s. That's because they've been scoring constantly. At the rate they have been scoring 3.24, 3.3 Essequibo. So Demerara not allowing them to really get free scoring opportunities. Good morning again, Naim.
Yes, good morning. Well, I hope the bride found her groom. I saw some people exiting the church on the close by parameters of Bourda. Ramkaran leading role. His 29 has taken 80 balls. But still, he has been the glue part of the Essequibo batting. Really a windy morning. I'm really enjoying this, coming flush into our faces. Rich Atlantic breeze.
Yeah, good stop. That's why the loud cheers go up for Sachin Singh. Allowed a few to go by her earlier. Nice sliding save from him at short extra cover. Some bottom hand in this one from Harry. There's protection at long on. Ned comes off the boundary.
I think he had all intentions of hitting that. He cross-batted it. But lucky for him too, it went all along the ground because there's a man standing there on the long on boundary.
Maybe the groom is on his way now, Naim. Is he an aircraft overhead?
Unless the groom is a pilot.
Keep going, man. Keep going.
Perhaps
there,
on his
boys.
way. Nice blue skies overhead nonetheless. Yeah, you mentioned Ramkaran's 29 from 80. Do you remember Essequibo was not batted a full quota of 50 all season.
Don't need it no more.
They
Come.
chased in the opening game.
Painted,
So
why?
look at the
Come
bowling
over
for
there.
you.
Against.
Only Devon Lord, the leading wicket taker in the tournament, yet to pick up a wicket of the bowlers used. Ali Mohammed and Bailey early, picking up the early wickets.
Watch me.
And then look north in the middle, and Akshay just got his first.
Yeah, no
9
one
extras.
Oh, Simon, bring this man over here.
Well, they can take consolation
Alright,
from
good.
their senior counterparts,
No, you
the
are
West
there.
Indies senior team. Sometimes they don't bat out their 20.
So it starts a new over.
And we've been discussing this over and over. Maybe the lack of the longer version of the game.
Nothing. Hey, Ashadan.
Cramp for space there, Ricardo. Harry.
Keep going. Let him up and then
So the
fire that.
transition
Daddy, come off a bit.
leaves you in
A
a
bit.
spot of worry because it drags you out for a longer period. physical fitness, psychological fitness.
Oh, yeah, so now you get edge it once it's sliding across, you get edge it.
Harry's having a
That's a one is
problem
wide.
here.
Ah,
Absolutely didn't
Going
read
on
that.
too
He
wide
was
though.
sprawled
balls it comes.
and remained in that position as though he did not read the spin of the ball.
Ah, who's that? Keep going.
Half-hearted appeal for a leg before. No run conceded in this over as yet.
Nothing, you got this section.
You
Don't
see Harry
start.
jumping across from leg to off, looking to get some room outside his leg stump to perhaps whip Prasad, who's perhaps bowling on the leg of him too often. But the fielder set that short backward square position.
Nothing, Bailey. Nice.
Things really tight out there. Maiden, 83 for 5, end of 27. But the Essequibians would at least want to get to 150, John.
Remember the days of the Samantri Naim? As we look at the 4s and 6s race, stage 9, Chandapur leading the 4s race with 15. Akshay Prasad 12 in the 6s race. Ricardo Adams was closing in on him, but he's not going to challenge anymore. He's out. Samantri days, Naim.
Yes, I mentioned about the 1994 game, England against the West Indies. And I went just outside the commentary box on Regent Street. And there was this guy sleeping on one of the limbs of that tree and snoring.
Some spectators in the Rohan Kanai stand following the stream. Sleeping in a tree and snoring. Is it the guy you said or was a bird? As Look North starts over 28.
Was a big bird then, ostrich perhaps. But he was sleeping. I told the camera crew, and they actually got a film of him. This is in the air but safe. Bernard Bailey down at long on had to go across to his right. So a little bit of frustration stepping in here. The batsmen over the last 3 overs, 4 overs, things have been very, very tight out there. So I think they're actually calculating. We're not going to allow them to do this.
It was a miss hit as well. Not timed well from Ramkaran, because had he gotten enough connection, Bailey might have been in with a chance. One of the persons who like to play matchups is Look North. Now he's bowling to the left-handed Harry, who's prepared to play some strokes as well.
Missing outside the off stump again. Runs. Scarce commodity here at Bourda. Partnerships. Those two had some substance. 38 for the 3rd wicket and 23 for the 5th wicket. Wickets tumbling at 5, 43 for 3, 53 for 4, 76 for 5.
Yeah.
Two singles in the over. And after 28 overs, Essequibo sent in 85 for 5.
I think the season is coming too. August, September, October. Normally we'd have the birds on the seashore coming from other countries to enjoy summer here in the Caribbean. Many years ago, John, we used to go out with our wires on the beach hitting those birds.
Keep going here, man. Keep going
The
here,
striker
boys.
was like practically one of the best on the East Coast. I don't know if you heard about that.
I heard about a wire scenario, but not here. Did not hear that you were the best.
Come over.
Yeah, we'll strike 100 sometimes. We got a cent for one.
Watch you. That way,
One
just some
single
points.
cent. 100 could earn you $1. And
Right
with that dollar, Inderjeet can give you a lecture on that. You would get a Puma drink or a Portello, the larger one, and a donkey collar, a long Solara.
Nothing, Neddy!
Chance for run out. Had to hit. Ahmed Ned.
Get the ball now.
Where was Ramkaran going? Look at that. Played soft hands to the fielder. Ramkaran is almost halfway down the track.
Get the ball. If it hit the stump, your hand still there.
But I thought that Akshaya should have tried to take the ball rather than take evasive action almost. He was jumping, sprawling his legs.
He's not in a position really to take it, and realizing that direct hit might have been easier.
Nice.
There was protection for the overthrow with Chandapal backing up.
Keep going, Pex. Keep going, Pex.
So lapse in concentration from Ramkaran.
Nothing. Done, Pex. Done.
You see a slightly slingy action from that last Akshay Prasad delivery. Sometimes he goes high with a high arm action. Sometimes he goes with a slingy action. That's some of his variety that he's been working
Keep
on.
going, Pex. Keep going.
Not necessarily with spin and pace, but with that height variation.
Nothing. Done, Peter. Done. Like
A few
cat,
chances
like a
being
cat.
given
Keep
away today.
Keep going here,
And
man.
one of the top batsmen, Savory, he had almost back-to-back chances when he was just on 2.
Show us another cat. All right.
Second time in consecutive overs that Harry's been able to stroke the ball down to a long off. And he looks good. But it's when he tries to play too many different strokes, he looks a bit awkward.
Stay a little behind for here.
Well, these two have put on 10. And in a country where runs are
Going,
very
Pex. You want
short
out, man. You want out.
in
Ready.
supply, even 10 appears a bit good.
Nothing. All right,
Bad
keep
bit
going,
of
keep
feeling
going.
there. They'll get at least a single. End of over number 29, 87. This is a 50 over final. Guyana Cricket Board senior intercounty final between Essequibo and Demerara. So they're vying for supremacy here.
As a mid-wicket camera, usually camera 5, operated by young engineer, student engineer, Lekram Ramautar.
Oh, it seemed as though you have a special rule. You can't smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, very hard-working boys. It would be good during the spare time for John to tell us he's the man behind this, the North Centre, the owner, CEO, director, chairman of FL Sport. What's next? Because he's been growing over the past couple of years from equipment. Of course, money is always short, so down the leg side. I didn't see the umpire signaling a wide here. It probably came off the bat. What's next, John? Ambition-wise?
Keeping it simple, Naim. Want to bring the game to the persons outside of the playing area, but quite importantly, you want to give those on the playing area, the cricketers especially, the opportunity to explore the world in terms of their talent. Want the world to see them. Without live stream, you would not have seen someone like Ramkaran before this season, Harry as well. We saw Richie Look not previously, but this is an opportunity for our players to be showcased to the world, and that is something when we started with that in mind. We want to continue doing that.
Well, I'd like to see the day you start bidding for international games as well. I know all of this is a period of growth and it's a long journey. Pick up a single here. I think there's a long on.
Harry looks good. has a stint as well at DCC where he is under the watchful eyes of Gavin Ned. So he's been moving around the partition. One of the things FL Sport Production would love to do, and it has started already, conversation has started, is to have the ball track in terms of speed. The radar, the speed radar for the ball to tell the pace that the ball is being released from the bowler's hand as it gets to the batters.
I have a good relationship with the traffic chief, if you like. Just to borrow one of the speed guns. Traffic department getting very aggravated with the style of driving by many of us, or many of you people. Nice flowing shot there, but there's a man down in the sweeper position. Just a single, but it's okay. This is over number 30 completed. They've still got 20 overs. And so if you can garner at least 140, 150, the ticking time bomb is yet to come. Quinton Sampson, he has not had an opportunity to unleash his flurry of shots that we know that he's capable of. Are you seeing him here?
Not padded up, but we're seeing also the debutant in Thaddeus Lovell padded up in the front row. Some of the ladies are coming out to watch the game as well.
Stay in it here,
That's
boys.
Guyana.
Come on.
That's one of our natural resources.
1 wicket and it's trouble here.
Good morning,
Don't
ladies.
disappoint them.
Beautiful.
Nothing.
Prasad starts his fifth,
Don't disappoint them, man.
31st of the innings.
Just catch it, boys. Nothing. Hey, Sachin.
A little bit of hesitation, but in the end, Harry comes through. So rotation on the strike.
It's all right. Keep going.
You mentioned those 20 remaining overs. And we'd love to get 150, but recently there's been a dip in the scoring rate. They look busy, but they're not getting the ball in the gaps.
Busy doing nothing.
Harry and Ramkaran. Special morning as well to everyone on the outside. Robert Pereira in Maruga, Trinidad and Tobago.
Catch it now.
Straight drive, beautifully played, back past the bowler. But it's outfield here at Bourda. Not doing justice for some of these good shots, Naim. Hello to Vishal Nagamutu as well. Sheikh Khan. Some of the persons saying hello from afar.
Which Nagamutu is this?
Vishal, the
Vishal.
former Guyana wicket keeper batter.
Nothing. Hey, get the ball.
Half stop from Prasad. Hello to everyone in Carrier as well. They're waiting for the Quinton Sampson show.
Keep going, man.
Mama Sampson is watching. I was looking for her in the crowd moments ago. Usually at the cricket, whenever Quinton is playing, whenever Quincy, the younger brother, is playing, and they have a sister as well that plays, and she's quite an aggressive batter, just like Quinton and Quincy. So hello to everyone in Carrier.
Catch it.
Scoring down the ground, pretty easy now, Harry.
I'm always so happy when someone comes from one of those far-fetched community like Shamar Joseph and now Quincy. And you seem to always want to wish them well, and they ascend to the highest possible level of the game.
Keep going here. Nothing. Nice. Move here, boys.
So good morning to all those viewers, and end of the over as well, 94 for 5. The Nagamutu brothers, they're having a rollicking time in the United States. They're always happy and seem to be celebrating a party. GCB Senior Male Super 15 to County 2024. That's the runs there. Tej Narain at the top of the chart.
Yeah, this is beautiful Guyana for you that you're seeing. Just beyond that little statistics that we are looking at. Devon Lord, as far as economy rate, he's at the top there. That's Chemo Paul. Just put away the Essequibo colors, and he's wearing his own little t-shirt. I think Chemo is going to feel disappointed with his performance here, Naeem. You come to the final, you've been asked to open the batting, or you asked to open the batting, coming out in the middle and disappearing after just a few deliveries. There's a big swing that's gone high in the air. Will it fall safe? A diving effort by Ashmead Ned, and he just couldn't get there. That's a boundary. Brave shot here by Harry. And just following it, that's a difficult chance. He went after it very quickly, but he was never going to get there.
Well, it's not like Chemo Paul will be disappointed with himself only. Several people feel the same way. Abounding talent. He makes batting and fielding and bowling so easy. But can you be corrected after so many years of experience at the regional and international level? What is the coach going to tell you to change that? These are simple, basic attributes or habits to inculcate. He's just running down the wicket, slashing. I've seen this in the last 5 innings perhaps with him.
It's a lovely looking on drive once again by Harry. And Harry looks real good out in the middle. I only hope it's not a commentator curse just because of Essequibo's sake. But he's been driving nicely. He's been working the ball around. 14 from 34. Started under pressure. And a good partnership between these two is just developing.
Ramkaran has really showed a determined attitude. He is really batted with his head on his shoulders. May have had a chance or two, but generally I think he is really up. That's the idea. Squeeze it. And sometimes, Jeet, I think the batsmen have been guilty, not only these two, but earlier, of not challenging the first run quickly to see if the doors will open for a second. That's the end of 32. 100 has come up for 5.
And it's good to see 100 here on the board for Essequibo. Bourda 1, Chemo Paul 1, Savory 21, Anthony Adams 7, Ricardo Adams 11. Harry not out on 14. And that man like a wall out in the middle. Kanaya Ramkaran on 36 from 93. I think because of the way that he has batted out in the middle, preserving his wicket has caused Essequibo to just lose 5. Maybe if he had gone earlier, it would have been all hell broken loose for them. But he is savouring it for them out in the middle and looks good. Umpire Shannon Crawford. He is there in the members' pavilion, as well as some others too.
There's the famous board in the background there a short while ago. They have a lot of statistical boards posted up in the pavilion here at GCC. We're talking about more than 100 years in existence, and many of the administrators after the construction of the stadium in 2007, Bourda became history. A history that we all grieve about, that it's just gone. And there were so many plans for Bourda, even for expansion. There were high-level negotiations to acquire the neighboring field, the football field, and to have one big stadium put up here. And I guess many of the talks have been falling down. And so the government of the day decided, listen, we've got to get a stadium, and it happened at Providence.
So 100 for 5, 32 overs gone. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 1 for 10 from 4 overs. He has returned and he'll be bowling from the northern end of the ground. Well, I think what actually happened during that period of negotiation, Naim, is that the ICC wanted a venue where there are not going to be too many ambush marketing as a stadium, parking space down the lakeside, and might have clipped the pad there because it's not signal wide by the umpire. And with the other amenities, other buildings that had to go up, there was never the space around Bourda to do those things. It's a private club owned by the Georgetown Cricket Association. That's a GCA. And, you know, we had to get a national stadium. And thus, the origin of Providence National Stadium.
Perez pretty handy and quick in the field, but he's put down a catch or two here in this match. And now it's not stadium anymore, it's stadia. We're going to have across the various counties new stadia being erected. Palmyra there in Berbice. Lifter there from Ali Mohammed. Ramkaran just getting in line very quickly. There's something I want to see, and I hope our dear president might just be listening in. At the last CPL tournament at the National Stadium, I literally spent some time in the stands just to see and have a feel of the patrons there. Short, a single here. Just that. But I simply get the feeling that the seats are just a little bit small. I saw at least several sets of people really having a difficult time fitting into the spaces allotted to each seat.
Well, this we're looking at the walls of the GCC main pavilion there. Yes, and I think that previous photo that we saw is from the right at the side of us here in the boardroom of the Guyana Cricket Board. That's history by itself. And it's good that, you know, that those things can be maintained. The younger generation will see it.
In the air, but it's going to drop short of Tejnarain down at mid-off. But it was airborne for a while, peeling off the bat actually.
Yes, he was looking to go over the top to the right of Tejnarain. Didn't get it the way he wanted it. But he survived. He got the single, 33 overs gone. 102 for the loss of 5. So we're going to have some refreshment out in the middle. It's been a real hot day. And, you know, these need to rehydrate themselves. Yes, thank you so much, our cameraman. Fine job. So we'll take a little break and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
17, Charlie. 17 left.
So welcome once again. Just after that 2 minute refreshment break out in the middle, some water, no doubt some juice, some energy drink. Very, very hot day here in Guyana, and we are going through this period of a heat wave. These boys has to be very, very strong, persistently taking their water. It's important wherever you are, and you're suffering from that heat wave. It's good to refresh yourselves, and not necessarily water alone. Maybe some electrolytes can help. Coconut water is one of the best. So Essequibo 102 for the loss of 5, 33 overs gone. And just after the drinks break, Richie Loknot, the right arm off spinner, has been brought back from this end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed batter. That's Henry. Here is Loknot. Good looking shot off the back foot, forcing it away down towards extra cover. Can't score. Hello to you, Naim. We're in the 34th over. Ramkaran battling away on 37. Henry continues to look good on 15.
Yes, I like Harry. He's more flowing. He's freer, and it's time to be free. The close fielders that actually backed off a little bit. There's just a solitary slip. That was a difficult catch to take from Harry. It came hard, struck the umpire somewhere. Must have been on his shoe. But difficult. The outstretched hand, if you have a look at it, Harry Loknot was just not in absolute position. I've seen those catches taken, though, Jeet, at this level of the game.
Yeah, valiant effort at the last minute. Just couldn't hold on to it. And he continues to bowl well. He's in his final over. And look at his figures, Richie Loknot. 1 for 26. Brilliant bowling.
Good ball, deceived. That one was given a bit of flight. A more liberal amount of flight. And had Harry there scuttling across his stumps. Good stuff here from Richie Loknot.
Absolutely so. And big swing of the bat. As soon as you praises him, deposited with disdain. That's gone for a maximum over wide long on, and Harry is happy. Look at this one. Got the width short and spanked for a maximum to bring the over to an end. 34 gone. It's 108 for 5.
Good shot, Harry. And I think, as I said, he's more liberal. He's a freer and has more fluency. Ramkaran has been playing that determined role to stay there. Anchored innings. But nice shot. And it breaks the shackles a little bit and takes off the tension from the Essequibo side. I think they'll be calculating, Jeet, if the two of them can crawl towards maybe 120, 130. And they need to give Samson a chance also, maybe in the last 5 overs.
Yes, and Lovell too. He can hit them a long way. I like the look of Lovell. I've seen him, and you would have seen him too, Naim, in the Guyana T10 Blast. And he looks the part, hits a long ball. So there's still some batting to come. And with these two just opening up, I think Ramkaran is going to try to bat through the innings here. It is left on Harry now to get the momentum going for the Essequibo team. At what stage? It is left to be seen. Maybe after that 6, more confidence, and you never know, it can all begin to happen for them.
I think we saw 50 or 47 from Hubbard last year at the National Stadium at the Intercounty tournament. So he's no rabbit with the bat either. So some batting still there.
Absolutely so. So Devon Lord will begin over number 31, and he'll be bowling to Ram Karan.
Nothing, hey, Shamar. Good.
Now, if a guy can play it so comfortably, batting inside his crease on the back foot and picking the ball, it tells about his eyesight, Naeem. Excellent eyesight.
Nothing, Peter.
Invaluable knock here from Ramkaran. This has been really good. Lots of grit and determination.
Batting them up here, boys.
He has delivered exactly what his captain and his side wanted.
Has to be careful here. Batting deep in the crease, backing away, looking to play the cut shots, the short deliveries outside the line of the off stump. That was too close for the cut shot. Has to be careful with that one.
Nothing. Nice.
It was close and it was straight. That's the problem, I think. And I mentioned before, but you said in response that Ramkaran, I was saying that he's playing too much into his crease, too deep. But I think the response was that he's reading it off the pitch instead. But that was too straight and too close to attempt of all the shots. A cut shot should have been, in my opinion, ultra defense.
So he has actually faced 102 deliveries now. He's not one of those players who is willing to come down and reach to the pitch of the delivery. He's a back foot player. Having said that, though, I saw him play a cover drive in the previous game. You remember that shot, Naeem?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a brilliant looking shot. 35 overs gone here, 108 for the loss of 5.
I also saw an exquisite cover drive from Perez. I'm unfortunate, but I have not seen a good innings from Perez from last year into this one.
Yes, that's the GFC ground. Just at the side of our neighbor to the eastern part of this ground. They're doing land filling there. It's one of our twin axle dump truck. And lots of construction across Guyana. Houses, government buildings, community roads, land filling exercises across the country. Guyana is booming, Naeem.
Absolutely, and you pick up the newspapers, you get a better idea. It's like every morning I'm on TV and I do an assessment of the news, and every day it's like some other pleasant surprise as far as the economy is concerned, and just climbing new initiatives, new bridges, new highways, all sorts of things. Stadia, hospitals, 12 new ones, quite a handful.
And I guess you have your ID card or your passport well tucked away in a safe position when that time comes. I'm not talking about
Yes,
traveling.
I'm talking about voting. Yeah, I have my ID card to vote. I'm hoping some people don't have multiple ID cards.
No, those have been scrutinized. And with the Guyana Elections Commission now tasked with that responsibility, yes, this is the beauty we talk about Guyana. Natural beauty. You're winking your eyes, Naeem.
I'm hoping certain people are not listening.
Our ladies, Guyana is known for beautiful women and handsome men. So, that's the factor. Yes, spectators surely will be coming out. I'm looking more populated in the main pavilion. And as we get closer to the afternoon, I think much more will come to look at it. Ali Mohammed, Bailey, Ned, Loknath and Akshaya Pasadi are all among the wickets with 1 wicket each. Lord yet to pick up a wicket, none for 15, very economical.
So we're going to see a little mixing up now. Ali Mohammed has been brought back. There's no slip for any outside edge.
And he has been having an excellent inter-county Super 50 tournament, Ali Mohammed. He has picked up wicket, he has scored runs, and a fine all-rounder. And I think deep inside he might very well feel, when that Harpy Eagle team is announced, I am going to be there.
Nice control there from Harry. He knows that there are two men out there for the catch at backward square. Nice control, just rolling the wrist. And little Van Lang is kicking up a storm as well.
Yes, absolutely. So he's a youngster, and his development has been a good one. There are a number of people.
Center.
Clinton Pestano has bowled well. Short, and that's nicely clipped away. Misfielding here by Perez. Well, it got a nasty bounce there going away. Can't blame him too much. It was hit hard. And one more to the score, 110 for the loss of 5. Hello to you, Dexter. All is well?
All is well on my end. Not so much for Essequibo. They desperately need to get a move on here. Ramkran has been batting for some time, faced 104 deliveries. We've mentioned quite a few times, you know, they have a long batting order. A few guys that can strike the ball still to come to the So they need just to look to press on the accelerator a bit here. With just 110 on the board in the 36th over. If they continue like this, won't put up much of a competitive total to challenge the Demerara side, who's been pretty good throughout this tournament, unbeaten from their previous 3 games. And as we say that, Harry built that one down the ground over the long arm for 4. So he's kicking to overdrive. He's played a lot more positive shots, aggressive shots in the last few overs, and he signaled his intention here.
Yeah, that's a good-looking shot. Everything was right about it. He's a compact player off the back foot or the front foot. Despite facing that 45 balls for his 26 runs, I think Harry has looked the part. So we are seeing now, you know, Essequibo, the development of some of their youth players. Oh, that's an innocuous delivery there. Pitch more in his half. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed looking to respond to that shot by the left-hander and just stray too short, too high, and penalized with a wide.
Yeah, we've got a contest on our hands here between Harry and Ali Mohammed. Both of them. Something seems to be wrong.
Well, that's a dead ball signaled by the umpire, not getting into the rhythm he wants. And with the long on and long off inside the 30-yard circle, you know, he has a good chance. Now he's been dropped back, that's lowered from mid-on down towards long on. So the thinking is here, they don't want to give him that opportunity, but there is real estate between the long on and the backward square. Ah, he's nicking one to the keeper. The edge has been found, and he has to go here, Harry. That was a delivery for the pitch top. Couldn't resist the temptation, fished at it, and he's gone. It's 150 now for the loss of 6 wickets.
Ali Mohammed coming out on top of that exchange. It's a well-played innings by Harry. 26 from 46. Unfortunately, he has to go at a time just when Essequibo has been building nice momentum. There was a steady partnership by Ramkaran and Harry, but it's ended now. So Essequibo, as soon as they've looked to step on the accelerator, they've lost wicket at regular interval. But I tell you what, this presents the perfect opportunity for someone like this man who's walking to the crease now, Quinton Sampson. Haven't had the best of tournament with the bat, but he's presented with a lovely opportunity here to show the selectors what he can do.
Yes, and this morning Quinton Sampson did admit that he owes Essequibo some runs. and he's looking to do that payment today. We shall see if it is going to happen. But what I know is that his village of Caracarea in Essequibo, they're totally behind of him, and all Essequibians, they think highly of this guy, and he has showcased he's a fine talent. But what he needs to do, his level of consistency must improve. Let's see what kind of innings he's going to play here today. 2 for 19 is in his 6th over Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and this is going to be a good little battle. What it does is to give Samson a little time to settle in here, Dexter.
Absolutely does have the time and the overs remaining. He just needs to give himself a bit of a chance, to feel some bat, work the ball early on his innings, and then get into his work. Starts positively, hitting that one down to the cover boundary. So he's off the mark immediately.
And 36 overs gone, 116 for the loss of 6. Yes, and he did well, did the basics, got on top of the ball and cut it away nicely. Bourda 1, Chemo Paul 1. Ramkaran still there battling, 38 of 104. Savory 21, 7 Adams, Ricardo Adams 11 as well. Harry played a good knock of 26 from 46, 2 fours and 1 6. Samson just come out in the middle, he's on 1. Still beaten, Hubbard and Tidas Lovell to come. I will hate to think that Lovell will be batting at number 11 in this side.
Just a few batters from this Essequibo innings getting into double figures. I think more importantly, the like of Ramkaran, he's still there. One would think that the longer he bats, he's already faced 104 ball. His strike rate would increase. With just the 14 overs remaining in this innings, he'd probably want to look at somewhere around the 70-80 mark, not out. And if he can continue to get triple figure, it means that Essequibo will do quite well in the back end of this innings.
Yes, and the way he's batting, the mindset out there tells that he wants to bat right through this innings. That's short outside the line of the off stump. There's some danger in playing that shot too. He was backing away to the left arm spinner, coming back into the right hander there. Has to be careful, but he trusted his eyesight, he trusted the bounce of the pitch, and he ended up cutting it away but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, but that's the way Samson bat, It's no secret that he's not the most technically accomplished batter, but he has a pretty good hand-eye coordination, and he's a powerful man, and he uses that to his advantage.
Hey! Come down, man!
And Essequibo would definitely, desperately need, or love to see one of those special innings from Quinton Sampson here in this match.
Catch!
And this time he's backing away, going over the top of extra cover, and they decide they're going to settle on 1. So once again backing away, taking it on the up and stroking it away over extra cover, and he gets another run. I think the spectators who are here wants to see Samson spend some time out in the middle. He's an exciting talent, and once he stays out in the middle there, you're going to have the boundaries coming. You're going to have some 6s coming as well. But this Demerara bowling lineup has been tested, and they've proven their worth.
Come tight out here, Wood. Come tight.
Ashley Ned back into the attack, and I tell you what, he would have been brought back into the attack specifically to try to get the wicket of Samson. He's been one of the better bowlers in the Demerara side. Very economical, picking up just his 4th wicket of the competition in this match.
Now this has gone very, very high. Nandu dives, can't get to it. And they will go back and complete to, well, he threw caution to the wind there. Ramkaran went very, very high into the air. A good effort by Nandu. but just couldn't get there. We shall look at it on the replay here. Stretched at it, and even his best effort wasn't good enough.
Another drop catch put down by the home side. The wicket of Ramkaran, who's batted seems like an eternity.
Nothing.
Would have been ideally what the home side would have wanted. You know, you just get the feeling that if Ramkaran goes, Demerara can pick up 2-3 quick wickets. Nicely bowled by Ned.
Yeah, that was a quicker delivery to bring over number 37 to an end outside the line of the off stumper. 37 gone, 119 for the loss of 6. And cameraman has taken us to another view there. At least we see some energy drink. I haven't seen anything looking too hard there. Lots of guys are on their phone, maybe looking at the live stream. Tejarai Chandapal, 206 runs. He hit that table. Akshaya Prasad, 149 and 115, 110 to Kemal Savory and Ricardo Adams, respectively. Van Lang, 92. He'll be having hopes to be in that Harpy Eagles team. They'll be having a camp, and no doubt there'll be a few practice matches in that camp. Under the wicket-taking column, Devon Lord, 4 wickets. 5 apiece for Ricardo Adams and Kevin Sinclair. 2 for Akshaya Prasad. And 4 and 2 for LaRose and Junior Sinclair. They are the head of that table. So there are lots of names around that will make that final cut. I think they might be touring with 15. Yes, and I think normally it's 15 players. I saw Trinidad and Tobago named their 15 last night. Joshua Da Silva will be captaining their Super 50 lineup.
Short ball by Ali Mohammed. Nicely played out into the deep by Samson. Picks up 2. Not out of the middle of the bat. And this is going to be a really good contest between these two.
Well, actually what happened there just now, Dexter, he pounded into the pitch and it came off a little bit slower than the previous deliveries that came, despite their 2 new balls operating from both ends. When over number 38. So it means this one is actually 19 overs all. Just dropping short, never come off the pitch with the kind of pace Samson was looking for. If it comes off with that pace and the strength of Samson, those will be disappearing. Ali Mohammed knows that. He might very well continue to pepper him with some short deliveries. That was a good delivery sent down by Ali Mohammed, and well played too by Samson. Maybe expecting it and dropped it into the turf. Gets a single down towards mid-on. Good rotation of the strike here.
Absolutely. You just get a sense that the excitement has been risen a bit. Every time Samson is out there, persons expect him to hit the ball all over the park. But he has a challenge on his hand here. Plays and misses Ramkaran. Not a dot ball to his tally.
Well, he's 10 runs away from a half century. And I haven't seen him in the entire innings, the 109 balls that he faced. He played a shot like that in the last ball. That was actually not a convincing shot. He was in 2 minds. And that's a edge that's going to go away. That's a productive one. He gets a boundary behind the keeper. Short, rising delivery outside the line of the off stumper. And he went after it. Well, if you go after those deliveries, go hard. That is what he did. Moves on to 44.
Fortune favors the brave. We saw him in the last few overs. Played a few aggressive shots uncharacteristically. And on this occasion, peeling out the top edge and picking up 4 down to the third man boundary. 4 more to his total. And I think he just needs to turn the strike over here now. No.
Yeah, it seems as though he has gone into a different phase of his game, looking to be much more aggressive here, Ramkaran, as he approaches his half century. He's on 44.
Don't need to try anything too fancy. And there's still a lot of overs left in the innings, which is a lot of balls remaining. So if you break it down in terms of balls, and you can add just around a runner ball, you can get up close to 180, 190. And if someone come and play a few cameo, you know, a little 20 from a 10, there and thereabout, they can easily get up to 200, 220, which I think on this wicket is going to be a competitive total.
Yes, and a good 40 partnership between Ramkaran and Kemal Savory. And now we are having the second best partnership, 39 actually, that was between Harry and the right-handed Ramkaran. These two will be looking to build that partnership. And if runs are going to come from both ends, it simply means Essequibo will go very, very close to that 200. With 4 wickets standing and the batting out there and those to come, they can very well get that.
Run out! Good, good.
Played out on the offside. Not a dot ball. Net to Samson.
Come up, you don't circle, I think, come up.
I think this was a deliberate move by Skip Imlach to get Ned into the attack to face up to Samson early on in his innings.
Nothing. Done, Satch, done.
Yes, and Ned has responded to that call. Good bowling here. He knows if he overflights it, Samson is going to go after him. So he's bowling much more flat and he's darting these into the stumps. Just like that one. Samson manages a single this time.
Nicely played. And I think this is what they need to do against Ned. He's clearly the biggest threat in this bowling lineup.
Oh, lovely, Neddy. Ball, Neddy.
Ramkaran gave the impression then he was winding up to go at a big one, but realized the ball was slower through the air, adjusted, good, and just tapped it away into the onside.
A wide by Ned on that occasion. So Ned into his 7th over, picked up the 1 wicket, conceding just the 22 runs.
Go, man. Keep going,
So he's been pretty good.
Doing a great job here,
But he'd like to add a wicket or 2 more in that wicket column.
Nothing. Hey, no. Baller.
Oh no, disaster here. Is he home? The umpire looks at it, and umpire Ryan Banwari decides that's not out. Where was Samson going? I don't know how many times he and Ramkaran would have batted. Ramkaran initially looked for the runs. Then he decided it was going to Ali Mohammed, and Samson was tearing down the track. But umpire Ryan Banwari was in a good position, and he says not out.
Banwari, one of the better umpires in the local circuit.
Nothing. Lovely, Ashadan.
Not a dot ball by Ned. That brings the over to an end. So score remains on 128 for 6 after 39. What do you think, Brother Indigit, is a good total on this wicket, considering the position in which Essequibo are in at the moment?
Well, I like how you asked that question, taking into consideration how the position of Essequibo is. 128 for 6. There are 11 overs to go. Samson is out there. Ramkaran on 44. He has the confidence. There is Lovell, Hubbard, and Beaton to come in the middle. I think they will be trying valiantly to get to that 210 maybe. They still can get to that. But you will never know. That will give them some confidence going over the 200. Anything below that 200, maybe 180, 190, they will feel that they have come short badly, considering the stage they are at the moment.
So Ali Mohammed to continue. He's picked up 2 wickets in this innings already. He's not afraid to bowl a short ball. He's done that deliberately throughout this innings.
That's in the air and just over the head of the field as the return comes in there. Sampson once again. You remember the dismissal in the last match? Rocked on the back foot, took one on the up, didn't get the elevation or the power, held out down at mid-off. And for a moment I thought, this is a repeat.
Yeah, similar shot. Fortunately for him, he's still out there batting. But sometimes you just need a bit of luck. Maybe that's the luck he needs to get his innings going. Because he desperately needs a score. His team desperately needs a score. And this is his last chance with the bat to show the selectors what he can do.
There's a drive in the air down to extra cover. And they'll just take the single this time. Sampson has to be careful with that back foot shot. Ronaldo Ali Muhammad is a very smart bowler. He changes the pace. So if he's going to hang on that back foot, he has to ensure that he gets the power on the ball. Or else he can hold off to long off and long on. Those shots are reserved for the greats. Clive Lloyd was an exponent of it. Shimron Hetmai will hang on the back foot and clear any boundary in the world. Now look, on the back foot again, this is high in the air. He's a very lucky man. He has walked with his best charm here, Sampson. He's not learning quickly, Quinton Sampson. That's a naughty shot. Once again, lucky to survive. On the back foot, looking to go over long off. Now, Ali Muhammad is taking some pace off the ball. There is bounce in the pitch. And twice, he survives. He should make this count for Essequibo.
Now, he knows Ali Muhammad is going to be bowling short. There are 3 fielders on the boundary on the onside.
Lots of meat there for Ram Karan on the upper shoulder. He's not going to be bothered with that a lot. He badly needs to get to this half century, 45 from 117. And he's not flustered or ruffled with everything that is going on around him. He's playing his natural game.
And he needs to play it smart because... Get back to it after his delivery. Squirt it away down to the third man. Picks up a single.
Dexter, I will prefer to see Quinton Sampson here if he's going to go after the bowling. Just back away a little outside the leg stump and look to go over cover, extra cover region. Because he's cramped for room with the way he's playing, he's lofting them down towards mid-off area. That's something he has to be careful with. He has the power to go between the cover on the boundary and the long off, but he must give himself a little bit of a room. Big swing and a miss. 40 overs gone. 132 for the loss of 6. More from you, Dexter. And you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
I think we need to give Ali Muhammad some credit here. He's not giving Sampson the pace on those deliveries to work with. He's taking pace off of them. And Sampson has struggled to really time the ball and put it away.
Crowd building every hour, really, here at GCC. Some of the club members in the upper pavilion enjoying the vantage point. A nice view. Looking from that, what would be like a square leg position. Why not? The Syrian Banks country. Let's have a few.
They're certainly enjoying themselves, having a bit of laugh.
No, lefty. Yeah, yeah. Deep
That's
play
good
shot.
to see.
Catch it, Nandu.
You drink a few bunks yourself, John?
Nothing, Peter. Don't Peter.
I say thanks. Over number 41 has begun. Kanai Ramkaran. Just 8 batters past 50 in this tournament.
Aye.
He looks like he's going to be the 9th. Tugging this one into the onside. Diving effort from Chandapal, who is the leading run scorer in this tournament. The only batter to pass 3 figures as well.
I'll tell you what, the running between the wicket from Essequibo has not been great.
Yeah.
The shot is
That's
played
the fire front, man. What
wide
made
of
it
the
slip?
long arm boundary. Chanjapal with a diving save, and they've only gotten 2. The fielder had to come round from mid wicket, took a bit of time. These are the little things that they need to be doing and
Nothing,
doing
Peter.
well.
Done, Peter.
The Essequibo batters have not been able to capitalize on turning 1s into 2s and 2s into 3 and so forth.
I think that shot was well hit. Everyone felt it deserved 4, so no one was really looking to go field it. That's not how you do it.
No, the spinners, they've really done well here for Demerara, and they continue to keep things tight.
Hey, Nando! Good, nice.
Another dot ball face by Ramkaran.
Now look back.
He's on 48. His short says 49. He's looking for 50.
Would be his force at this level.
Nothing, Peter. Done. Last shot.
That's the end of Ahmed Ned's 8 over, 1 for 24 for him. 9 overs still to go, 134 for 6.
If they continue like this, they'll just get a projected score around 164. I don't think that will be enough to challenge his powerful Demerara batting lineup. Still another 9 overs to come in this innings, and it will be interesting to see how Captain Imlak uses his bowlers. I think he still have a few overs of off spin from Richie Luknat, who's been one of his better bowler. With Samson at the crease, do you think he'll take that chance?
Windy conditions still here with us. Ali Mohammed coming for his 9th. Ali Mohammed and Quinton Sampson potentially can be playing for the same spot on the Harpy Eagle side. So this battle will continue. Wide of the mark, but not signaled wide by umpire Nigel Duguid. But however, he's saying that's 1 for the over in terms of short pitch deliveries over the shoulder.
You mentioned that they could possibly be playing for one of the spot in the RP Eagle side. I think both of them, they're very much aware of this. That's why we're seeing the aggression from Sampson. Oh my! That's a huge hit. Over square left for 6.
Look at where it's ended up. Halfway in the GFC ground. Short ball. And he punks on it very quickly. Now look at the roll his wrist over. But look at the pull with this D. And he did so. Look at landed in those clumps of mud. In the middle of the GFC field. That's really a big hit. 140 now for 6.
And John, immediately the projected score has jumped to 170. So Samson kicking into overdrive. He'll want to continue in this sort of manner for the Essequibo team. We mentioned he desperately needs a score, and this is his last opportunity before that regional team is selected.
You mentioned Luknat with overs in hand. He's the only one to finish, in fact. 10 overs, 1 for 32 with Ahmed Ned, Devon Lord, and Akshaya Prasad, all spinners with overs in hand. Lord on the bowl, you'd say.
Yeah.
Prasad with a wicket. 1 for 13 from his 5.
It's been a good partnership between these two batters so far. It's just 25, but it's come
Yeah,
at a
yeah.
healthy strike rate.
Coming wrong. Coming wrong to you.
And they'll be looking to keep this momentum along with the strike rate they've been able to score at these two batters if they're to get up to a competitive total here.
Quinton 14 from 13 with that big 6 moments ago. Responsible for the strike rate in this partnership. The ball is back. This time he edges. Gonna go behind the wicket keeper and into the boundary. Chanderpaul from third man, which was wide, could not cut it off. 10 runs in the last 2 balls now.
Sampson, this is what he does at the back end of the innings. 6th and a 4 in this over. He's already signaled his intention. He's saying to Ali Mohammed, it doesn't matter what you bowl, I'm going to look to hit you out the ground.
That was a short delivery again from Ali Mohammed. And he was pulling, but just got the top edge. Luckily, it did not fly to Imlak. It went over his head. Chanderpaul, third man, now in the circle. Beautiful Yorker. Well bowled. Good comeback delivery. And respect shown as well.
Excellent comeback by Ali Mohammed, showing some variation. Very well executed York on that occasion. And this is the smarts that we keep talking about from Ali Mohammed. Now he's bowled well. He's bowled a lot of variation.
That is one of the variations. The back of the arm, slow ball. Well disguised.
Hello.
But Ramkaran like the rock.
Last time I'm talking to you, right?
Just
Last
equal
one.
to the task.
Last warning.
Do you think Samson will pass him in this innings?
Pull up, Franco, pull up.
And if he continue in this sort of manner, easily. And Sampson is that type of player. When he gets on the roll, he can be hard to stop. Very difficult to bowl to when he's in this sort of mode.
Square cutting, which will just be one. There's protection at cover. Matthew Nandu. It's getting closer to that milestone of a half century. End of the over as well. 146 for 6, 42 gone.
Somebody.
12 runs in the last over. Productive over for Essequibo. Samson 19 from 15. He's the main architect of that, of the destruction recently. How often have we seen it from Quinton Sampson? I remember 2 seasons ago, right here at Bourda, Sampson flicking one of the bowlers of Berbice directly halfway into the GFC. That was the biggest I've seen from him. Today, the way he pulled that one against Ali Mohammed reminds me of that. Did not quite did not get the distance quite, but
Hey, Naldo. All right,
it
go,
was
go.
still 6 nonetheless.
There are a few all-rounders competing for a spot in
Hey,
the
Matthew,
Guyana
come tight.
RP Eagles Super 50 team.
I'll save one in the
No,
circle.
I watched most of them throughout this competition. They've all bowled
We're
well.
not sure.
But I think what can be able
Nothing.
to see that on that occasion,
Nice,
not that
nice.
ball. In my view, what can be able to separate them is someone who with the bat can score more runs. You know, they've all bowled well, they've all picked up wickets. You know, we saw Pestano, we see Ali Mohammed here. We even saw Sampson earlier with the ball in the previous matches. And he's bowled. It's Ramkaran. Net gets his second. He falls agonizingly one short of his first half century at this level, Ramkaran. And he has to head back to the pavilion for 49.
Full delivery as Net comes round the wicket. He yorked himself. And he's looking to play an attacking stroke, uncharacteristic of him. And it's clean bowled, middle stump. 49, the glue that was holding the innings together. The officer. I can hear someone in the crowd saying, well played, Corporal. 49 from 128, 4-4 is a strike rate of under 40 runs per 100 balls. It's now 146 for 7. Wicket number 2 for Ned.
In the context of the game, you may look at it and say it's just a strike rate of 39, but it could, Essequibo could have been bowled out had he not occupied one end,
Keep going here, man. Keep
because
going.
they're that sort of team. But they've done well to put themselves in a position in which they can launch at the back end. If they can probably go at 8-10 over from here on, they'll get a score roughly around 220, which I think is a very good score because they do have a pretty good bowling attack. Tajas Lovell comes to the crease.
The debutant.
Nice.
Nicely watched. Very well bowled by Ashmit Ned.
Nothing. Hey, Peter. Good. Nice, Peter. Nice.
Difficult for the young man to get going against Ned, who's just picked up his second wicket in this game, 4th overall. Targeting the stumps in the back end of the innings.
Nothing.
Nicely bowled. And John, we mentioned
Keep going here, man. Keep going, boys.
the competition for the spots and the all-rounders, the fast bowling all-rounders. But what about the left-arm spinners? We've seen a number of them in this competition.
Hey.
So they too
Done match. You done.
want to impress the selectors. So we've seen that here. We've obviously seen both Ricardo and Anthony Adams from Essequibo, along with a few others. We've seen the experience for Sami Pormal, who probably in the absence of Moti will make that team because of his experience, and he's done well in recent time at that level too.
A wicket maiden for Ned. Before that, the most expensive over of the innings. 7 overs still to go. Please do not write off Devon Lord, who's been showing consistency not only this tournament, the last Guyana Cricket Board T10 as well. So yeah, I agree that the competition is stiff for left arm spinners. Look at the breeze. The breeze has picked up. Look at the Georgetown Cricket Club flag. Better days are behind it.
Flag has picked up the way the excitement out in the middle has picked up as Ali Mohammed continue, and he's going to be bowling to Samson, who's looking to take him on.
Clean bowled. Signals food again. Easy does it for Ronaldo. Ali Mohammed. Full delivery. Quinton Sampson playing all over it. He's bowled for 19. Ali Mohammed picks up his third in his final over. 146 now for 8.
Clean bowl, beaten all ends up on that occasion. Ali Mohammed continues to impress us. Samson has gotten a start, 19, but that's all she wrote for him in this innings. So not a disappointing performance with the bat from him. And Essequibo, they plunge forward into trouble.
Right, Joe?
They've not been at their best with the bat in this tournament. But you just feel with runs on the board, and on the ball and feel well, they're in with a shout.
New batters Malcolm Hubbard. One of the accumulator of runs really, coming in at number 10. Just above runs for beaten.
Wrong. 5 to
We
you.
felt that someone like a Hubbard needed time at the crease, should have been coming much earlier. But it's the way that the Essequibo management have structured their batting lineup. The captain coming very early, looking to stabilize the innings. That might have been a position for Hubbard. Did not want the hitters to come too early. Samson in, Samson's out. Here's Lovell as well, who's at the non-strikers in. But Hubbard gets off the mark. Looking to take on Ali Mohammed pretty early as well.
Interesting approach by Hubbard. Now we're into the 44th over. First ball. And he looks to hit Ali Mohammed out the ground. You mentioned, maybe there was an opportunity for Hubbard to come early in the innings. But he has struggled in this tournament. And even if we date it back to the recent Guyana Cricket Board T10, I think he had 3 ducks in that tournament as well.
Low full toss, slow one as well. Chipped into the onside. Lots of space because there's no feeler in the ring. Akshay Prasad had to come off the boundary at mid-wicket to do the fielding, so easy too.
And that's really good running. I think early in the innings, we missed that from the previous batters. They did not run hard when the ball went into the deep, and probably missed out on a few runs. On this occasion, fresh legs in Hubbard. Well run.
The double bringing up the 150 for Essequibo, coming in the 44th over.
First one.
Ali Mohammed now in his final over. 3 for 47. His best figures of the tournament.
Hubbard come, Hubbard goes. Pretty soft dismissal. His struggles continues with the bat. Not being able to repay the selector's faith in him in this Essequibo side. And he goes for just 4 runs.
No timing whatsoever, but looking to hit it too hard like we saw from the get-go from Hubbard. Second wicket in the over now for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Hubbard goes for 4. Caught at cover by Look Not. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 1 wicket against the Select 11, 2 against Berbice, 1 against Essequibo, and today 4 for 47, saving his best for last in the final, maybe booking his passage to the Super 50.
His performances in this tournament has been really good. It's hard to think of him not being on that flight to Trinidad. But you never know. We can see the selectors. They're here.
So it's the last period now at a crease for Essequibo. Runsford beaten. And the debutant, Thaddeus Lovell. Kimo really just relaxing. One of the players as well in contention for that Harpy Eagles touring party.
Center.
Kimo savoring deep discussion with Sadiq Mohammed, one of his good friends. No doubt the discussion is about cricket.
Form in defense is beaten. An excellent spell comes to end by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. 4 for 47 from his 10. Excellent job, young man.
8 wickets in the tournament. Tournament dominated by spinners and a medium fast bowler picking up 8. 4 for 47 today, like you said. 150 for 9 with 6 overs still to go. Last period at the crease. Look at the bowling options. Devon Lord wicketless today. 10 in the tournament. With the new ball, Ali Mohammed started pretty well. And now finishing with 4 for 47. Bernard Bailey, who also picked up a wicket in his opening over. 1 for 18. Ned with 1 over to go, 2 for 24. We'll be able to wrap things up as well. And then we'll have an enforced change should Essequibo survive this over.
So it's going to be Ned to complete his last over.
Oh, wow. Ball. That's
Starts
done.
starts on target.
So the wind as well will be helping Ned from the northern end. Wind behind him. Okay, we'll get a little bit of drift.
Nothing. Oh, wow, wow.
Good feeling,
that
good use of his
dancing
feet here, Ned. Thaddeus
Like
Lovell.
the
What
fire,
role will
boys.
Lovell get to play here? Usually hard hitting. Now the last pair. Lots of time still in the innings.
Nothing. Done. Nice, boys.
He's usually a very aggressive player. Love to hit boundary. Think he just need to curb his aggression just for maybe over 2 and target probably the last 3 overs. Now they're on the verge of being bowled out.
Nothing.
The 9 wicket down. So just want to bat a few balls to get himself in, and then maybe can launch in the next 3 overs, the last 3 overs.
Ball, Netty, ball, bud.
Looks as if the plan is to see off Ned, who has just one delivery to go in his spell. 2 for 24. Started wicketless in his first game, Ned.
Nothing.
Then picked up 2 in the last game. No, 2 more. So 4 to Ned, but very economical. So that's the end of his spell. 2 for 25 from 10. He's done with the ball for today. And after 45 overs, Essequibo sent in 151 for 9.
Really good stuff by Ned. As you see, Uncle Norman, as I would call him, has been around cricket and sport in the city for over a decade now.
Norman.
Take a look at the quite a few spectators in the stand.
Shamroy Barrington among them.
Sachin.
And the Ben brothers, Christopher Barnwell in the back.
Bowler's right hand over.
Paul Chanasu, the legend himself, at the bar.
Yeah.
Physiotherapist is there. Some players, some current players in there as well. Nice gathering of spectators here for this final. Bernard Bailey is back for his 6th.
Starts with a wide. It's good to see Bailey back for a second spell. I think this is the first time we've seen him bowl at the back end of an innings.
So wide, now a single. It's important that Essequibo bat the remaining overs. Once you stay at the crease, you will get runs. But they have not batted their entire 50 overs this entire season. As we welcome back Naim.
I would like to think that those words were sounded in the ears of Hubbard and Sampson when they came in. They had 6 overs to go when Hubbard got out at the additional shot. Sampson just before that, another wild volcanic shot. Just single 6 overs could pick up a whole lot of runs. 36 runs to go on to add. Some good partnerships, sober-headed. Ramkaran stayed around for a long while, and quite possibly that's why he got to 49. There were just 1 or 2 other decent contribution. 21. Other than that, it's been 19 from Samson.
That is Lovell looking to get under this one. Just a single for him. Coming at a difficult time now. I'm asking him to preserve his wicket, to bat to the end. And he's a batsman who loves to score.
But the important thing is, I'm a supporter of young Samson. But you know this innings could possibly get you in the Harpy Eagles side.
Slow delivery, he goes inside out and finds the gap. Lovely stroke. This time from Runsford Beaton.
Well, when beaten once, he can hit the ball and hit it well. So it's good to see him going over the top. He's locked in here by fielders who are within the circle. There's a long off, but he went to extra cover. Nice timing.
It was only last year, just around February, when Beaton and Kevin Sinclair saved the Guyana Harpy Eagles in Grenada. Batted for more than 17 overs together, the last pair. So he has the ability really with the bat. Can block. Has a good defensive technique. Runs for Beaton. Lives reliant on the Essequibo coast.
And Bailey figures, I don't think accurately represent his spell. He has had 1 for 26 in. This is over number 6 for him, but he's been pretty consistent. I think he's been impressive.
Just too short. Umpire Nigel Duguid says wide. We'll have to reload that one. Bernard Bailey plays club cricket right here at GCC as well.
Jabbing shot, but Tej Narayan is there. It's not going to get past him. He's always hungry to field, hungry to bat. And there was a time, that's the end of the over nevertheless, 160 for the loss of 9. But there was a time when Tej bowled a lot at his home ground, his club. And I recall insisting on him to continue to have a lot of bowling practice. It makes up, it gets your position in the West Indies team more formidable. If you can throw your hands around a little bit, apart from being a decent batsman.
Hey! Bam, bam!
Ned finishing his spell from the northern end.
What?
Replaced by Devon Lord now. 5 overs before this, none for 15. 29-year-old Devon Lord. Recent Mr. Consistency with ball.
Dad.
The last game we saw his batting abilities as well. One of those persons challenging for a spot
Oh,
in
lovely,
Harpy Eagles
lovely,
touring
lovely, lady.
squad for the regional Super 50.
Alright, good.
Well, to be quite honest, and I'll get back to this point,
Hoiked away. Oh, short of the fielders and the boundary. 2 fielders was converging long on and mid wicket. In the end, fell short of both of them, but come back for the second nonetheless. Lovell.
but sometimes it can really bring anger into the whole formula or equation if you're a selector and there are prominent players who continue to play irrational, disgraceful either shots or in the bowling department or fielding. Quick single in the onside, nicely taken. But sometimes you just drop them.
Alright, look, come such.
There's so much of hope that I have, for example, in Quinton Sampson, and he knows the importance of his innings here today, not only for his side, but for his own personal benefit.
Come more behind.
And it was all about swiping. Kimo Paul, another example, prominent
Going there, Van Lard.
personalities and figure that decide the Harpy Eagles need.
Oh, yes, yes.
And the most irrational of irrational display to the third power.
Keep going,
Charging
man.
down, whacking away.
3 points, some runs, 4 overs, easy any day.
Previous game, his side was in a bad state. Same thing.
Nice, Lardy. Ball, ball, ball.
The umpire took a long time to call that wide, John. Eventually did.
Catch it. Yes, lovely, man.
Soft.
3 points,
Soft.
something else, 4 overs, easy.
Ransford beaten, just prodding that one into the offside field. Catch taken 5, Ransford beaten. Thaddeus Lovell 6, 164 for 9 all out in the 45th over.
Previous delivery, we saw some turn. That's why umpire gave it wide. This time, pitching it a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter as well. Beaten, committed to the stroke, but hitting it in the air. Gone for 5. We saw all innings. It was hovering around 163 as a projected score. In the end, 164 all out. Essequibo, Lord picking up his first of this game, 11th of the tournament. Leading wicket taker by Miles. 164 all out, 46 overs and 5 balls. Look at the scorecard. 49 from Kanaya Ramkaran, 26 from Keanu Hari, 164 all out. Not batting a full quarter of 50 overs once again, Essequibo. In the end, 164. Will that be sufficient? We'll have to wait and see. Bowling for Demerara. Ali Mohammed, 4 for 47, the standout. Supported by Ashmed Net, 2 for 25. A wicket apiece for Bailey, Loknath, Prasad, and now Lord. So all bowlers used today picking up wickets. 164 Naim. Will that be enough?
I don't think it's enough, but I think what the game that Essequibo will be playing is a watch and see game. If they can get early wickets, it can bring them back into the equation. But with the style of Tej Narain and Nandu, they're dogged, they stay there, they occupy. That can be heartbreaking. But if there are early wickets for Essequibo, only that will bring a glimmer of hope with that 164 for Essequibo.
All right, we'll take lunch as well, but viewers, stay with us because we have highlights of round number 2, Demerara against Berbice. While you enjoy your lunch as well, you can enjoy some cricket action. We'll take a break and come back with some more live action in about 30 minutes. But viewers, enjoy Essequibo against Demerara live, well, not live, but from Bourda. Round number 2 of the Guyana Cricket Board Senior County 50 overs tournament. Home side Demerara against former champions Berbice at Bourda. Berbice lost their opening encounter against Essequibo in Essequibo at the Pomona ground, whereas Demerara took full control over the select 11 to register a strong victory. Two teams that are pretty close on paper. Who will come out victors? We'll have to wait and see. Let's head to the middle for some live action.
Wicket in the first over.
Well, this one is in the air. That's going to be a soft dismissal. The catch taken, and Kevin Sinclair has to go. Afraid to use the short ball, and he's been doing well. Nicely flicked off the front leg, out towards long leg on the boundary there. Good piece of fielding too. The return comes in. Now that's a brilliant shot. Standing tall, and he's a tall boy, and it's flowing up considerably. Will not get to the boundary. They'll come back and complete too.
Yeah, nicely placed shot there. Most importantly, he got it in the gap, picking up 2 runs. So he's off to a good start. Opening the batting is something that...
By all means though, happy for the people in Essequibo, having inter-county for years. Down the track, and he's driving, he's edging, and he's caught behind. Well, Anderson. You looked at Kevin Sinclair virtually giving his wicket away, and you've gone and do the exact thing down the track, wide outside the line of the off stump. He was teased there, he was tantalized there, and he fell there.
Late. So that's a really good start for him, picking up the man of the match performance in that game.
It's a lovely looking shot there by Sinclair, moving across the line of the delivery and played it beautifully over the top of forward square, and he will get the, is it a maximum? Did he? Well, actually it's 4 runs, but that will bring some relief to the tall right-hander who opened the short, and this is slice over the top of backward point and away to the boundary for 4. That's a good looking shot by the right-hander.
Absolutely. I tell you what, this is really good cricket by Sinclair, putting some pressure back onto the Demerara bowlers. You're hitting the ball over the infield, there's no one out there. So once you get it there, you're going to get 4 every time.
Yes, I'm going to miss out on those, Junior Sinclair. Good looking shot over the top of a cover. Edging at this one, it's going to go past the first slipper and will come down towards the boundary region, and that's 4 runs. Wasn't convincing, but had enough edge on it all along the ground, down to the boundary for 4.
Unfortunate for Ali Mohammed, but Junior Sinclair will take that.
And he's hoisting this one over wide long on and out towards the boundary for 4. Deliberate shot, pitched up into the pads there by Bernard Bailey, and he's not going to miss out on those.
Very calculated shot. There's a long on, but that went to the right of the fielder down at the long on boundary. And so, again, I'm getting to appreciate the effort and the concentration displayed by the 2 players. He's raced to 20.
Into the body of the batsman and paying the penalty. Bowl outside the line of the off stump, like he's doing, but this time he's corked. That's a big shot that's gone away 1 bounce over the top of wide long off, almost over extra cover. Perfect looking cricket shot for a boundary.
I think that was well directed because Tejan Chandapal is long at long off, but he hit it, struck it to the almost to the left of Chandapal, couldn't get there, and a good calculated shot. I think he's powering, surging.
He's on strike, and John Ramsing will be our next commentator. He will come a-calling after this 10th over. Wow, he's edging and taken behind by the keeper. Well, that was on the card. Jonathan Fu was struggling out in the middle. A vicious lifting delivery right around his nose, lips area. Couldn't get the bat out of the way. High on the bat, and the catch well taken by Tevin Imblak. 4 wickets gone. 51 for 4. Is that the...
Chopped on. Just too tentative. And you always find that after a drinks break, something happens. And in this case, Junior Sinclair, half forward, ball taken in the part of the bat, and he's gone. 37, 63 now for 5.
I was just about to say Demerara started well. As we take a look at that replay again, was in 2 mind there, Junior Sinclair, chopped on, losing his wicket, so he would have been quite disappointed. You know, we've gotten a start.
Just playing the patient game so far. Nicely knocked down by first slip. Akshay Prasad in that position.
That's a beauty, absolute beauty. Resami Parmal did well not to get the edge on that one.
And they're doing a fine job for the home side. Big appeal goes up. The finger of Shannon Crawford, the umpire, goes up as well. Wicket number 6, the captain, Resami Parmal, not pleased with that decision, but he has to go without scoring. 65 now for 6.
As we can see, he's playing back to that one. I think that's out. He pitched in line, but he's still there. He's batting. He's toughing it out. Some is required.
Another maiden for Mashmed Ned. And after 18 overs, Berbice, 65 for 6. Not sure what type of cricket he was playing before. In the air, but look, not cannot, with that full stretch dive, cannot hold on to it, and it goes into the boundary.
That's a sweet shot. As we look at it again, very well executed in the gap. 4 more. The good thing about that shot,
Akshaya Prasad, but I'm afraid our skill set in playing spin. Appeal for a catch at the wicket was a quicker delivery gone in the crease, just standing there too close to play the cut shot, and Zainul Ramsami caught at the wicket of the bowling of Lord. Lord now picking up 3 for 12 for the trouble, 84 for 7. Oh, that's in the air, and that's going to be, well, he juggles and then takes it, and Clinton Pestano struggled for his 16. He has gone after facing 24 deliveries for the trouble here for Borbis. They are 99 now for the loss of 8.
that when you're on top, you want to be a bit more aggressive.
That's a big one. And that's going to carry. Yes, it does. Just in front of the steps of the GCC pavilion.
Sri Lanka, all 8 wickets to have fallen to spin.
Another one is going to fall here to spin as well. Devon Lord gets his 4th, 4 for 27, and Nigel Deodat has to go. Battled away there, having faced 22 deliveries. 123 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Off comes in as well. Caesar is coming forward, brilliantly bowled by Ashmead Ned to end his 10 overs. None for 10, just 2 runs a wicket. Despite not picking up a wicket, he created enough pressure whenever he's bowling for the others at the different end to pick the wickets up. Mid-wicket goes out towards the boundary. And that's a quicker delivery clipping the off bail, and that's the end of the Borbis innings. Isaac turn comprehensively beaten and bowled by Akshaya Prasad. Their innings folded on 129 Borbis. That was beautifully bowled. Ali Mohammed 2 for 35, Bailey 2 for 25, Lord 4 for 28, 2 for 19 Akshaya Prasad. Those are the wicket takers. Generally the bowling has been very, very economical for the Demerara senior inter-county team. Kudos to them. And the scorecard?
Yeah, Junior Sinclair, 37 from 42. No, he looked really good. Played some lovely shots. But apart from him, none of the other batters really got going. You know, Clinton Pestano played well until, you know, he threw his wicket away basically. He tried to be too aggressive at a stage where we should have been looking to just bat some more overs. And to manage season.
The attack. Let's have a closer look now as the 2 opening batsmen. Perez will take strike, which is pretty strange. I thought the senior batsman would have taken.
Big appeal.
This is close.
Given. Man, you put on your umpire cap and you said it was close from the time the appeal went up. I would love to have a second look. The first look for me gives the impression of hitting outside the off stump, but let's have a look.
And it is leaving the ball alone that would encourage the umpire to do that. Leaving the ball.
He's not playing a shot, but look at where he was struck. So Raymond Perez dismissed, given out.
And I thought that he should have gotten a little bigger score. Appeal and given out. And given out.
Just recently we saw Tevin Imlach playing against a side and given out like before. He was trapped on the crease. Look at this one from Pestano. Pitched up nicely. Looks pretty good there, Naim.
It looks good.
Sinclair, who's been impressive in this tournament thus far.
But I think this is about thinking in Chandapal's mind. Hey, youngster, I played the best in the world. Mitchell, Stark and company, and I scored. You come bowl your stuff to me. No one in for the catch. And it's just about having their minds on the pressure. So you have to hit out. And that's what Chandapal is doing. And in the process, they can induce a mistake. I mean, they can't apply this strategy for a long time because of the small score they're defending. But even for short spurts.
Enough with their plans.
Now this is a fine shot over the top of mid-off, out towards the boundary, and it's going to get there once again. And Tej Chandapal is really turning up the heat, even though it's real hot in the middle. With the bat, he looks awesome. 31 from 34. 50 has come up for Demerara. They're 53 for the loss of 2. Not bad thinking whatsoever. And this time it's a high in the air, but that's going to go a long way. It's going to clear the field. That's a maximum. Great shot. Picked it up nicely, and that's a half century for Tej Chandapal. He's in awesome form. He's gone on to 51 from 56. Well played, Tej.
I hope when I look at this sense that he batted with, how he tailored his innings, I hope he goes on, score more runs, score at the CWI 50 over tournament.
Yeah, but in the gap as well.
Down the pitch, would it come into the commentary box? Wow! Just an inch and a coup from the cameras here of FL Sport. Inches away. He's targeting your company, John.
Could have been an expensive stroke from young Nandu, but good use. Aggression again from Nandu. This time over mid-wicket. That's his second 6 of the innings. 100 now on the board for Demerara, coming up in grand style.
Good shot. You can see it was calculated. Intentional, got it in, just used his feet, chipped down, 2 steps down the pitch.
Demerara. Nice flighty delivery this time from Ramsamy to end his first over. 2 conceded after 24. 109 for 2, 21 away from victory.
Nicely swept away onto the flying leg boundary, and it goes for 4. So Ramsamy straining line there, and Chandapal taking full advantage on that occasion. So he adds 4 to his tally. There he goes down the ground, uses his feet, and he's out. Catch taken on the mid-wicket boundary. So after playing so well, Nandu, he's fallen 6 short of an half century. Pretty good catch as well. So Nandu goes for 4.
He's playing on what is now his home ground. Start of the new season, he's going to be part of the Bourda family. Chance for run it again. Tej Chandapal guilty of ball watching.
Taking part in this year's tournament. That's nicely played. On the back foot, hitting that one out to the cover boundaries. Basad picking up 4 runs. Basad is such a quality player. A young man that has improved tremendously over the past few years. And it's good to see him taking full use of his opportunity at this level. He came in last year as a replacement player in the Guyana RP Eagles team. But this year, he wanted to pick himself from the start.
In the Trinidad Republic. Plays for CCC. This one is beating the fielder once again. And they're running hard for the second, which will bring up victory for Demerara. Convincing 7-wicket victory for Demerara. 2-2. And also on the flip side, Burby's second consecutive defeat as well in this year's Senior the County 50 overs tournament. The scorecard, like I said, 63 from Chandapal, 44 Nandu. Perez and Imlak did not trouble the score as much. And actually I saw bringing it home in the end, 7 from 5, including well-timed cover drive. 13 extras helping to 130 for 3.
So if we take a look at the bowling card for Borbees Junior Sinclair, who bowled pretty well for 1 wicket. 21 runs from his 5 over. Clinton Pestano, who I felt should have bowled more, picking up 1 wicket. And Nigel Diodat, a youngster, got an opportunity picking up the big wicket of Machu Nandu.
Torn expensive, but 8 bowlers in all used. Just 3 able to get into the wickets column. Burby's batting first, 129 all out. In reply, Demerara 130 for 3. Convincing victory, and it means that they're booking themselves a place in Saturday's final, Demerara, whereas Burby's will have to really look to the next fixture on Thursday against the Select 11 for an opportunity for them to get some points on this points table.
Well, hello, wherever you are watching from the Bourda cricket ground here in Georgetown, Guyana. Let me remind you that Demerara is about to make their reply. They'll be hunting down 165 with all of 50 overs to do. It is left now to see how Essequibo can defend that 164. They surely are going to be disappointed that they only score 164 in a vital final. Did excellently to reach this stage here, but they're coming up against the defending champions who bowled very well. All their bowlers, medium fast bowlers, along with their spinners, they did the job. Top scoring for Essequibo was Ramkaran, who made a patient 49. Was a pity that he did not go on to make his half century. Other than that, there were bits and pieces of runs out in the middle. Essequibo batting actually was blown apart when they batted first after Demerara win the toss and asked them to take first strike. So umpires are out in the middle. Umpire Nigel Dugid and Ryan Banwari. So too are the openers Machu Nandu and Tejnarain Chandapal, who will be taking the first delivery. With me in the come box is Dexter George. Dexter, looking for 165 runs to win of 50 overs. Demerara will feel we have gotten this covered.
Absolutely. The home side firmly in the better position at the halfway mark. Having won the toss and asked Essequibo to bat first, they would have been pretty happy with the work the bowlers have done. Now it's just for the batters to lay the icing on the cake. We all knew from the start it was gonna be a trial for spin for the Essequiboans. We saw the forest ball bowl through to the keeper. Not a lot of carry in that delivery, but yeah, just to continue, was always going to be a challenge with the Demerara spinners. But it was Ronaldo Ali Mohammed who was the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 47, and he certainly bowled well.
Yes, and Tejnarain Chandapal, he has been in excellent form as he prepares for a regional season in the Cricket West Indies Super 50 tournament. That's going to start in Trinidad and Tobago on the 29th. Good start here by Beaton. The first thing you do is to ensure that you pick your length, you pick your line, and then you can look to develop a pace as the over go by.
Coach start by Beaton, bang on target in his first few deliveries. Essequibo, they'll need early wicket to make this match competitive. And a surprise, they're starting with just the one slip.
Good delivery, and you can see the confidence level here in the left-handed Tejnarain Chandapal onto the back foot and stroking it away down towards mid-on. I like to say hello to Trevor Harris, all the way from Maruka in region number 1. He's at the GCOM office there, and he said they're listening to us. They're getting it clear. And thank you so much for your compliments, Trevor Harris. Y'all be careful, though. Ensure you do GCOM work, right? Another good delivery, bang on target. And the Guyana Cricket Board, along with their partnership with FL Sports, will be complimented for taking the cricket from the grounds to people's home, people's workplace, around the world as well. Look how many folks from Canada and the United States of America are tuned in.
Excellent delivery by Beaton. Now we mentioned he started well. And he's hit some good lengths and he's getting a ball just to move away from Chandapal a touch. Maybe they want to look to get another slip in. Remember, it's just 165 they're defending. So they want to pick up early wickets.
Well, they must, they should. You want to get early wickets here. Bourda is behind the stumps today that position always reserved for Kemal Savory. Down the track, and that's going to clear Savory just. Well, it's not often you see Tage coming down the track like that in the first over, lofted in the air, and he's lucky it went over the head of Savory. 1 over gone, it's 1 without loss.
Very expansive shot there by Chanjapal, coming down the wicket to Beaton, who started well. Chanjapal hoping is a count. We mentioned he's the leading run scorer in this tournament, with in excess of 200 runs under his belt. So no doubt he's feeling pretty confident. And I like this from Chanjapal. And if there's any one critique that we have of him, is his strike rate, his ability to score off more balls. And we've definitely seen a different side of him, which is one that I'm enjoying, to be honest.
Yes, and these are enjoying it there too, under the cool of the main pavilion. Good mixture of ladies and men and boys as well, little girls as well. It just talks about a family atmosphere. Coming out on a Saturday afternoon to witness the Guyana Cricket Board Super 50 inter-county final between Berbice and, in fact, between Demerara and Essequibo. So, we're going to have a spin from the top end. Malcolm Hubbard is going to bowl the second over. So Essequibo here looking to present something differently.
It is a bit of a surprise because Hubbard, he's not bowled much in this tournament, but we can understand why. 2 left-handers had the crease. They've been pretty prolific in this tournament. So looking to present a different challenge to them, having the ball going away from them. It's quite attacking. The 4 slip. A man at leg slip as well. So it's a good start from Hubbard, bringing Chanjapal on the front foot.
Well, I think not a bad ploy at all, but he's coming up against a cub who is hunting down a lot of runs and look very hungry too. Good delivery here, bringing him onto the front foot. Like the aggression, the thought of the leg slip there. Tage normally looked to tickle fine. And there's also the 4 slip. And he's going, this time it's a brave shot over the top of wide mid-off and away to the boundary for 4. Floated up, and the cub is not going to miss out on those. Well played.
He's a man in excellent touch, Chanjapal. You know, we talked about his aggression, his positive approach in his batting of recent, and it's quite refreshing to see. Looking to score off anything loose.
So, Malcolm Hubbard is gone for 4 runs. That's a boundary. Tage is going after his man again on the full toss over mid-wicket. 1 bounce across the boundary. That's another 4 off the bat of Tage Narain Chandapal.
It's a safe shot. There's no deep mid-wicket in place. The guy on the onside is on the square leg boundary. So the placement was excellent on that occasion by Chanjapal.
So this called for a lot of discipline in the bowling department. You're just defending 164. And that was a full toss and well put away. Let's see how Hubbard will respond. That's good running between the wicket. Dropped with soft hands. Down towards short forward square brings Nando with strike.
Smart cricket. Already picked
Keep going, guys.
picks off 2 boundary in the over. Recognizes there's no need to go reckless. No, he's now at the other end and he continues to bat. Nando will be facing his first ball of the innings. Nando along with Chanjapal, they've had some excellent partnerships throughout the course of this tournament.
get it, get it.
That was nicely tossed up here by Hubbard. The second over has been completed. 10 without loss.
So the home team signaling their intention quite early. There, as we take a look at summaries so far, Ramkaran patient for the 9, Harvey with 26, Savory getting just the 21. You know, Ali Mohammed continues to impress. He had 4 for 47. Ashbit Net continues to bowl well. He's been very economical. Both of them would be thinking to themselves that they would have done enough to book their tickets to Trinidad to represent Guyana RP Eagles at this year's Regional Super 50 tournament.
And Beaton just stopping in his approach there. Just want to remind our listeners, especially locally, have the KH T20 League organized by the Guyana Cricket starting on the 26th of this month. Not far away from here as our senior boys go to West Indies Championship. Short, and he picks the gap out through the cover region, and they will go back Guyana T20 League. We have the Essequibo Jaguars, Demerara Pitbulls, Berbice Piranhas, Essequibo Anacondas, Berbice Caimans, and Demerara Hawks. So 2 teams from each count the format. That should be exciting. A much look forward tournament. Tucked away nicely into the onside by Tage. He'll get a single. That should be some excitement.
No, it's really good, the initiative taken by the Guyana Cricket Board to have such a local tournament being played. You know, one can think, you know, a lot more players will be given the opportunity. Obviously, in this 50 over inter-county, it's just the 4 teams. So with the T20, we're having 6 teams. So more players will be having the opportunity to showcase the talent.
Yes, and it means that there are at least 90 contracted. They'll be earning finance for playing in the tournament. It's a professional league. Good delivery, right on target and well played by Matthew Nandu. Matches will be played across all 3 counties, Essequibo, Berbice and Demerara. There are 7 that will be used for this tournament, and FL Sports has already been contracted by the Guyana Cricket Board to provide live stream of all the matches. I think there are some 19 preliminaries and then the final 4. Tucked away into the onside by Matthew Nandu. He opens his account. He has gone on to 1.
Yeah,
Lots of cricket.
Nicely played. Just back of a length. Beaton seems to roll his finger over that delivery. Hence why we saw the lack of pace. So this is good stuff from Beaton. He's experienced. Obviously played for the West Indies. And he'll be looking to make early inroads into this Demerara side if he's to give his team a chance of coming out on top.
That's a beautiful looking shot. Pulled off the body and kept it down too. So the technique was good there from Tage. And he's looking like the Tage Narayan Chandapal that we knew, a youngster coming through the under 15 ranks, the under 19 ranks. And even when he made the Guyana national team, you know, just getting back to that position, I think, where he belongs. He's terrific talent. You don't want to see that go by the wayside. Good short delivery. 3 overs gone, 15 without loss.
So it's a pretty solid start by the openers. The opening batters, that is. 15 on the board after 3 overs. Essequibo yet to pick up a wicket. But one of the features that I've enjoyed during this tournament, watching young Chanjapal bat, is his gap finding.
Yes, he's look much more composed, and just after lunchtime, these guys having a little bit late lunch there, but that box look real healthy. And food is so important, especially since we are in an agriculture month. And Guyana is known for its cuisine. We have some real good cooks. Want to say hello to the folks of St. Cuthbert's Mission. I know they would have sent through some messages as well. They're listening, they're viewing the cricket. And that's great across the entire country and across the world as well.
So immediately there's a bowling change by Essequibo. Chemo Paul is into the attack now. So just the 1 over by Hubbard from the northern end. Chemo Paul will take up the attack from that end.
And he's a wicket taker, Chemo Paul. There's no doubt about that. Yes, and there was stage. The intention, I think, maybe was look for the drive if the ball was pitched up. Realizing it was short of a good length, made good adjustment and opened the face and gets a single down towards the third man region. So good battle going on out there. Chemo is going to present a different kind of scenario out in the middle. He's going to be proactive. He's going to ensure that his fielders are in the right position and never afraid to remind the batters that he's a fast bowler.
Absolutely. And from an Essequibo perspective, I think this is the right thing to do. You mentioned he's a wicket taker. He's the guy you need to look to get early wickets. If you're to challenge this powerful Demerara batting lineup. He bowled well the last game, picked up a few wickets. Right on a roll here, Essequibo.
Yes, and that ball actually got big on Matthew Nandu, hung in the air for a while as it went out towards backward point. Has to be careful here, Matthew Nandu. He's not a tall boy. Those kind of deliveries, you have to judge them well. Like this one, short, lifting delivery. And he was equal to the task there, Dexter. Just opening the face and getting it down.
Yeah. Well bowled by Chemo. Nandu just looks just a little bit uncomfortable. But nicely played in the end, keeping it down. He continues to bat, so that's the most important thing. No one would want to think that this pair will likely be the opening pair for Guyana at this year Regional Super 50 tournament.
Oh, that one flew a little bit in the air and beating the diving gully fielder. That's Harry, and it went down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. Flew off the edge of the bat there of Nandu. He gets the boundary, he lifts the fight on.
Yes, tantalizingly close to the field at gully. Harry, who's usually a pretty good catcher.
And right away you see the difference with Chemo Paul here, the pace level. He has improved in his pace, and that's good to see. He's pitching well to Chemo Paul. Oh, and again he gets the edge, and this time beating Ricardo Adams down at first slip. Looking to play the pull shot. Didn't get it at all here, Matthew Nandu. And it goes away down towards the boundary once again.
Nandu taking his chances. It just needs to be a little bit smart here, Nandu. It's obvious that Chemo will look to try to get wicket. So you don't want to take too many risks off of him. If he presents a scoring opportunity, you take it. But you play each ball on its merit.
Yes, and Tage waiting and then opening the face at the last minute to end the over. 4 overs gone. Demerara looking for 165. They're 21 without loss. And I'd like to say hello to Michelle Abraham Ali. She's the Deputy CEO of the National Communication Network, sending out a message. They're enjoying the commentaries. She loves the graphic on FL Sports, picking up things around, especially with the bride that we saw. And our cameraman, they've been doing a fine job. Andrew Singh, one of them. Lake Kram. Yeah, Andrew Passato. Without our cameraman, this would have never been possible. So we must compliment them for whatever they are doing.
You know, brother Inderjit, most of the names you just mentioned, they play cricket too.
Yes, and that's so good. Well, somebody said I should have shown respect to Lekram. Should have said Uncle Lekram. And the mood is still good out in that main pavilion.
Just a bit wayward there from Beaton. So it's been a steady start by the home side, with not a lot of runs on the board. Essequibo recognizing that they need to pick up early wickets, but they don't want to give away too many runs in searching of those wickets. So they've been not too ultra attacking. They've set in and out fields.
That's a good looking shot. Played through the cover region for 2 by Matthew Nandu. I love the way he got on top of the ball and didn't look to overhit the delivery. Pure timing, good placement. And he get 2 more runs. It's always difficult. You have to hit it extremely hard to get it going away towards the boundary here at Bourda. A little bit on the tough side, but he manages to and looks good in the progress. This has been a healthy start by Demerara. They're the defending champions and playing like 1-2. Good judgment this time.
Nice ball by Beaton, tempting outside the off stump. But Nandu lets that one go. Says, no, you're not going to trick me into nicking that one. Beaton has bowled well in the tournament. He's one of those fast bowler that his name will be selection contention. He has been down on pace recently. Two more to Nandu. Nicely played off the hips, beating straining line. Just a touch there. There is a fielder position on the square leg boundary. But you want to think that's more of an attacking position when he bowls the short ball.
Oh, that's a good hook shot. Didn't get the result he was looking for. Kept it down, but did get the single. So he's up to a challenge here, Matthew Nandu. And the more time he spends out in the middle, the better he looks. And, you know, there is where cricket is played, in God's classroom, air and sunshine. And the more our players spend out in the middle, the better they will get. Your eye, your hand, your legs coordination, so important. Your stamina level as well. And look at Tage here, left the bat nicely all along the ground. Controlled the bat nicely with those very strong wrists of his. Albeit need to do a little bit more discipline here. Just maintain that. So far it's been all Demerara. Good start by them. Seems to be in no worries whatsoever. We saw 2 edges. Other than that, they've been compact, stylish, and they've been scoring runs. Final delivery coming up in over number 5.
Yes, and we've seen a field change as well. There's now a man, a short leg position for Chanjapal. So Beaton probably looking to bowl a bit straighter.
Well, that went ever so close. It was in the air, dying down towards the fielder at short forward square. And in the end, eluded him for a single. 5 overs gone. Demerara 28 without loss. So they will feel that they're winning the battle of the batting as well. And we've been talking all along about these saman trees. They would have been here maybe, just maybe, for more than 100 years. You'll never know. Bourda was once surrounded with a hedge of coffee. That was in the developmental stage. You know, was a plot of land given by a guy named George Bourda for this development. And since then, the name has become a household name. Across the world, it has etched itself in history. So many great players, legends of the game, walk this field, bat out in the middle, bowl out in the middle, would have catch a cricket ball that caused thousands and thousands to visit this ground from time after time. Short in the air, just over the top of that short backward square region. Tage got big on him, maybe because of the extra pace he was undone. He gets a single nevertheless and rotate the striker. And I'm going to introduce our next commentator that has just taken the seat that Dexter George has left. And I tell you the relationship between this individual and George Bourda. And that's nicely flicked off the front legs, out through backward square. And they'll just walk the single. So hello to you, Naeem. John Ramsing, a little pun. You're in the days of George Bourda when he gave this ground.
There's an act called the Senior Citizens Act. I'll encourage you and John to go back and read that act. Thou shalt not abuse senior citizens.
It's not abuse, it's just linking you with a great man who did a great deed. Well, he's actually flicking a Yorker from middle stump here. Tejanarain Chandapal through backward square and getting a single. That was a good delivery. Fine start by Demerara.
Tage knows exactly where the fielders are. He knows the limitations in the power play at the hands of the fielding side. And many of those shots that he's getting under and lifting, it is because he knows where the fielders are. And I'd like to say also, I admire both Tage and Nandu for controlling their hook shots. They were all flat along the ground.
Yes, and what a leave alone. He's a short guy and got under it nicely. Good delivery by Chemo Paul. Just trying to wake up Machu Nandu. Essequibo need wickets here. Demerara very solid with these two.
That's the funny contrast. They can only get into this match, Essequibo, if they get wickets. It's an early wickets, remove the top order batsmen. But these two are dogged batsmen. I've said it before the innings started. It's going to be a nightmare getting rid of them. This is coming down towards the fine leg boundary. It's going to go all the way for 4. I saw that one. There's no fine leg. Good shot. And that's a champion start. Last ball for the 6th over, 35 already on the board. And we knew from the beginning 164 could never be a good total to post by the first team that batted, Essequibo. But in the circumstances, all they would hope for is to get wickets. That's the only way they can come back here. Because if you allow these two with their temperament, Tej and Nandu, they're going to be out there for a long time.
Nicely controlled, pulling the left hand, that's the bottom hand, away from the bat. Spent a little time in the air, but nobody in front the bat, and they get the single. So 6 overs gone, it's 35 without loss.
Well, at the end of 5, Essequibo were just about 13 for the loss of 2. Now 6 overs have gone here, 35 for the loss, without loss. So rollicking start, Demerara on their way.
Yes, and our gentleman on the scoreboard there, that's a manual scoreboard, doing a terrific job, in tune with what's happening with our scorer here, along with the official scorers of the board. Stefan Wilson. I like his hat. It's a hot day. He's a club member right here at the GCC. Congrats to you, Stefan Wilson.
You remember the huge manual scoreboard
Yes.
that we had here at Bourda, where they keep reeling up these numbers. These guys are slinging up inside. Uncomfortable, but they did the job. Beautiful shot, well timed and well placed. I think it was Dexter that talked about Tej Narayan's placement. He calculates his shots, and he got that wide to the left of backward square down towards long leg.
Yes, and these are good times so far for Tej Narayan Chandapal. Like what I'm seeing with him. Glad that he's back in form. He's making it count. Good signs for Guyana and West Indies cricket. Now, we were talking about Bourda. We can only imagine the days. The first test match played here was in 1930. West Indies against England. We just can imagine those people. Well, John, you know, he's a wicked man. He's saying, Axe Naeem. Naeem was here.
Read the act.
You can imagine the ladies coming out with their sari, some coming out with their long skirt or long dresses with their head ties and orni. The men coming out with their dhoti or dashiki, whatever you call it at the time, langoti, to witness cricket, jumping up for the heroes. Must have been real fun.
I know, it was, of course, from the colonial history, a lot of the cricket in the country was being played by people of another color until the Africans and Indians were integrated into the system of sport. But it was at least a one-sided affair until things started to get better, as in 1929-30 when the first test match was played. So it was at this ground, so a rich cultural history exists and is still haunting this ground in a pleasant way.
It's always so pleasurable to come to Bourda, GCC ground, Bourda. And those who have maintained the ground, irregardless of the challenges that they face, congratulations to them. They are doing a fine job in getting back this ground and the facilities. No doubt help came while we had the World Cup practice sessions here. It was used as a practice venue. Well, he actually pulled out of the shot there, Tej. Give him the benefit of the doubt. You could have seen the horizontal bat. So we want to say congratulations to Mr. Jonathan Yearwood and his team here at GCC. For a few years, things weren't going good, but it's looking much more better now.
Well, in those days, of course, the capacity of the ground wasn't that big. It could have been 12,000. And that's overspilling in the stands. It was really a ground that has had a history of a lack of space. Everyone was cramped up. There are no reserve seats.
Good delivery here by Beaton. And that will tell a simple story. The love that people have for cricket, especially when their international stars and local stars are playing here. During those days, there was no bridge across the Demerara River. Across the Berbice River, you had to come with the steamers, and certain names still stick with you. The Malali, you remember that $20 bill? There was one called Kuru Pukari. There's another one, Hassa. You remember those names crossing the Berbice River or the Demerara River?
What was more, and even in my opinion, my memory, fascinating about this ground is that the people from Berbice came and set up tents and camps outside the ground. Straight down the ground. That stage Narayan Chandapal for you. Just pitched into that spot, middle and leg, and he caressed it straight back past the bowler for 4.
Glorious looking drive back over on the onside of the pitch. It was a joy to watch him get hold of that one. Easy shot for him. Looks so good. Tejaran Chandapal scores another boundary. Yes, you were mentioning about our friends coming from Berbice, Naim.
Yeah, and Essequibo. They camped out on Regent Street and on the mall. That's in the far distance. And in preparation to get into the ground. That's what they did. They shared food. Of course, in that time, I was quite a little boy back in the 70s.
I thought it was the 1930s, Naim.
The act. And my cousin would develop this familiar and unforgettable slogan. I'll tell you about it. Should be a wide, signaled by the umpire. So our food was so limited. 2 and 3 of us will come in every day while Pakistan was here. And to avoid sharing that food, my cousin will shout out, if they see a friend walking in front of the crowd, he hunches you and he shouts, "Dive." It means
hide your face.
Hide your face. Here's a guy, he might want a bit of it. Dive. Now there's a commentator among us. I normally dive when I see him. Nice, beautiful shot, Tej Narayan. Absolutely well timed. From the time it left the bat. And notice how he's picking the gap. There's a long leg or a wideish fine leg and a man down at backward square. It went straight in between them. That's the long leg position.
Well, Tej is having his fair share of food here by Beaton. Short down the leg side, boy, and he played it with all the splendor and glory. Looks real good, Tej, as he moves on to 30 from 25. Approaching the 50 here for the Demerara team. They are 48 without loss.
Short and turned away again. Now, Ronsford Beaton over the years has developed a penchant for bowling in short spurts. He's completed 4 overs, but after the second over, so he was spraying it on a few occasions down the leg side there.
Yes, so if you have just joined the live stream here from Bourda, let me remind you that this is the Guyana Cricket Board Super 50 Inter-County Tournament 2024. It's the final between Demerara and Essequibo. Demerara won the toss, asked Essequibo to take for a strike, and they scored 164. We are having the reply now by the Demerara team looking for 165. Heated discussion going on there in the main pavilion.
You never know what it is. It could be who's buying the beer this afternoon. But the first time I came here, Jeet, and those faces and names are still popping up in my head. 1973, could have been 7, 8 years old. Ian Chappell, Ian Redpath, Greg Chappell. Outside edge. Now, Kimo Paul got him there, but squared it up on the offside. Involuntarily, may I say. Just taking a thick outside edge. There was no gully. So quite safe. That brings up the 50 as well in just 7.1 overs. Yes, Greg Chappell, Rodney Marsh, Jeff Hammond, and Max Walker, some of those guys, and my eyes were like plaster there watching these fellas. I remember Henry Blofeld, his voice just shouting out of the radio transmitter systems in the crowd, and I always had him in my mind, Henry Blofeld. But that was a great test match. And 1973, there were no Holdings, no Malcolm Marshall, no Roberts, no Croft.
Yes, and I like the strategy here by Kimo Paul. He has put in place, well, what do you call that? A man just bordering on that line. He's at that short forward square region, looking for the short delivery, see if a catch can be popped in that place there. So he will be testing it, and he has the ability to bowl the Yorker as well. You mentioned people coming from Essequibo and Berbice overnighting here just to get into the ground. I recall one elder Borbician saying to me, boy, we went through all of that. We had to stay in line because you had the troopers there, the police on horses, ensuring they maintain the lines. And we went through all of that. And when the force ball is about to be bowled, our eyes are closed because of Maine Darupia, a term in Hindi that is used by our Borbician friends. You know what that means.
There were two. They were under the affluence of alcohol and were of no use for themselves. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I remember Van Bernhold, I think, played in that game. Keith Boyce. Well played, Nandu Lifter. There's a man positioned there, as you can see. We can call him short square leg. And for one moment I thought he was feeling in front of the square leg umpire, but just forward. But well controlled there, Nandu. Good delivery. What Kimo Paul is trying to do is pound it in and have Nandu pop one to that short square leg position. There's also a solitary slip. Good thinking here.
Yes, he was striving for the Yorker after those two short deliveries. Right on target there, but well played by Machu Nandu. Moving nicely into it and defending. We'd have seen some great West Indian cricketers and Guyanese cricketers perform here at Bourda as well. How can you forget the likes of, Rohan Kanhai, Sir Clive Lloyd, Alvin Kalicharan, Roy Fredericks, some among the best in the world.
Nice control. Brilliant shot there. That's gone from the time it left the bat, piercing the gap as well. And what I was mentioning earlier is I like the control these two youngsters are showing when they're hooking. End of 8:54 without loss.
And look, that was a fearless shot played by Machu Nandu. He know Kimo Paul is going to target him with the short deliveries. That's the fourth one in the over. And he had the temerity to really get on top of that one. He's fighting fire with fire. Great shot by Machu Nandu.
Kimo Paul has had a good stint so far. Although, well, 3 overs gone. He didn't get a wicket. 18 runs, but that doesn't reflect. It may look a bit high. It doesn't reflect how well he bowled. I think he did far better than Ransford Beaton from this end. As I called the name Ransford Beaton, I see he's been taken off. And Samson will be brought into the attack. Strong shoulders, Samson.
Yes, and he's going to begin over number 9 with Kimo Paul bowling 3 overs, none for 18. And this half-century partnership between the opening pair is really creating a lot of problem here for Essequibo. Look at that required run rate, 2.4. And he starts with a wide 2 down the leg side, Samson.
Samson gives you the impression that he has an overdose of energy, so sometimes you feel that he's bursting. So he's either, if I'm batting, I'm going to hit you. If I'm bowling, I want to bowl fast. Respect shown by Tej Narayan. That's what I like about this youngster. He can give an account for every shot he plays, why he played it, showing respect on this occasion.
Yes, and almost every ball, Naeem, is coming off the meat of the bat. That will tell you how good a form he is in at the moment, Tej. He's a senior player, an important cog in the wheel for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and this is good to see. That was a slower delivery by Samson. Just coming off the back of the arm and well played. He judged it well. You see him there at the last moment, just waiting on the delivery. So his judgment is impeccable too.
You know, when cricketers are a cut above the rest, you see it, there's a big, huge difference. How he handles it, it's not how all the other batsmen I've seen handling it, the circumstances.
Yes, I mean, Tej has been there for quite some time now, coming through the ranks. He understands batting. And so many greats would have gone through different periods in their career. Sir Viv went through that, the great man. Greg Chappell went through that. I remember Greg Chappell in the 1983 series that West Indies went to Australia. Every time he walks in, there is a duck following him because he failed a lot. Appeal for a catch at the wicket here. Essequibo was just celebrating. They have to tone that down. Umpire Nigel Duguid will have none of it.
Yeah, I think it was just ambitious a shout. Putting some pressure on the umpire, you never know what you can get out of it. There's no third eye. There's no going upstairs for a review.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so he went through his bad patch, lost his place in the West Indies team. He badly wants to get back there. And that's a position that we have struggled with in the West Indies, to find openers who can lay the foundation for the others to come. Far too often. I mean, Braffett has been there, Craig Braffett, for the longest while. You know, he's not one of those guys who has really performed like real openers. And as he get down towards the end of his career, his run scoring ability is just dropping as well. That's an area we can do well with.
Quick runs, direct hit. Not to be. Nice, cheeky single there. So I think that's the end of the over. But put it in a nutshell, since Greenwich and Haynes, we have been searching and I don't think we have found.
Yeah, those two men, they ruled the roost for so many years, so difficult to replace them. Many were tried. Phil Simmons had to go there for the longest while. Clayton Lambert didn't spend too long opening the batting. I think one of the fellas who really surprised me was Stuart Williams. Scored tons and tons of runs at the regional level. But when it comes to Test cricket, he was just on and off. That's the match referee, I think, Nankumar Shiv Sankar. He's standing there, former head teacher, all the way from Wales on the west bank of Demerara.
Earlier this morning, that's what's on the board. 49 from Ramkaran, top score for Essequibo. And then 26 by Harry, second. And now the Demerara side looking for 165. There you've got it. Tej Narayan 33-20. Nandu, first ball. Attempted hook down the leg side. Doesn't get hold of it. Kimo Paul has had a good stint, as I mentioned. And he's testing the batsman. He has held his line on length. Just looking down the leg side. Smart field placing. There's a man forward of the square leg umpire. There's one on a short backward square. In the event there's a sweep shot or a miscued hook. And then there's a man on the long leg boundary that you might not see on your screen. There you go. Trying to dig it in and get Tej Narayan to hook. Miscued hook, short fine leg. There's a man on a long leg boundary, right on the ropes.
Yes, and Tej apparently has done a little bit of damage there. Is it his ankle? Is it the toes? But he's in some agony, bending the head there. Bring the magic spray. That really works magic. And I tell you a story I heard from Jermaine Neblet. Naim, I wonder if you were there at on that cricket match, CPL match. He said the magic spray does work magic, but somebody got hit out in the middle. He collected a bag and came out. Somebody said to him, the magic spray is there. He brought it out and he sprayed it on the person's foot. It was actually a bottle of perfume and not magic spray. And the guy said, I'm feeling well. It's numb.
Probably was a very cheap perfume too. But Tejan seems to be in a lot of pain. But he's walking around and he's not interested. I think he's going off, is it?
Well, it seems so. That is sad. Came off the under edge of the bat and cannoned into his foot. We're not certain if it's the ankle or it's the toes. And he wouldn't want to, throw any caution to the wind. He wants to be careful. He's going to go in there, get a good look on it. It's a pity because he was batting real good, Tejan Chandapal. And with Super 50 coming up, you don't want to get yourself injured at this time. So check it out. His dad, a brave man. You remember the story when a fishbone was in that big toe, Naim, of Shiv? When he had to play cricket and he played through his first test match with all of that?
I've heard stories of a lot of bones going into Shiv, but maybe not this exact one.
Well, this is a different Shiv. This is the cub out in the middle. He's a brave lad, and I'm sure he's going to rise above that situation. We're still in over number 10. Demerara looking for 165. Sachin Singh back in the Demerara team after losing his place. And Sachin Singh, I think he replaced the guy from Enmore. That's Chetram Balgoben. Thank you so much, John. Sachin has an opportunity here to bat along with Matthew Nandu. Essequibo will feel relieved despite they haven't gotten a wicket. Paul has actually gotten one man injured. The best batsman on this Demerara team in Tejan Chandapal. So he is retired hurt at the moment. How will Kimo Paul respond here to Sachin Singh facing his first delivery? And Demerara, just look, that it's just not only a shade, but that huge cut above the other two counties. They have played real good cricket this year. Yorker. If you want to get a force ball to a batter, that's one of them that you can get right into the block hole, Naim.
Yes, or a bumper. But I'm just a little surprised that there's a lot of experience out there with the Adams, the Kimo Pauls, and all of them. I've not seen any change in the feeling for the new batsman, just to have him, give him an unholy welcome, so to speak. Get some fear into his mind. Declare a psychological warfare.
Yes, he played it well this time, Sachin Singh. Short, rising delivery on the body and steered it, opened the bat face at the right time down towards third man. He's off the mark with one. What's a vicious delivery here by Kimo Paul.
Matthew Nandu has been pretty, what some people will call painstaking, but I think that is exactly, he's tailoring his innings and pacing it. Absolutely no need for a big eruption of wild stroke play.
No, 20 from 21, you will consider that excellent in a 50-over game, and you're approaching the 10-over. Tej, he was the guy that was scoring the bulk of the runs, but Matthew Nandu is right there. Final delivery in over number 10, and well played by Nandu, right behind of it. Strokes it down towards short cover, and they can't get a run. Well, what's going on here? Are we one ball in front? Seems as though that is the case. Well, these things do happen. Maybe the final delivery coming up now. Good delivery and well played by Matthew Nandu. 10 overs gone at the end of 10. 57 without loss. More from you, Naeem, and you'll be joined by John Ramsing.
Just look at the bottom of your screen there, 108 runs, but look how many deliveries are left. And that's some of the things that get you almost aggravated when you see players like the Essequibo side. 44 overs. Samson, who is in pretty good nick from previous tournaments, T10 Blast, and just swaying and swinging his bat.
Yes.
You've got 6 overs left to
over.
bat. Plus, there's a chance for you to get into the Harpy Eagle side. Not displaying any kind of head, period. And so look at the Demerara approach. The senior batsman in Tej and Nandu. Look at how they approached it. Hi, John.
First power play completed. Hello, Naeem. Hello, everyone. Required run rate under 3. Samson starts a new over. So now that Tej Narayan Chanapal is out of the way, Essequibo can think that that is an opening that they have. Kimo working up some pace from the northern end. Samson now into the attack with place unbeaten. It means now that with still relatively new balls from both ends, if they can peg away Essequibo, build some pressure. Sachin has been out of the team, back in now. He will no doubt be under some pressure to deliver the goods.
Suffice to say, though, that Sachin has come in and is being greeted with a good platform. 57 without loss. And he should take some comfort from that and not pressure himself. In the meantime, look at that, John, all gone. I mean, he was looking to turn this into the onside. His body language tells you that. When the replay comes up, you'd have a little look. It was on middle stick, but his entire body was down the leg side, looking to turn it away. Comprehensively beaten there and bowled.
Cartwheel, like we say, over the wicket. The ball that pitched just on the middle and off stump, came back just a little bit. Enough pace as well on it. And look at that, middle stump clean out of the ground, playing down the wrong line. Look at the play through the onside when it should have been playing straight. Just as was mentioning that he needs some time at the crease, but is uncertain of his position because he was out and in of the team. So it opens the middle order now, just as if Tej Chanapal was dismissed. Not dismissed, retired hurt, but still exposed a new batter dismissed. Now Tevin Imlak is coming to the middle to do battle. Started with some runs, then got a series of low scores. So he himself be looking to get some runs for himself and of course for his county side as he gets prepared for Super 50.
Yes, he needs to muster runs. He's got a shortage of them. And of course, you are one of the senior West Indies teams, a member of that side. So there's much more expected from him. Not only in his keeping, but in his batting as well. Most wicket keepers are very good batsmen, as you'll appreciate.
Slip, put him on a very short extra cover now for the new batter. Confident stroke. You can hear that nice sound when bat and ball made connection. One of those touch players, stylish player, Tevin Imlak, the Demerara Cricket Club player.
Well, to reach where he was, he really did create an impression on the minds of the local cricketing fraternity. Is that a catch? Well, look at that. We have to look at that replay. It looked as though it came off the ground. Doesn't look like a catch to me. And maybe that's why the effort wasn't put in by Savory.
I get the impression it was hit hard into the ground, and then ballooned into the air. He's off the mark nonetheless, Imlak. Wicket and 2 runs in the 11th. 59 for 1 in reply to 164 all out made by Essequibo.
So let's hope Tevin Imlak gets some runs for his own personal development apart from the team he's playing for. Have a look at the bowling earlier. Now that's the current bowling. I'm afraid to start reading it before it comes off the screen.
Kimo 4 hostile overs, done for 19. But Sampson picking up a wicket. Kimo will continue. This is his 5th over. So when given the ball, it's time for some chemotherapy. The brand ambassador for VNet Communications, one of the directors as well of that company. A company that spotted him since he was at the under 15 level. Decided to work with him in terms of sponsorship. Took care of a lot of things for him leading up to international cricket. And now he's part of the company in a director position. Kimo Paul, the poster boy for VNet Communications.
Nice to hear when local cricketers just keep making their mark. The funny thing with the advertising world is the minute you stop making your mark, you're out like South. Nice controlling shot there. There's a man down at backward square. That's a single.
Nandu continues to be very positive. Almost a run a ball for him. Has a good partner in Imlak now. We want to see it very deep. Not a big ask. 165 to win.
It's a funny thing how the world operates, John. At one time, all the massive companies run after you. Could you sign here for me? Can I use your photograph? 2 years later, you start to fail. You never get a renewed contract. But that's the reality of the game and the sport and the world. It's just about mastering your trade. I think it was G2 was saying how long Usain Bolt, they all train before they achieve some of the golden heights.
Yeah.
Nice control there, Tevin Imlak. There's a man down at backward square. Rolled the wrist and got it flat along the ground.
Keep working. Keep going, guys. Keep going, guys.
And on the flip side, to see with Kibo Paul especially, the company has stayed with him throughout thick and thin. Since, like I said, he was at the under 15 level. Way back at 2013, 2014 or thereabout.
No run, no run.
But as Kimo Paul grew in age and maturity, there are many of us who thought that this is a world-class all-rounder in the making. I don't think he has actually fulfilled those aspirations. But certainly was climbing the ladder at a steady pace and even got into the most respected T20 league. That's the IPL.
There's something called injury there, Naim, that plagued Kimo in his young career. Yeah, had some chronic injuries, not only acute but some chronic ones that really kept him out for long periods of time, and that could have also led to a little bit of frustration mentally.
Good control. Good control, Matthew Nandu. Lifting ball. He's a short guy and still got on top of it, rolled his wrist and avoided it being caught. 61 for 1 at the end of 12.
See, the advertising is still there. ICC Men's T20 World Cup, which was hosted recently in the Caribbean. Guyana had their opportunity of matches at Providence, but Bourda was used as one of the practice venues. Out of this world. What an experience it was. Sampson to continue. Beautifully driven. This stage of the innings, there is protection at cover.
Tevin Imlach has flair. He looks very flowing and fluent in this innings. Glad to see that. I hope he scores.
So just as the Caribbean hosted a men's T20 World Cup recently, the women's T20 World Cup is on. Sad to see West Indies bowing out at a semi-final stage yesterday. Chasing a small target, 128, fell 8 runs short.
Just a single down to fine leg. Matthew Nandu is large in charge. He's not been putting it away. There haven't been a flurry of exciting shots. But I think he knows what his role is. There's no need for that. Look at the asking rate. And look, 226 balls at their disposal. Positive stroke play here from Tevin Imlach. And I'm glad to see that he's in that frame of mind. Not necessarily to get bogged down. With just 101 runs required, 225 balls to get that. Looks like 1 year, 155 days and a couple of hours to get that. I think because of the short run-up by Quinton Sampson, he actually deceives you with how fast he's bowling. But because he's a strong young man, big shoulders, he bowls from the shoulders. He gets it faster to you than you actually expect. I think what's the name of the village? Karakara, that Sampson is from?
Carrier.
Carrier.
Village that produced former president of Guyana, Donald Ramutar. Four singles in the 13th, 65 for 1. It's time for some drinks here, Naeem. Demerara looking to get 165 to win. They wiped off 65 already. They need 100 in the remaining 27 overs. Drinks will be in the next over, apparently.
Number 50.
So these are the dismissals for the tournament. 7 dismissals to Tevin Imlach, 6 to Savory. Carlos LaRose, obviously without a gloves, 4. And the 4s and 6s raised. Chandapur 15 4s. Akshay Prasad 12 6s. Rampatab Ramnath, Junior Sinclair, Anthony Adams, Akshay Prasad in the 4s races. Ricardo Adams, Jonathan Van Lang Good to see Van Lang featuring quite an impressive young man.
Yes, we saw him. I think it was the T10 Blast, then the Intercounty on the 19. Am I right? We described him in a few of those at the Maltino's ground. Good. Let's come back to the action.
Go, Skip. Let's go, guys. Keep going. Let's
Anthony Adams.
Let's work, guys.
The captain of the Essequibo side, he's going to lead the charge. Matthew Nandu, 23.
Get it, Ali. Ali. Work, Skip. Work, Skip.
It's a good time for Anthony Adams to come into the attack. Since Chanapal has gone, the scoring rate dried up just a little bit. You look to build pressure. Usually very economical, will build pressure, force the batters to play the rash stroke, looking to get out of the pressure.
You see why Anthony Adams has brought the backward short leg in Chemo Paul. It's for that sweep shot.
Let's go, boys. Hey!
That's the aggression sometimes I like to see. People must know that they are under pressure. That I have someone, if you edge here, this would happen. Not for one instance when Demerara, when they're fielding, have I seen a forward short leg or a backward short leg or even sometimes slips were very scarce, although they were in commanding positions.
Hold on, Daddy. What? Come, Harry. Let's keep going, fellas. Work, Daddy.
Crawling along, 99 required.
Yeah.
And a whole lot of balls to get it. Runs here, piercing the gap. Down a deep long on.
Keep going, guys.
And the batsman will cross for 2.
Himnak looks much better in this innings, I must say, compared to the last 2 we saw him in.
Yeah.
Watching the ball onto the bat again, steering it down towards third man.
Keep going, guys.
And the corporal is after it.
Work, Daddy.
2 more to the Demerara captain.
Keep going.
70 on the board, Naim.
Let's work, guys. Keep going.
Current run rate has dropped. It was above 6 at one stage when Chandapal was there. Now it's just above 5.
Well, both Tevin Imlach and Matthew Nandu are pretty intelligent cricketers, so I know in a nutshell that they'd understand their role right now.
Down, Harry.
But Tevin Imlach has displayed absolute,
Let's work, guys. Come on, guys. Keep going.
well, freeness, may I say, or just playing freely, positive. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone, 70 for the loss of 1. We're going to have some little bit of a drink break. So I guess in the commentary box we can take ours as well.
Aye. sleepy. Yes.
Drinks break over. Just about ready to resume the battle as well. 14 overs gone, 70 wiped off by Demerara. The defending champions looking to make it 2-2 in terms of titles at a senior men's level. 50 over championship. Match with Nando looking pretty solid on 24. Captain Tevin Imlak on 9. Nice partnership building as well. Quinton Sampson to continue. Finding the gap. That has been a hallmark of this innings from Nandu, and before him, Tej Chandapal. I was speaking about the form of Imlak. 29 against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. 3 against Berbice. 2 against Essequibo. But he's a fighter, he's a class player. He's worked his way to 9 in this innings already.
Well, we've seen some of Tevin Imlak, some of his counterparts showing great promise. He still has age on his side. There's a long journey, but it's accumulating. Every opportunity, outside edge. Good delivery. He's prodding forward. His body language tells you that he was aiming to push it into the onside. Took the outside part of the bat into the covers.
That's because of the leg cutter ball by Quinton Sampson that was pitched up. So Imlak was looking to turn it to the onside. It was not a straight delivery. With that away movement, almost took it to the hand of that short extra cover fielder.
Again, almost a replica, taking the outer part of the bat again. I don't think you should look at the bat, Tevin Imlak. Let's give some credit here to Quinton Sampson. Both deliveries outside edge, while the batsman was looking in the direction of the onside.
The difference with the second one, this was a full toss, actually, very low full toss. It's a good bowling from Sampson, deceiving Imlak. Consecutive deliveries.
There's also high wind coming across the ground. Sampson is bowling into that wind.
It always helps. Nandu, 44 in his first game against Berbice, 18 in the last game against this very opposition. Here he is now on 25. Has had some very good partnerships with Chandapal. Sad to see Chandapal limping off after playing a ball back onto his foot. We'll try and get an update, an official update from the management of the Demerara side on what's happening with Tej Chandapal. To what extent is his injury? Sweetly caressed through the offside. Once again, Ramkaran giving chase. Nandu, such a gem to look at.
Yes, he's good at both sides of the wicket. That's how you get to like a batsman. That's how a batsman is very compact, good at both sides of the wicket. And he treasures his wicket. Just put down there. Quinton Sampson is one of the better catchers I've seen locally. And I was surprised there. Just maybe a half an inch off the ground. Look at that.
He would back himself to take that 9 out of 10 times, Samson. It was not to be today. 15 gone, 74 for 1.
So basically, Demerara cruising 91 runs, over 200 deliveries to get those runs.
So the selectors are looking. Naim. There's Peter Bazaar to the far right. Ramnir Sarwan, the chairman of selectors in the middle with black. Norwin Fredericks next to Sarwan. Behind him, Leslie Solomon. I must recognize Malcolm Peters way down in the back, who had a birthday recently.
He probably attended that first test match.
This is the situation in the run chase so far. Chandapal retiring on 33. Nandu 27. Singh, the lone casualty for 1. Imlak is there on 10. With lots of batting to come.
I wonder if Watto was there. God rest his soul.
Samson with 1 wicket. Kimo Paul, 5 overs of express pace from the northern end, is out of the attack. So 5 bowlers used by Anthony Adams, who's now about to start his second. Leg slip in Kimo Paul now in play.
Slow off the pitch. Tevin Imlak was almost caught in 2 minds. Kimo Paul, backward square leg. Just under the bat, waiting for that sweep shot. Backward short leg, correction. It's forward short leg, backward short, which you can also describe as a leg slip.
Keep going, fellas. Keep going, guys.
Anthony Adams is always such a sensible cricketer. Like, he's always up to something. Thinking guy. Thinking captain as well.
So you want to call him proactive rather than reactive. Coming back for the second. Graffy Phillips, the substitute fielders on. Another left-arm spinner that our country has produced recently. Coming back for the second, quickly putting pressure on the substitute fielder. Good aggressive running between Imlak and Nandu.
A proliferation of left-arm spinners. I don't see a lot of venom in their spinning, as you may have from Gudakesh Moti. He turns the ball. End of the over, 76 for 1.
Still 89 required from the remaining 34 overs in this game. One Bourda with the gloves in this innings, not Kemal Savory. Samson starts his 5th. So the required run rate still under 3 runs per over. So should Demerara bat the remaining overs, score three runs, they definitely will be taking home their 2nd consecutive title at this level. Samson looking desperately for a breakthrough. Got 1 wicket already. Sachin Singh comprehensively bowled. That was on the body as well of Nandu. So continue with hostility, Quentin Sampson. And as a medium fast bowler yourself, Dexter George, you won't mind the short hostile bowling you're seeing.
Absolutely not. But the home side firmly in the driver's seat. Unless Essequibo can take a clusters of wicket here. Soonest this game will be done and dusted. Home side requiring just 2 runs per over to claim victory. But one suspect that this game will be well and truly over before the 40th over.
'88 to get from 201 deliveries. Still a far way off, as you can hear in the effects microphone. Steered away nicely. Runs here for Imlach. Sliding save there from the fielder. That's Harry, buried in third man boundary. But that's delicately placed by Imlach.
Yeah, sweetly timed shot. Got it past backward square. Didn't had enough on it to get to the boundary. But it was nicely played. So Imlach, he's gotten a bit of a start here. Has been short of runs in this tournament. But he's looked good this inning so far.
The determination is there from Imlach. No doubt preparing for regional Super 50. Would like to have a score because it's a mental game. If you go into a tournament, you're going with some form, you're going with confidence. But if you're going scratching, you're thinking, oh my goodness.
I agree with you. And to add to all of that, he possibly may be the captain, so that's added responsibility on him as well. So you just want to be clear in thought.
Oh, look at that. Well bowled from Quentin Sampson. Look at that exaggerated movement after pitching. What a way to end the 17th. Rolling his fingers. A pretty quick off cutter. Our brother Naim would usually say another coat of varnish would have seen that stump flying out of the ground. 79 for 1 after 17.
He's still batting, so you want to say that's a pretty good leave. But Sampson has been excellent in this spell. Only picking up the 1 wicket, but it's been economical. You know, he's not allowed the batters to score freely. So he just need someone at the other end to continue in this manner or to even pick up a few wickets. Because, you know, at the moment we're seeing a one-sided affair. We want to see a keenly contested match. And for that to happen, you know, Essequibo needs to pick up wickets very quickly.
Wickets in bunches, you'll say. Another partnership developing here now with Nando and Imlach. 56 from 57. Almost a run of ball for the opening stands before Tia Chanapur retired hurt. It's now time for more left arm spin from the northern end. Ricardo Adams now into the attack. Quick single. Howard overrunning the ball. Not taking a second. Ricardo Adams coming in. One of 2 bowlers in this year's tournament with a 5-wicket haul. Kevin Sinclair the other for Berbice.
Yeah, I like this move from Essequibo. Adams is someone who has a bit of a golden arm. They usually bowl a lot earlier in the innings. The captain opted to use him in this middle phase.
Keep going, guys.
No, they're still attacking Essequibo. There's a leg slip. The guy had extra cover. He's in catching. You know, mid on, mid off, in the circle.
Keep going, Adi. Keep going, Adi.
Neatly played into the onside by Imlach. He got off strike.
Yeah, it's looking pretty easy now for Demerara.
Easy.
I think for the home side, Demerara, it's important that
Dong.
this partnership
Walk hard.
that is out there in the middle continue to grow and build and be a big one. You want to win, but you want to win convincingly as well.
Easy to
Some peels off the outer part of the bat of Nandu. They're thinking about a second. That's a nice delivery. Popped on Nandu as he was preparing to just block it. The outside edge found.
Nicely bowled, no slip
Alright, guys, keep going
in position on
first.
that occasion. He recently was at first slip, but before that delivery, he was moved to leg slip. And this is why I like the move from Anthony Adams to bring Ricardo Adams into the attack now, because he can be quite effective against both left and right-handers. We've seen on that occasion finding the edge of the left-handed Nandu. Adams has been among the wickets, and if he can get a couple here now, we'll be in for a really good finish.
It is 2 for 1 in reply to 164 all out made by Essequibo. Demerara comfortable at this stage. 18 overs gone. Chandra Paul retired hurt on 33. Nandu still there on 30. Captain Imlak 115. Just one wicket officially down. Quinton Sampson 1 for 15 will continue. A long opening spell from him. Man from Karya.
Nicely played from Nandu. Sampson continues to impress with the ball in this innings. To be fair to him, he's been good with the ball throughout this tournament. He's just came up short in the runs department. And
So the question is, will he make a national side, senior national side, just purely as a bowler?
I think, he needed some runs, because we would have seen the likes of Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, for example, who've been good throughout the tournament, and he have gotten a few useful scores for Demerara whenever he would have batted. The last game against this very opposition, he scored a well-made 39.
Half-hearted appeal, but he'll come back for the second. Nandu and Imlak almost colliding, taking the first run, but coming back with some aggression for the second. No signal from umpire Nigel Duguid. It means some amount of bat was involved in that stroke as Nandu's looking to pull.
Yes, and just to finish up on that point, we obviously have Kimo Paul, who will be our leading all-rounder in that tournament. So if you add Ali Muhammad into the all-rounders category, who's done well, it is a bit tough in my view, for Sampson to get in. He just needed runs, but he's a quality player. No doubt he'll continue to grow and get better, and he'll understand his cricket a lot better. Still a lot of time for him. He's just 24 years of age, but he needs to learn quickly. Opportunity like these, you want to pounce in it very early, because once you're behind the pecking order, it does get a bit difficult to get back up there, because there are a lot of competition for spots, especially in the fast bowling around this category. Romario Shepard, for example, he's on duty with the West Indies team, who will not be a part of the RP Eagles squad for this year. So you want to make this opportunity count with both ball, bat, and in the field.
Chances are runs for beaten will go as the strike bowler, the strike seamer. There's still Niall Smith. Oh, no. Two other persons we haven't mentioned, but those are in good contention as well. Jonathan Van Lang. I'm not sure if the selectors are still looking in his direction. But Clinton Pestano was there as well. We saw him bowling in this tournament with some pace. He's shed some pounds as well, looking fit. And he's a man who can play with a straight bat. Two runs from that over, 19 gone, 84 for 1.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see the final squad the selectors come up with. Well, I like the two names you mentioned there, John. Van Lang is a young man who's been impressive on the local circuit for some time now. Hugely talented. And no doubt he'll get his opportunity in the future. And you mentioned Pestano, who's been excellent in ball in hand in this tournament. Again, just like Samson, I just feel with the bat he's come up a bit short. So it's going to be interesting to see what the selectors come up with.
20th over. It's Ricardo Adams. He has put his name in the ring as well. Perhaps can even look at making the team purely as a batter. Adding his left arm spin as an option. Inside out. Down towards that wide long off position. It will go into the boundary now. Ahead of the debutant in Thaddeus Lovell. 4 more to Demerara. 4 more to Imlach. He moves up quickly to 19. 88 for 1.
A lovely shot. It was a very safe shot because the mid-off was in the circle. So it was a safe shot. All he needed to do was just clear the man. And he did so with ease, picking up a boundary on that occasion. So he moves on now to 19. And it's been a really impressive innings thus far from him. You know, he needs some time out in the middle to build some confidence and get some runs behind his name. Oh, nicely played, finding the gap on that occasion. Will it reach to the boundary? It just holds up. Picks up 2 on this occasion. But this is what we want to see from someone like Imlach. Getting his chances at this level and being able to score runs and dominate. You know, it's just 21, but the way he's looked at the crease has been impressive. Ball well played. You know, just to get back on what we were saying in regards to the all-rounders. You know, there are a few spinning all-rounders who could probably throw themselves in contention. So it's really not that straightforward for the selectors. No doubt they'll probably take condition they're likely to face at the regional tournament, because someone like Adams, Ricardo, that is, who's been good all around, may find himself one of the spin bowling all around in the team. Richie Lugnard has done well with the ball. He had limited opportunity with the bat.
After 20 overs, 90 for 1. The defending champions in pursuit of 165 to win.
Yes, Caribbeans, they're looking a bit flat. You can tell that they're just waiting for this game to end. Basically, there's no real chirping going on out on the field. They don't seem busy like. You know, where are they going to get a wicket from?
On that graph moments ago, we see the blue buildings are actually towering over the yellow ones. It means that comparatively, Demerara are doing much better than Essequibo. Change of bowling. Sampson out of the attack. Keanu Harry comes into the attack now from the southern end. A DCC boy who has also been around
this is a pretty interesting move by Captain Anthony Adams. You know, Harry got a little score behind his name, having a good match. We've seen him running around in the outfield. Maybe today is his day with the ball as well. You know, he has been bowling well. You know, he picked up a 6 for one of the Essequibo trials, and he impressed everyone.
A partition comes from region number 7. Another left arm option for Essequibo. Slow option as well. In terms of left arm pace, Christopher Harry from the Demerara side. Just one game against the Select 11. Went wicketless after 10 economical overs. We haven't seen him since. So rather suspect the selectors would not be looking in his direction as an option. Left arm pace in the regional tournament. Just a half shimmy from Imlak. Looking to advance and take on Harry. Want to hit him off his line and length early.
Harry obviously another left arm spinner, but he is quite different from all the other left arm spinners we would have seen in this competition, especially in this Essequibo side. You know, he doesn't spin the ball much. You know, he generally bowls with a lot of pace on the ball. He has a pretty good arm ball. Fumble by Savory on the long arm boundary allows the batters to come back for 2. Nandu ticking along nicely. In the last 5 overs or so, we've not seen much of Nandu, but you know, he's going about his work quietly and smartly, I must add.
Hitting it back in the air, but Harry's not long enough. He lunged to his left. Just could not get his hand out in time. Look at that. Popped on him off the toe end of the bat. Another 7 inches. And might have got the fingertip to it.
Someone said at the back of us, you know, he barely got off the ground in an attempt to take that catch. You know, but it's been a good start from Harry here.
Just looking for the gaps and finding them with ease. Tucked off the hip nicely. So the 1s and 2s coming nicely. Not able to get a boundary in this over, but look at it. 6 runs conceded with still a delivery to go.
And they've done it with the greatest of ease. Not a lot of risk. Just 1/2 opportunity.
No ball. So no ball. Time for a free hit. Just been speaking highly about Keanu Harry. And he delivers a no ball. Look at the time. So Matthew Nandu will have the opportunity to take him on with a free hit. We haven't seen Nandu losing his shape at all. But we know he can time and hit the ball a long way. Let's see what he's going to do with this free hit. Looking for power. Not timing it. And in the end, it's a dot. So that's the end of 21 overs in a run chase. 97 for 1. 68 still needed.
Harry finishing that over very well. Nandu on that occasion not being able to make full use of the free hit. There we see a shot from our drone. As we take a look at what's been happening in this match so far. 49 from Rankaran. We mentioned Harry's played well for his 26 and Savory with just the 21. And Demerara 97 for 1. with all the batters except Sachin Singh getting starts. The captain Imlak is out there in the middle alongside Nandu, who've been quite impressive.
Hello to you, Dexter. Hello, everybody. And this has been a dominant performance by Demerara so far. And if you're defending your title, this is the way to defend it. Played unbeaten in the preliminary rounds, 3 victories to them, and coming here the day of the final and putting in this performance, it talks about their preparation and how badly they wanted, to defend this title. And they're going to do that in style, as far as we can see. And good partnership building up between these two. The only hiccup was when Sachin Singh lost his middle stump to a Yorker, and Tej being injured, not taking anything for granted. Good to see him go off to get that kind of treatment. Since then, these two, they have been a blessing for Demerara in the middle.
Anthony Adams bringing himself back into the attack.
Keep going, guys. That's work, fellas. That's work.
Start the 22nd over well, 3 dots so far. Gets away with a delivery that should have been put away. Nevertheless, Demerara continues to dominate this match.
Well, Tevin has not been in the best of form for this year's Super 50 Inter-County Tournament. He's just beginning to get there. So you will find these little bits and pieces of not getting the gaps, not picking the right ball to hit. But so far it's good that he's out in the middle, 23 from 38. He's just trying to get back where Tevin Imlak belongs. And steered away nicely, but just couldn't pick the gap once again. Got it a little bit squarer than he expected. 22 overs gone. It's 97 for the loss of 1. Yes, that's one of the buildings. Just below and above. Here is where, at the top where the board office is that we are doing our commentaries from. We're now seeing the Rohan Kanai stand. That's always a place of cricketing intelligence. Spiced up, of course, for the practice sessions. Teams that came to Guyana practice here for the last ICC T20 World Cup. Lovely view from where we are. And Ricardo Adams will continue. None for 9 from 2 overs. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Matthew Nandu, who is on 36 from 53. It's good to see him spending time out in the middle. Had a good start in his previous game. I think he made just about 40, but just didn't go on to get the half century.
So here we see, interestingly enough, Ricardo Adams back into the attack. He would have switched ends. Maybe feels this end he'll be able to work a bit of magic.
Well, we shall see. The thing is that they need wickets and they aren't getting that because the batting has been good. Some discussion going on out in the middle. Yes, looking for a substitute fielder at the moment, and now somebody's going to make his way down from their dugout. Ronaldo Rennie coming out into the middle. And that's Savory. Got hit on the finger while fielding, and he too not taking any chances. Wants to ensure that those little repair work is done. Lots of senior cricket coming up at the regional level. Cricket West Indies Super 50 Championships. Nicely worked into the onside, down towards wide long on, and getting a single. I'd like to say hi to Donette Deanrad, an executive member of the Guyana Teachers Union based in Region 5, and a member on the board of governors of the Maikoni Technical Institute, saying that she's disappointed that Berbice has not reached the final, but nevertheless enjoying the commentaries and the cricket here from Bourda. Thank you so much, Donette, for tuning in and giving us a feedback. Pray for Berbice the next time. Yes. And after this delivery, an individual who played his heart out for Essequibo cricket, down the track, undriven, is going to beat mid-on and down towards the boundary for 4. Hit pretty hard. The fielder down at wide mid-on had no chance whatsoever. It has brought up the 100 here now for Demerara. 102 for the loss of 1. That was a fine shot.
Using his feet, not going across the line, hitting that one straight. Safe shot.
That's a good delivery just outside the line of the off stump and played well once again. And good to hear that Bisham Sipasad, the former Essequibo left arm spinner, viewing and listening to commentaries from Bourda. Hello to you, Bisham. A nice hearing from you. You remember Bisham Sipasad? Played against him?
I'm not
That was a
familiar
long
with his name.
time. Yeah, he was one of the best left arm spinner to come out of Essequibo, one of the best in Guyana too. And in those days when Bisham used to, get wickets at all levels, was very hard to dislodge. You had people like Neil McGarrell, Mahendra Nagamutu, then Bishu, and Premal came into reckoning. How do you dislodge those guys? But he was of the highest quality. Bisecting the short backward point, and the third man down towards the boundary will get there for 4. That's a pleasant shot on a Saturday afternoon. Well played, Tevin Imlak.
You're growing in confidence, finding a gap with relative ease on this occasion. It's a good attempt by Lovell to stop the ball before getting to the boundary, but to no avail. So Imlak, spending some time, he's building some confidence, and this is what we want to see from him.
Yes, and he can only do this if he spend time out in the middle. And once he spend time out in the middle, this is what is expected of Tevin Imlak. He's one of the fittest West Indian cricketer around. Pass his beep test with flying colors and go way beyond that expected 40 that they're looking for. Look at lots of batting to come. Richie Loknath, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, excellent all-rounders. And that classy Akshaya Prasad is still in the hut, along with Perez. We haven't seen his like here today. They need 59 from 162.
Pretty simple equation, really. One suspect that the home side will cruise home easily. We're about to start the 24th over, and Essequibo being able to pick up just the 1 wicket, that of Sachin Singh, clean bowl by Quentin Sampson. So they weren't able to get the clusters of wicket. That's nicely played by Nando. Picks up a single. He too has looked really good. He's looked the part throughout the tournament. But what I like about this innings in particular is the fact that he knows that there's not a big total they're chasing. He's played the ball and it merit, and he's finding the gap nicely. He's not been in any rush to try to get to this total, because he knows that spending time out in the middle is crucial for him as well. He's an accumulator of runs. He's not a big hitter, so to speak. So this has been good from him. Nice and controlled innings.
Down the track, over the top, and that's going to run pretty close towards the boundary. Whether it's going to get there or not is another story, and it's hustling to get there. Doesn't get there, And the left-handed return comes in, and they will complete 3 good-looking runs. With the fielder in down at mid-on, short mid-wicket in, open territory, and he chanced his arm and got it well.
So the partnership moves on now to 53. So it's been really good between these two. I think they've complemented each other very well. They've run well between the wickets. They hardly had any hiccups.
Yes, and the right-hand, left-hand combination is proving well here for Demerara.
Easy, easy.
Just a different line here. Floated up a little bit more by Anthony Adams. None for 11 so far. He's in his 4th over. So his economy rate has been good. Just he has not managed a wicket.
Work hard.
Stretching long forward and defending. There is no run.
Keep going,
No,
keep going,
I don't
boss,
think
good.
Essequibo has been too badly in the field. Yes, they've only gotten just the 1 wicket, but they've tried to put pressure on Demerara with the field placing. Pretty much throughout this inning so far. I can hardly recall for any lengthy period of time they would have had all 4 fielders on the boundary.
Yes, and the run rate by Demerara, 4.62, will tell you how well Essequibo has bowled. Mind you, they do not have a huge target to chase down so that they can pace themselves nicely. Down the track, that's a big swing. That's gone. That's gone over mid-wicket. It's going to 1 bounce into the boundary. We'll have to wait on the umpire here. Yes, that's 4 runs. Picked it up nicely with the fielders in, and he got himself a boundary. 24 overs gone. Nandu moves on to 42. It's 114 for 1.
Yeah, 1 bounce into the boundary. It's a safe shot because, he got it into the gap. But I don't think Adams would be too disappointed with that shot. We just spoke about his field placing with the mid-on and mid-off up. So he wanted Nandu to try something different, and tried something different. He did. But on that occasion, Nandu was just pretty good.
Yes, Tejan Chandapal retired hurt on a fine 33 from 36. Sachin Singh just scored 1. He's the only batter that is out. So far it's been these two, Imlak and Nandu show. And they're doing it pretty well. Good delivery and showed a lot of respect by Tevin Imlak. Regional Super 50 starts on the 29th of this month. He's going to milk the bowling here. Gets a single down towards long on, Tevin Imlak. The Harpy Eagles will begin their quest for glory this year with a match, a day-night encounter against combined campuses and colleges at Brian Lara. All the matches played at Brian Lara will be day-night encounter, will be broadcasted live on ESPN. The other matches will be live streamed. Yes, Queen's Park Oval, there will be 3 matches there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 1 at UE Spec and 3 at Brian Lara. In the air and just falling short of Harry down at short mid-on. Nandu knows he was outfoxed by Ricardo Adams. Well bowled.
Excellent from Adams. Oh, sweetly played down to long on at this occasion. But this is what we mean when we say Essequibo with pretty good batting condition. They've done well to keep the batters in check. They've not been scoring freely. They've not been able to score at will. But with just 165 target, the batters can afford to just take a bit of time, and that's what they've done basically.
Yes, and I think the likes of Imlak, Tate Chandapal, and Nandu, they will relish this opportunity. 25 overs gone, 116 for 1. Not a large target, so you don't expect them to go firing from ball number 1. Time to build an innings, spend as much time out in the middle because they have lots of cricket in front of them. 116 for 1 off 25. And it's getting real easy. The required run rate dropped below 2, 1.96. And there are lots of local cricket coming up as well. The Cage Guyana Cricket Board T20 League that starts on the 26th of this month. Just a few days away from here. Matches across all 3 counties, Essequibo, Berbice and Demerara. They're going to have semi-finals and final. There'll be night matches as well, suiting the spectators after work. Good use of the feet here by Matthew Nandu. It's a 6-team tournament, 2 from Essequibo, 2 from Berbice and 2 from Demerara. Franchise-like cricket.
I know a lot of players that are looking forward to that tournament. You know, obviously, a few of these guys that are playing here now will not be available for that. They'll be with the national team in Trinidad. But you've mentioned a lot of cricket being played locally. Right here in Georgetown, the Georgetown Cricket Association, they have this second division 2-day cricket being played right now. The club that I played for in town, the Demerara Cricket Club, they are playing against this very club that we here at the Georgetown Cricket Club.
Are you making the final 11 and so on?
Well, I'm here with you guys.
We wish you all the best, Dexter George. We know you love your cricket like so many Guyanese. Have ambitions for playing for your country?
Absolutely. I would never played at this competitive level for some time. No, different reason. But of late, I've been working hard on my cricket. Hence, I've been given the opportunity a bit early this year to go to Trinidad with the Demerara, basically a second-string Demerara team, to Trinidad to take part in that Caribbean Airlines T10 tournament. Even here in Georgetown, I've been playing local cricket and I've been doing well. Just late last year, the Demerara Cricket Club, we would have won the GCA T20 Cup.
Yes, we have followed that tournament, and we wish you all the best. Keep your dreams alive, work on it. At least you've made a cut in the commentary box, and we are glad for you.
I'm happy to be here as well. It's nicely paid by Nandu. Not being able to pierce the gap on this occasion. But every time you look at Nandu and you see him bat, he goes from strength to strength. Values his wicket very much. And if you want to dismiss him, you have to do something spectacular.
Comes down the track, a ball that was given generous flight by Anthony Adams, and they'll get the single. The score now 119 for 1, 26 overs gone. We have a little man in our commentary box. He's a cricket fanatic, loves everything cricket. He's the nephew of Andrew Singh, one of our cameramen here. I just want to know if I called his name correct. Hello to you, Shazad.
Hi.
That name is correct?
Yes.
Do you love cricket, son?
Yes, very, very much.
And tell me, since you love cricket very, very much, I guess you'd have been following it. Who is your favorite cricketer?
My favorite cricketer is
Uncle Naeem.
I'll give you some time to think as Naeem just went his way into the commentary box. Hello to you, Naeem. Getting real easy here for Demerara.
Yes, they're cruising along. And what weather conditions we have in this country. Scorcher today. Too short, Ricardo Adams, too short. Giving Matthew Nandu all the time in the world to go back, read the spin, even read the writing on the ball.
And they're just going to walk the single here down towards long on. Yes, Shazad, you ready to tell me who is your favorite cricketer?
Yes. My favorite cricketer is Sharon Hetmeyer.
Shimron Hetmeyer. Which county is he from?
I don't really know.
All right. He is from Berbice. You love that left-hander. Plays for Guyana, the West Indies, CPL, and many other franchises around the world, including IPL. Easy question for you. Why do you like Shimron Hetmyer?
Because he's a left-hander, I like how he bats, and he's my favorite batsman.
That's nice to hear. And Shimron just seemed to be getting back into some good form. Like the way he played in CPL was a little bit too rash in the final.
Nice work here, Matthew Nandu. Just picking the gap. I think earlier on in his innings, that was missing, that element. But as he grew and got mellow with the passage of time, I think he has been picking the gap, pushing it, squeezing out ones and converting to twos. So he's 47. And he's been very, very, very patient. 69 balls. Good batting, good running. Tevin Imlach, very intelligent cricketer and has been very positive in this innings. He's already raced to 38.
Yes, and Shazad, do you play the game, son?
No,
But you like cricket and you don't play the game. How old are you, Shazad?
I'm 12 years old.
12 years old. You don't play the game? Coming forward, defensive shot. 27 overs gone. 123 for the loss of 1. Not even softball cricket?
No, I actually wanted to start, but not right now because I'm in Form 1. But when I'm in Form 2, hopefully I get to start and play both softball and hardball.
Yeah, and that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Which school are you going to?
I'm going to go to secondary.
Do they play cricket at Good Hope Secondary?
Yes, we do have a cricket club.
That's nice to hear. Join the cricket club. Let your class... Yes, that's nice. Your class teacher knows about your intentions. Yeah.
Perhaps he can do like John Ramsing. John's career, I think, started at 40. And he's still aiming high. So we're going to see a change it. Thaddeus Lovell. So we're going to see a bit of pace. Nice thinking here from Adams. The spin has been worn down a little bit, if you notice. And so Thaddeus Lovell will come into the attack.
Yes, at 123 for 1, he's coming at the start of over number 28. And Shazad, when you grow up, what is it you like to become?
A cricketer.
A cricketer. Well, you need to start to play the game early. You know, if I have a wild cane, I'll be tracking down your uncle Andrew Singh. He brings you to cricket. This guy needs to see you play the game, get into a club, and get active. Don't you agree with me?
Yes.
Good, so I'll get that wild cane.
Yes.
Yes, he says. Thank you so much, Azad, for talking to us. A joy to have you, son.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Join the club, right?
Yes.
Don't pressure Andrew too much either. Andrew, his career hasn't started yet as well. They're late starters, you never know. Let's have a look at Thaddeus Lovell.
Not a bad start there, Naeem. Right up, good delivery, but well played by Tevin Imlach, who is growing in confidence with almost every ball that he faces.
And the pitch is even getting more retarded, so to speak, or passive. Hardly see any movement. In the first innings, we saw a few balls lifting appreciably. I think Ali Mohammed got a few. But after, I think in this innings, it's getting flatter and flatter, easier to bat.
And this is good bowling here by Lovell. He's a tall boy, comes from a high action. And testing Nandu with deliveries well pitched up and aiming for the stumps. But Nandu too is aiming for a half century here, 47 from 71. Unless something dramatic happens, he should get there. But it only takes one ball to send you back in. Well, that was very, very high. A bumper pitched more closer to the bowler than the batter and ballooned high above the shoulder there.
I'm surprised he even got a warning. That could have been 2 no balls, the warning and the no ball correction 1. And given the power play, free hit.
Wide this time, way outside the line of the off stump as it goes by into the gloves of Bourda. And I'm happy for the Bourda pitch here, Naeem. I think it's a lovely cricket pitch. Kudos to the ground staff, Basil and Spongy and the rest of guys. This morning before the match started, we were out in the middle. There was some dry grass rolled into it very, very hard, and the grass is helping to hold the soil together. Lovely looking pitch to play cricket on.
Matthew Nandu must be breaking up the hearts of these fielders. He just wants to stay there. He's giving no indication whatsoever that he's going to go after the bowling. He's 47. He has faced 72 balls. Long time, and he's not losing his concentration. That's the idea. Just pick the gap here and there. Brilliant. If both Tevin Imlach and Matthew, especially Tevin Imlach, he's picking up and squeezing runs out of the gaps. Look what he's gone to, 38, 39.
Yes, and this is the hallmark of good batting. This is what you want to see. Nandu 2 away from a half century. We'd like to say thank you to the major sponsors of the Guyana Cricket Board Inter-County Super 50 tournament. A wide again signaled by the umpire by Lovell, straying down the leg side. And that's Kabisa and WD Hotel and Restaurant. They have done a terrific job to ensure that this Super 50 Inter-County tournament has been pulled off. Well organized. Keenly contested battle. Demerara winning all 3 of their preliminary games. In the final, will go on here to win it. Unless something real bad happens.
Yeah.
Hustling the single as the return comes in. And all the other teams getting a victory each. Essequibo with a victory, Berbice with a victory, and the Select 11 with a victory. This year it has been more competitive.
So thanks again to the sponsors as we wind down the 2024 season. Had a couple of Kabisa ones. Tickled off the hip. That's going to come down. Yes, there's someone there. I got home horizontally, actually.
And did you speak and join in?
I spoke in deep English, actually. Like a British bulldog.
You growled, actually. 28 overs gone. Demerara 130 for 1. They're just looking for 35 runs for victory. 9 wickets standing. And they have all of 12 overs to do that. They are a canter here against the Essequibo team that promised so much, Essequibo, after the victory in the first game against Berbice. Then they came down. They lost to the Select 11. Came back to Bourda, lost to Demerara. But they managed to make the final. That was because Berbice did not play to expectation. But I know that Berbice are very strong cricketing county. They're going to go back. They are going to plan for next year. And with few other things in place, we expect them to come back very, very strong. They have produced some of the best cricketers that ever walked the planet Earth. Good use of the feet here by Matthew Nandu, Naeem.
Matthew Nandu gives you the impression that he's got all the elements organized, well organized for a good batsman. Offside, onside, that's his 50 in 75 balls. Well played, Matthew Nandu.
Yes, it's been a fine innings by the youngster. 50 of 76 deliveries, opening the batting, raises his bat to his supporters. 76 ball, 4 fours at a strike rate of 65.79. Congratulations to Matthew Nandu.
Over to you.
So Demerara sailing towards victory. I'm looking at the scorecard here and some of the things that possibly went wrong for Essequibo. First of all, they were off to a very, very bad start. And I don't think it's the blame of anyone except the players, the batters. Kevin Bourda, well, he went out off of Ali Mohammed cotton bowl. Have to excuse that. Good running, Tevin Imlach. This is good cricket. And they end up getting another one.
Well, Naim, this is what happened when you put pressure on the fielding team. Looking for a run out there, not backed up in the outfield, and caused them to get 2 more runs. But that's good running between the wicket. Good awareness by both batters, especially the right-handed Imlach who played that shot. He knew there was a single, soft hands. And he's showing us some of his class here, Imlach. That's the reason why the selectors of Cricket West Indies thinks very highly of Imlach.
Yeah, you can see there is something special about Tevin Imlach. I'm not so sure whether it's any captaincy material. That would have to grow. He's a young man. Strategies and other things will develop. Nice cut. He was aiming for that a long time ago. Doesn't get it in the boundary. But was looking. He sees that gap there. And of 28, yes, 29, 135 for one. Just bear with me, Jeet. I think there were 2 batting displays that could have cost Essequibo not even to bat out the 50 overs. Kimo Paul being one. And I was disappointed in Quinton Sampson. Both of these batsmen out with reckless shots. Apart from that, Anthony Adams had a very difficult, hard decision to a ball which seemed to be going down the leg side, and he was given LBW. So there were a few negatives, some caused by the batters themselves in the Essequibo team.
Yes, I do agree with you. And listen here, I'll make a statement here. I like Kimo. He's a talented player. But I think there must be a sit down with Kimo with those people who are around him. I feel there is something that Kimo need some help with. And it's not a good sight to see. A man who is blessed with natural talent. I know he has gone through injury. When you're playing out in the middle and you go through the injuries like Kimo did, it always plays up on the mind. It can affect your performance as well. So I think there should be a sit down and a good talk with Kimo. Look at the different ways that you can help him through it. Look, he's too precious an individual to part with. His talent, amazing. To my mind, it's limitless. But at some time, there must be, a discussion with Kimo. The way he's getting out, it's not the Kimo. Something has got to be done to help this youngster Naim.
I would be a little surprised if some of those actions have not been taken already. Kimo is just not a club cricketer in the West Indies structure. He's an impressive, well-known character in the West Indies. I mean, this is IPL quality player. So I would have thought that these little discussions are being held. I would be disappointed if that hasn't been happening.
So we're in over number 30. The current run rate 4.6 is just 29 runs off 125 balls. So this should be a walk in the park here this afternoon for Demerara.
Whacked away. Now that's gone plumb, isn't it? Yeah. There goes the signal of the umpire. That was pretty short. Thaddeus Lovell trying to inject too much of energy perhaps and spilling it. That was extremely short. Whacked away. Beautiful shot.
Yes, and I love the way that he got on top of that delivery and the control that he got. He knew exactly he wanted a 6 and took his chances well and got it out of the meat of the bat. Lovely looking shot. Great balance of the body. And his stance out there in the stumps when he played that shot was just perfect. The perfect shot.
Good control again. I like this guy, how he controls his play on the leg side. There are 2 persons waiting for a catch. And this is not today's story. Since Tej Narain was batting, they're setting that trap and neither of them has fallen prey to it.
Yes, and I was talking about the way the pitch has played. I am happy that it has played this way because you go out to the Caribbean to play cricket. You know, many of the pitches there are bouncy. Some are slow as well. So this gives us the opportunity to see our players react to the short pitch deliveries. So far, this pair has done well with that. Tage has done well when he batted too. So these are good signs.
Thaddeus Lovell is a pretty young guy, but he would be well advised. He's not getting much out of this pitch, and he should just keep at the line and at the length.
And that was nicely steered off the chest area, and a little fumble in the field there. Allow the second as the return now comes in. So they're alert like birds in spring here, these two, scoring every possible run. Seeing an aircraft normally look real good when they fly. You have to be careful when you see those things in the air today, Naeem.
I know. So unfortunate what's taking place across the world. I'm talking about war. Nice shot there, easing it into the onside. Tevin Imlach has been extremely positive. Since he came out from ball one, he has been pushing and playing absolutely fluent. He's gone to 47 in 61 balls. Very, very good knock. I think he's... I don't know if it's is that a physio? Drinks. Shannon Crawford. So, perhaps we can have a little sip inside of the commentary box as well. We'll be back with you in just a while. So the home run, the action just after the drinks break about to resume. Hubbard is bowling. John, I was mentioning the positivity I'd seen in the batting of Tevin Imlach. He's been ultra positive. Nice knock. Very, very good knock. Good. Other positives coming out is that he's been picking the gaps and squeezing runs out of the Essequibo side. And so generally, I think the Essequibians have been outplayed. He's going to go now. Yes, Ricardo takes the catch. Matthew Nandu, after a valiant, exceedingly good knock, 57 from 79, he has gone off the bowling of Michael Hubbard for 57.
And just after a drinks break again, Naim, ever so often we're seeing this, that after a drinks break, the batsmen tend to lose their concentration. And Nandu in this case losing some momentum as well, holding out to mid-on, looking to hit Hubbard back over his head and into the boundary. But a well-played innings from him. Match-winning hand, you'd say. 80 deliveries faced, 57 runs. Not getting the connection he was looking for, but turning in his hand upon impact. And a simple catch to Ricardo Adams at a mid-on position. Hubbard gets one. It's 147 for 2 in the 31st.
But there's no doubt about it. Matthew Nandu, along with Tej they set the pace. They set victory. When the number 3 batsman came in, the score was 57 when the first wicket fell. So look at the platform that Sachin Singh had to start his batting. Comfortable, poised for victory, so to speak. Akshaya is going to join his captain, Tevin Imlak. Akshaya had a good knock in the previous game. Classy kind of batsman, just a pity that age is catching up with him. And it's making that transition.
Yes.
I think it's practically anyone's fault.
4.
You seize every opportunity, you score, you climb the ladder until you reach where you're destined for, which is at the top.
Lots of time in the game, but not lots of runs to get. Just 18 runs needed. So Akshay Prasad will not be able to have a big innings. But he's off the mark. Will it chance the arm? No. Ransford Beaton was quickly to come off the boundary at mid-wicket. Hubbard, the man with a golden arm, picking up a wicket in his third over. One of the set batters, but Imlak now approaching a half-century.
This has been a masterclass half-century if he gets there. Tevin Imlak. And so much I would like to see youngsters like Tevin, in whom confidence has been reposed by the West Indies, that you want to see them get up and run with it. No stagnation. One game after another, you're seizing every game, every opportunity that you get to bat. Then you know you're cut out to be a future superstar. Look at that, John. Terrible shot there from Akshaya. Late decision, back, cutting, edging. Caught by Kimo Paul.
Round the wicket. Nice flight. Steering it to first slip. I was about to make the point. 2 half centuries, 80 and 62 in the tournament. You want to see it to the end, but it's not to be today. Today is not his day. Just a single from 3 deliveries. Well caught at first slip. Quite a reflexive catch from Kimo. And suddenly 2 wickets in the over. Changing the complexion. Still 16 needed. 149 for 3.
Well, you got to get a hat trick here. Maybe a second one to really put Demerara on the back foot. There seem to be clear cut winners or destined for that. Just 165 to get. Just 16 runs. Look how many deliveries, 114. But Tevin Imlak has played a plucky innings. I thought that he would have shut up shop, groping and searching and getting singles. That was not to be. He was pretty aggressive.
After this game, we'll have the closing presentation ceremony. Silverware up for grabs here today. Presentation table already laid out in the members pavilion here at the Georgetown Cricket Club. The new batter taking some time to get to the middle rim of Perez. Guess he was not padded up fully. thinking that the game was going to be over before it get to his time to bat. 149 for 3. Milestones approaching. 150 for Demerara. 50 to the Tevin Imlach. 116 runs away from another championship, Demerara. Thaddeus Lovell, 2 overs, none for 18. Expensive, but at least he's having an experience at this level.
We were looking at some of the negative things that impacted Essequibo in this game. Miserable batting displays by important batsman 1. Tevin Imlach rolls the wrist down towards, doesn't get into the boundary because there's a man down on the long leg boundary. And that's his 50, am I right? Yes, his 50 coming in 63. Very, very impressive knock there from Tevin Imlach, the captain.
Also the 150 on the board. It's a matter of 15 runs away now. So congrats to Tevin Imlach. Another half century. He worked hard for this one. Last 2 innings, just single digits. We saw him looking much different, more positive. He was running much better as well. Get the impression he was aiming for a big one. Now that he's got to a half century, we'd love to see it to the end.
This is going to come down towards the boundary. I think it should go in. Don't think he got a nick onto that. Let's wait on a signal from the umpire. Leg buys. But all it does is takes the score over 150 and closer to victory. So I was talking about the lack of partnerships. There were just about 2 good partnerships. Ramkaran and Savory, a partnership of 40. Ramkaran and Adams, 23. And then Ramkaran and Harry, 42. But it needed to be more consistency in the partnership. Unfortunate that some of the batsmen did not live up to expectations with ridiculous looking shots. But from the inception, they needed to get just over 200 at least. 200, think about that. If you get there, it's fighting.
Essequibo's average score in this tournament was 188, whereas Demerara had to chase small total in one of the games. Averaged 205 from their 3 innings. So when you look at that, asking Essequibo in a championship game to get 200 plus was a little bit out of their character. Have the ability, they have the players on paper to do it, but yet we see this season they did not bat their quota of 50 overs at no point.
Yeah, Inderjeet and I were talking about that. The amount of T20 that is being played and the lack of the longer version tournaments. When these guys have to hold out there for 50 overs, they look stretched out a little bit.
It is something that when the camp starts, head coach Ryan Hercules and assistant coach Garvin Ned will have to work on. Sweetly timed again from Imlach. Into the gap. Like I said, after getting to that half century, you will want to see it through to the end. Now acknowledging the crowd, now raising his bat because the scoreboard that's in the ground a little bit late in turning over the tins for Tevin Imlach. But again, congrats to him.
Yeah, he's actually 52 off 65 balls. But this has been a very positive knock, and I feel highly appreciative now of Tevin Imlach. Wanted to see more of him. Seen him just a few times. Thaddeus Lovell is not having a good stint. In just 3 overs, 23 runs have gone already. 1 delivery still remaining in this one.
Yeah, that control. I get the impression his opening over was a nervous start for him because, do remember, this is his first opportunity at a senior in the county level. He has the ability, he deserves to be here, but any young player will start with nerves.
Again down the leg side, and it's coming down towards the deep fine leg boundary. Adams, 3 runs. Adams fumbled a bit there at the bottom. and allowing the batsman to go for 2. Correction. So Tevin Imlach now 54. Just 4 runs required. John, 5.
Just 5 runs. A slight fumble from Ricardo Adams, and that's all Imlach needed. Looking to wrap this up very quickly, sensing that victory is just a matter of 1 hit away.
It's a pleasure working with you, John, and FL Sport. Of course, all the boys in the commentary box, Andrew, Joshua, and second Andrew, there's 1 and 2. Ryan, Dexter, Inderjeet, you yourself, John, and Mike. Call his name?
Next up.
Mice. What kind of a name? I'm sure that's not his name. So we had quite a wonderful time in the commentary box. There's always so much of camaraderie in the FL Sport commentary box.
So Raymond Perez, no score, 8. Has an opportunity to come not out at least here.
What do you mean, like 2 not out? That might impress the selectors. I've not seen a good knock from Perez the few times I described him. I've been hearing much about his ability, but I've never seen anything special. But both batsmen look very athletic. I like the looks of Tevin Imlach. Perez is very slim as well. They're athletic, they're quick. Imlach is a thinker also. Those are positives.
Hubbard turned out to be the best bowler for Essequibo in this final. How's that? Question asked of umpire Ryan Banwari at square leg for a stumping. But Bourda was a bit slow, so it allowed Devin Imlach to get back.
Yeah, it looks like the tip of his toes were grounded at the time of the dislodging of the bails. So counting down and winding down the 2024 Intercounty Tournament. Defending champions Demerara about to snatch victory, just 4 runs required.
Imlach will keep striking the start of over number 34. 162 now for 3.
And of course, congratulations to the Guyana Cricket Board. This tournament has the blessings of the board, of course. And one positive coming out of the board and the tournaments, as you have a little look at what's happening inside of our stands. Well, not stands, that's the Rowan. Can I stand? And they have under the presidency of the current administration, they have launched a non-stop campaign of having these games streamed to the world. That's a big positive.
Go! Hey.
Well, let's get it over.
Captain Anthony Adams, none for 18 from 5, is back. Captain to captain. Kabisa, WD Hotel and Restaurant and Supermarket down there in Charity.
I didn't see any samples of Kabisa in the commentary box. What's the matter?
Yeah.
Just a single.
Saving the best for last, maybe.
I thought this was the last game.
Uncle P.
I know what happened. They don't want us to get drunk.
So players were going to camp after this as they prepare for regional Super 50. And on the local scene at Guyana Cricket Board KHT20 tournament will bowl off pretty soon. And after that we'll have the Global Super League. That will be the winning run. It goes through Keeper Paul at mid-on. It goes into the boundary off the bat of Raymond Perez. That is the final stroke. That is the win for Demerara. Consecutive titles now. Tevin Imlach will have an opportunity to smile and celebrate with his team. 56 not out. Perez 6 not out. In the end, 106-7 for 3 trumps. 164 all out. Congratulations, Demerara. You can see hugs and high fives in the dressing room of the Demerara side. No doubt relishing another championship. Well played, Naim. Congratulations, Demerara.
Yes, and I want to congratulate Demerara as well. I think they have been quite a good unit. And you know what, John? I want to congratulate the Essequibo side as well. I am delighted to see Essequibo dislodging teams, even Berbice, to wend their way to the final here. We all know the history of Essequibo. They never used to win anything. To reach the final against a powerful team like Demerara, I think they've done exceptionally well. This is a great stepping stone, and their future is well written if they can continue in this vein.
I'm sure Guyana Cricket Board would like to also thank Luzignan, Pomona, and here at GCC for hosting matches as well. That's how the run chase went. Chandapal and Machu Nandu started positively. Sachin Singh came out after retirement of Chandapal, and then Devon Imlach taking it home alongside Raymond Perez. Akshay Prasad did not get among the runs today, but 13 extras helping Demerara in over number 34. 167. I'm sure you were impressed the way Tejaran Chanapal went about his innings today again.
Absolutely. Tej is a cut above the rest. You can see not only the stamina, the shot selection and everything. The bowling here for Essequibo, look at the wickets there. Just 2 for Malcolm Hubbard. He was the star, 1 for Quinton Sampson. Many wickets didn't fall, just 3. And remember that Tejaran Chandapal was retired hurt. He was not out on 33. So the highlight of Demerara 57 from Matthew Nandu, the star there. And the 56, brilliant knock from Tevin Imlach. I'm very impressed. Those were the batsmen that took Demerara to victory. Demerara winning by 7 wickets. So we'll be having the presentation ceremony. I just want to thank my colleagues and John Ramsing for inviting me on the commentary. I called out all the names already. So my name is Naeem Chan. Nice to be of service to you. And stand by for the presentation ceremony.
जीत गया थे Well, let's see. No. It's not one there. Yeah, man. Hey, take out the memory card and try it on the field.
Long a break.
Nah, no break, it's grass. What you got back there now? Bring the battery in it? Yeah. Come on, carrying this here now. Yeah, I feel like everyone but shit, oh, you went and pissed on it, so I watched the water right up to the rim there. It's like the top of some you got bust some shit, you got run over. Right. Yeah, what it? Yeah. I just hope they end in the presentation of that. Yeah, like use this long cable to this thing.
I didn't find no other shirt on it. What absolutely the orange bag there.
You got you want to see him two suitcases,
I'm
man.
gonna bring down the camera. Good work, good work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to welcome you to the presentation ceremony for the Guyana Cricket Board Intercounty Super 50 Tournament 2024. What a joy to have intercounty cricket played at such fine standard. Please permit me to introduce to you the presentation party, starting from my extreme left. Mr. Anthony Danrad, he is the operations manager, Guyana Cricket Board. Can you put your hands together for Anthony? Next to him is the chairman of the competitions committee, Mr. Sean Masaya. And just next to my left, Vice President of the Guyana Cricket Board and presently acting President of the Guyana Cricket Board, Mr. Dalip Singh. Put your hands together for him. Ladies and gentlemen and cricketers, at this time I will just briefly retrace what transpired recently in this senior intercounty Super 50 tournament. 4 teams participated, and that's Essequibo, Berbice, defending champions Demerara, and the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. Well, the journey started at 2 venues, Pomona in Essequibo. For many years, senior intercounty wasn't there. Can we put our hands together for Essequibo hosting 1 match in this year's tournament? And Lusignan was also included on that journey from October 13 right on to the final today, October 19. And you look at the competition, defending champs, Demerara in the preliminary, 3 easy victories for them. They remain unbeaten, and all the other teams, Essequibo, Berbice, and the Guyana Select 11, all recording 1 victory. For the competitiveness of the tournament, give cricket a big hand. May I also say thanks to our sponsors. You know, without Cooperate Guyana, cricket will never reach the standard that it is. And here is where the Guyana Cricket Board is very grateful to Kabisa and WD Hotel and Restaurant. Can you put your hands together for our sponsors? Ladies and gentlemen and cricketers, let me at this time, for brief remarks, ask no other than Vice President and current acting President of the Guyana Cricket Board, Mr. Dalip Singh, to talk to us. And at the end of his little discussion, he has a special announcement to make. Mr. Dalip Singh.
All right, thank you very much, Indrajit. Let me welcome all to this presentation. And at this moment, let me adhere to the protocol, all protocol observed, but special mention to my lone board member, Sean Messiah, and our operation manager, Anthony Danrad. Let me first of all apologize for the absence of our president, Mr. Bisoon Dayal Singh. He's overseas on state duties, but he has asked me to extend to all of you his best wishes and congratulations. Especially, we all would like to congratulate all teams participating in this year's intercounty, and you will all agree with me that we had better standards, higher standards in this year's competition. So I'd like you to put your hands together for all the teams that took part. As Naeem give you an overview of the competition, I won't bore you with that, but I would like to extend to the Select 11. I've noticed they had some very good performance in the Select 11. Some very good players, young players. It was some of our future stars coming up in the Select 11. I would like to congratulate them for the performance of winning a match. Berbice didn't live up to their expectations, but we do agree that cricket standards in Guyana is rising to a higher level. It's on a surge. And Essequibo is on par with all the counties. So congratulations to Essequibo for meeting the semi-final and final. And I would like to congratulate the Demerara team for going through the competition, you know, winning all the matches through, and unbeaten, and performing well too. Had some very good performances from the Demerara team. I must congratulate you on behalf of all of us from the Guyana Cricket Board and Guyana, all the fans that are here to support cricket throughout Guyana. We like to say a big thank you to all of them, especially at Pomona. At Pomona, we had a big crowd here, huge crowd. And that crowd we like to see all over the country and have our fans coming out to support cricket. So without much ado, I'll hand the microphone back to, oh yeah, sorry, thank you. Thank you. Let me go ahead and make my announcement, permit me to? Yes. I have a very important announcement. And probably this announcement, it's in the air already. I would like to announce the beginning or the launching of the T20. The T20 Bet Sport Cage competition throughout Guyana. This competition will be played by 6 teams. 6 teams selected from 90 players across Guyana, from Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo. So 6 teams, the players will be intermixed. They've already been selected. So we have 90 players participating in 18 games. They're going to be 18 matches played in all 3 counties. Essequibo will have at least 2 matches. Berbice will have, and we'll have the remainder in Demerara. So I would like to thank Bet Sports Cage for sponsoring this competition and congratulate all the players that be part of this competition. I'd like to put your hands together for that big, and this gives me the opportunity to say, as I mentioned before, cricket is in a surge in Guyana. There's big things happening in Guyana pertaining to cricket, all right? And there where our players will be having more opportunities, there will be a floodgate of opportunities opening up for our players. And we at the level of administration, coaches and managers, so much we can do. I'm appealing to players, get yourself in order. Get yourself in order to be a part of this surge in cricket that will be happening in Guyana. As you know, there will be a Super League starting very soon too. And you know, those are big things happening in Guyana, and there's more big things to happen next year. So cricketers, there's a lot of opportunities. Cricket is not longer the part-time sport as we all know it. It's becoming a profession. And in this competition coming up, the T20, all the players will be paid. All the players will be paid. Thank you, Naeem. I think I'll hand the microphone. I've said enough. Inderjeet, sorry. Let me hand the microphone over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dalip Singh. That's great news. 6 teams participating over 2 weeks of cricket across the length and breadth of Guyana. And all matches will be live streamed by FL Sports, an initiative of the Guyana Cricket Board. So lots of cricket to look forward to. And I guess some of you guys are looking for your names to be in that Harpy Eagle camp so you can gain selection to the national team when we go off on West Indies duty. Just before we get into the actual presentation, we want to say thanks to the groundsmen, Basil and his team. You guys have done a terrific job. One of the best pitches that we have played cricket on recently in Guyana, a true pitch, and it makes well for our cricket. We want to say thanks to Wilson, who was on the manual scoreboard with the sunshine beating down on him. Wilson, you have done a terrific job. To the media that has covered this year's tournament, you know, we say thank you. You're the guys that give us leverage and ensure that the news of cricket is spread across the country. for FL Sports for coming on board with the Guyana Cricket Board. You have done a terrific job, you and your team, for live streaming. Can we put our hands together for them? You know, because of this initiative, you, the cricketers, are right now in the homes and offices of people across the world. We saw comments streaming in from the United States and Canada, Region 1, and across Guyana. So thanks for this initiative. We first of all go with the player of the match in the final. And this guy, I think, set up the final nicely. He did well throughout the entire tournament. But as player of the match with his burst of 4 wickets, put your hands together for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Please come forward, Ronaldo. And he will collect his trophy from Operations Manager, Guyana Cricket Board, Anthony Demerara. And for the most runs in the tournament, and I think everybody, they are happy that this youngster has returned to form. Guyana needs him. West Indies need him. Batted splendidly. We remember that century he scored and his half centuries. 239 runs. Today had to retire hurt. His average remained 239. Put your hands together for Tej Narain Chandapal. And we had a number of good participation as far as wickets are concerned by many of our players. We've seen some good all-round performances. I must first of all mention Ricardo Adams, 8 wickets. He did pretty well. But the guy who will be taking away the prize for the most wickets, and how can you stop that divine intervention? The Lord. Put your hands together for Devon Lord. 11 wickets in the tournament. And for the most valuable player of the tournament, the guy who actually set up his team defending their championship. Once again, I'll call on Tej. Tej, please come forward. The MVP of the tournament. Tej, don't go away, Tej. You are back in form, a terrific 100 with a few half centuries. Batted so well today until you play the ball onto the toes or the ankle or somewhere thereabout. What has caused this turnaround in your performance?
Not the toe, the back of the elbow, but yeah, just try and get a start and be a bit positive and work out well, get some score. So just try running with it.
Yeah, no, it's not at the toe. It's actually at the elbow. As commentators, we found the ball going down, but we thought the damage was done at the bottom, actually at the elbow. Now, tell us something. I am sure that you're going to be into that Harpy Eagle lineup. There's no doubt about that. I'm not a selector. They will name the team not long from now. Are you looking forward for the West Indies Championship?
Yeah, definitely. I'll try and get a good start and get some runs in the tournament and hope all goes well.
Final question to you, and this will help a lot of our batters from both teams. Tell me one thing that you do for that immense concentration level you have out in the middle. One thing.
Basically, just try and play the situation of the game. Play each ball and the merit, stick to the basics, and that's about it.
Thank you very much, Tej, and congratulations to you. Well, this team started in a blaze of glory on home soil. And because of their outstanding performance in that game at Pomona, they dreamt huge. They dreamt in winning this year's tournament. But sometimes these things do happen. You are a worthy opponent in the final despite losing here today. By no means you're disgraced. You guys played your heart out. And there are good signs for Essequibo cricket. The runner-up this year, 2024, Guyana Cricket Board Super 50, Essequibo. Put your hands together for them. Their skipper, Anthony Adams. Anthony, don't go away. Anthony, you won the first match this year's Super 50 tournament at Pomona. What went wrong from there?
Just consistency in our batting. We weren't putting up the total that we wanted and we set out to put up. And that is what caused us to lose most of the game that we played.
Yes, I think your bowling held its own throughout the competition. Were you expecting a little better from some of your batters and top all-rounders?
Yeah, I always challenge my batters to do better and be consistent. It just didn't happen for us, and when you don't bat well on good pitches, these results you get.
So it means back to the drawing board and preparing for next year's Super 50. Essequibo cricket is on a rise. Tell me some of the things you guys have been doing in Essequibo and the Essequibo cricket board.
Okay, well, I'm seeing more cricket in Essequibo, which is good for the players. I have a belief in playing a lot of cricket, and once we continue to play cricket and be consistent as players, Essequibo will do better, and we as individuals will do better.
Thank you very much. Well played despite not winning the championship. They played unbeaten in the preliminaries. 3 victories against all the opponents. And together as a team, they gel. And when you gel and play like one family, good things do happen. They've defended their title with tremendous pomp. And, you know, we were also happy for them. They played extremely well. Put your hands together for the winner. Defending champions, Demerara, for retaining the Guyana Cricket Board. Inter-County Super 50. Devon Lord, the skipper, come forward. I beg your pardon. Yes, Tevin Imlak. Tevin, listen, your team played exceptionally good cricket. Your leadership was quality. What are you going to say to the boys?
Obviously well played, it was massive. The bowlers, they were tremendous for us throughout the tournament, and the batting from Tej and Akshaya throughout was amazing as well. We played as a complete team, and that was very important, in winning tournaments. So yeah, credit to them, well done, men.
Yes, and that's well said. Let me ask you this. You did not start the tournament in the best of form, but coming into this final, you saved the best for the final. You're looking real good.
Yeah, of course. Obviously looking forward to Super 50. It's important that you get runs going in. You need some momentum going in. So, I was happy to give the team some runs, and I owe them some runs. So, yeah, happy today.
Yes, and Cricket West Indies selectors thinks very highly of you, Tevin. You have maintained physical fitness, and I may dare say mental attitude is sound as well. You're looking forward to a good tournament this year.
Yeah, definitely. The plan is to go out and score runs and help Guyana win games. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
Thank you, Tevin. Go well. Enjoy the moment with your boys. Give it up one more time for Tevin Imlak, captain of the Demerara Cricket Board. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from the presentation ceremony. Once again, thanks to everybody. And the 2 teams, please ensure you get your photo moment with your trophies. Thanks once again, and we shall be back at some time at the GCC ground Bourda for more action.